Section 52 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To Bennet Langton, Esquire. Dear Sir, I have an old amanuensis in great distress. Footnote. The day before he wrote to Mrs. Thrale, Peyton and Macbean are both starving, and I cannot keep them. Piozzi Letters. On April 1st, 1776, he wrote, Poor Peyton expired this morning. He probably, during many years for which he sat starving by the bed of a wife not only useless, but almost motionless, condemned by poverty to personal attendance, chained down to poverty, he probably thought often how lightly he should tread the path of life without his burthen. Of this thought the admission was unavoidable, and the indulgence might be forgiven to frailty and distress. His wife died at last, and before she was buried he was seized by a fever, and is now going to the grave. Such miscarriages, when they happen to those on whom many eyes are fixed, fill histories and tragedies, and tears have been shed for the sufferings, and wonder excited by the fortitude of those who neither did nor suffered more than Peyton. Ibid. Baretti, in a marginal note on Piozzi Letters, writes, Peyton was a fool and a drunkard. I never saw so nauseous a fellow. But Baretti was a harsh judge. End of footnote. I have given what I think I can give, and begged till I cannot tell where to beg again. I put into his hands this morning 4 guineas. If you could collect 3 guineas more, it would clear him from his present difficulty. I am, so, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, May the 21st, 1775. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, I make no doubt but you are now safely lodged in your own habitation, and have told all your adventures to Mrs. Boswell and Miss Veronica. Pray teach Veronica to love me. Bid her not mind mamma. Mrs. Thrale has taken cold and been very much disordered, but I hope is grown well. Mr. Langton went yesterday to Lincolnshire, and has invited Nicolida to follow him. Footnote, a learned Greek, Boswell. He was the nephew of the Patriarch of Constantinople, and had fled from some massacre of the Greeks. Johnston's Life of Parr. End of footnote. Beauclerk talks of going to Bath. I am to set out on Monday, so there is nothing but dispersion. I have returned Lord Hales's entertaining sheets, but must stay till I come back for more, because it will be inconvenient to send them after me in my vagrant state. I promised Mrs. Macaulay that I would try to serve her son at Oxford. Footnote, wife of the Reverend Mr. Kenneth Macaulay, author of the History of St. Kilda, Boswell. See Boswell's Hebrides, August the 28th, 1773, end of footnote. I have not forgotten it, nor am I unwilling to perform it. If they desire to give him an English education, it should be considered whether they cannot send him for a year or 2 to an English school. If he comes immediately from Scotland, he can make no figure in our universities. The schools in the north, I believe, are cheap, and when I was a young man were eminently good. There are 2 little books published by the Fowles. Footnote, the Elzevirs of Glasgow, as Boswell called them, Hebrides, October the 29th, end of footnote. Telemachus and Collins's poems, each a shilling. I would be glad to have them. Make my compliments to Mrs. Boswell, though she does not love me. You see what perverse things ladies are, and how little fit to be trusted with feudal estates. When she mends and loves me, there may be more hope of her daughters. I will not send compliments to my friends by name, because I would be loath to leave any out in the enumeration. Tell them as you see them, how well I speak of Scotch politeness, and Scotch hospitality, and Scotch beauty, and of everything Scotch but Scotch oatcakes, and Scotch prejudices. Let me know the answer of Rasa, footnote, see in Boswell's Hebrides, Johnson's letter of May the 6th, 1775, end of footnote, and the decision relating to Sir Allan, footnote, a lawsuit carried on by Sir Allan Maclean, chief of his clan, to recover certain parts of his family estates from the Duke of Argyll, Boswell, end of footnote. I am, my dearest Sir, with great affection, your most obliged and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. May the 27th, 1775. After my return to Scotland, I wrote 3 letters to him, from which I extract the following passages. I have seen Lord Hailes since I came down. He thinks it wonderful that you are pleased to take so much pains in revising his annals. I told him that you said you were well rewarded by the entertainment which you had in reading them. There has been a numerous flight of Hebrideans in Edinburgh this summer, whom I have been happy to entertain at my house. Mr. Donald Macqueen, footnote, a very learned minister in the Isle of Skye, whom both Dr. Johnson and I have mentioned with regard, Boswell. Boswell's Hebrides, September the 3rd, 1773, and Johnson's Works, volume 9, page 54. Johnson, in another passage, Ibid, page 115, speaks of him as a very learned minister. He wished me to be deceived, in square brackets, as regards Ossian, for the honour of his country, but would not directly and formally deceive me. Johnson told him this to his face. Boswell's Hebrides, September the 22nd. His credulity is shown by the belief he held that the name of a place called Ainit in Skye was the same as the Annotated delubrum in Lydia, Ibid, September the 17th, end of footnote. Mr. Donald Macqueen and Lord Monboddo supped with me one evening. They joined in controverting your proposition that the Gaelic of the Highlands and Isles of Scotland was not written till of late. My mind has been somewhat dark this summer. Footnote. This darkness is seen in his letters. He wrote June the 3rd, 1775. It required some philosophy to bear the change from England to Scotland, the unpleasing tone, the rude familiarity, the barren conversation of those whom I found here, in comparison with what I had left, really hurt my feelings. The General Assembly is sitting, and I practice at its bar. There is a de facto something low and coarse in such employment, though on paper it is a court of supreme judicature. But guineas must be had. Do you know, it requires more than ordinary spirit to do what I am to do this very morning. I am to go to the General Assembly and arraign a judgment pronounced last year by Dr. Robertson, John Hume, and a good many more of them, and they are to appear on the other side. To speak well when I despise both the cause and the judges is difficult, but I believe I shall do wonderfully. I look forward with aversion to the little dull labours of the Court of Sessions. You see, Temple, I have my troubles as well as you have. My promise under the venerable you has kept me sober. Letters of Boswell. On June the 19th he is vexed to think myself a coarse labourer in an obscure corner. Mr. Hume says there will in all probability be a change of the ministry soon, which he regrets. Oh, Temple, while they change so often, how does one feel an ambition to have a share in the great department? My father is most unhappily dissatisfied with me. He harps on my going over Scotland with a brute. Think how shockingly erroneous! And wandering, or some such phrase, to London. Ibid. August 12th. I have had a pretty severe return this summer of that melancholy or hypochondria which is inherent in my constitution. While afflicted with melancholy, all the doubts which have ever disturbed thinking men come upon me. I awake in the night dreading annihilation, or being thrown into some horrible state of being. He recounts a complimentary letter he had received from Lord Mayor Wilkes, and continues, "Tell me, my dear Temple, if a man who receives so many marks of more than ordinary consideration can be satisfied to drudge in an obscure corner where the manners of the people are disagreeable to him." Ibid. End of footnote. I have need of your warming and vivifying rays, and I hope I shall have them frequently. I am going to pass some time with my father at Affleck. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, I am returned from the annual ramble into the Middle Counties. Footnote: he was absent from the end of May till some time in August. He wrote from Oxford on June 1st, "Don't suppose that I live here as we live at Streatham. I went this morning to the chapel at 6. Piozzi Letters." He was the guest of Mr. Coulson, a Fellow of University College. On June 6th he wrote, "Such is the uncertainty of all human things, that Mr. Coulson has quarrelled with me. He says I raise the laugh upon him, and he is an independent man, and all that he has is his own, and he is not used to such things." Ibid. An eyewitness told Mr. Croker that Coulson was going out on a country living, and talking of it with the same pomp as to Lord Stowell, in square brackets, he had expressed to him his doubts whether, after living so long in the great world, he might not grow weary of the comparative retirement of a country parish. Crocus Boswell. Johnson chose to imagine his becoming an archdeacon, and made himself merry at Coulson's expense. At last they got to warm words, and Johnson concluded the debate by exclaiming emphatically, "Sir, having meant you no offence, I will make you no apology." Ibid. The quarrel was made up, for the next day he wrote, "Coulson and I are pretty well again." Piozzi Letters. End of footnote. Having seen nothing I had not seen before, I have nothing to relate. Time has left that part of the island few antiquities, and commerce has left the people no singularities. I was glad to go abroad, and perhaps glad to come home, which is, in other words, I was, I'm afraid, weary of being at home, and weary of being abroad. Is not this the state of life? But if we confess this weariness, let us not lament it, for all the wise and the good say that we may cure it. For the black fumes which arise in your mind, I can prescribe nothing but that you disperse them by honest business or innocent pleasure, and by reading, sometimes easy and sometimes serious. Change of place is useful, and I hope that your residence at Affleck will have many good effects. Footnote: Boswell wrote to Temple on September 2nd, "It is hardly credible how difficult it is for a man of my sensibility to support existence in the family where I now am. My father, whom I really both respect and affectionate, if that is a word, for it is a different feeling from that which is expressed by love, which I can say of you from my soul, is so different from me, we divaricate so much, as Dr. Johnson said, that I am often hurt when I dare say he means no harm, and he has a method of treating me which makes me feel myself like a timid boy, which to Boswell, comprehending all that my character does in my own imagination, and in that of a wonderful number of mankind, is intolerable. His wife too, whom in my conscience I cannot condemn for any capital bad quality, is so narrow-minded, and, I don't know how, so set upon keeping him under her own management, and so suspicious and so sourishly tempered, that it requires the utmost exertion of practical philosophy to keep myself quiet. However, I have done so all this week to admiration. Nay, I have appeared good-humoured, but it has cost me drinking a considerable quantity of strong beer to dull my faculties. Letters of Boswell, end of footnote. Change of place is useful, and I hope that your residence at Affleck will have many good effects. That I should have given pain to Rasa, I am sincerely sorry, and am therefore very much pleased that he is no longer uneasy. He still thinks that I have represented him as personally giving up the chieftainship. I meant only that it was no longer contested between the two houses, and supposed it settled perhaps by the session of some remote generation in the house of Domvegen. I am sorry the advertisement was not continued for 3 or 4 times in the paper. That Lord Monboddo and Mr. Macqueen should controvert a position contrary to the imaginary interest of literary or national prejudice might be easily imagined, but of a standing fact there ought to be no controversy. If there are men with tales, catch an homo caudatus. If there was writing of old in the Highlands or Hebrides in the Erse language, produce the manuscripts. Where men write, they will write to one another, and some of their letters, in families studious of their ancestry, will be kept. In Wales there are many manuscripts. I have now 3 parcels of Lord Hailes's history, which I purpose to return all the next week. That his respect for my little observations should keep his work in suspense makes one of the evils of my journey. It is in our language, I think, a new mode of history, which tells all that is wanted, and I suppose all that is known, without laboured splendour of language, or affected subtlety of conjecture. The exactness of his dates raises my wonder. He seems to have the closeness of Hainaut without his constraint. Footnote: Voltaire wrote of Hainaut's abrégé de l'histoire de la France: Il a été dans l'histoire ce que Fontenelle a été dans la philosophie. Il l'a rendue familière. With a quotation from Hainaut, Carlyle begins his French Revolution. End of footnote. Mrs. Thrale was so entertained with your journal that she almost read herself blind. Footnote: My journal of a tour to the Hebrides, which that lady read in the original manuscript. Boswell. Johnson wrote to Mrs. Thrale, May 22nd, 1775, I am not sorry that you read Boswell's journal. Is it not a merry piece? There is much in it about poor me. Piozzi Letters. June 11th, 1775. You never told me, and I omitted to inquire, how you were entertained by Boswell's journal. One would think the man had been hired to be a spy upon me. He was very diligent, and caught opportunities of writing from time to time. Ibid. I suspect that the words I have marked by italics, reader's note, one would think the man had been hired to be a spy upon me, are not Johnson's, but are Mrs. Piozzi's interpolation. End of footnote. She has a great regard for you. Of Mrs. Boswell, though she knows in her heart that she does not love me, I'm always glad to hear any good, and hope that she and the little dear ladies will have neither sickness nor any other affliction. But she knows that she does not care what becomes of me, and for that she may be sure that I think her very much to blame. Never, my dear sir, do you take it into your head to think that I do not love you. You may settle yourself in full confidence both of my love and my esteem. I love you as a kind man, I value you as a worthy man, and I hope in time to reverence you as a man of exemplary piety. I hold you, as Hamlet has it, in my heart of hearts. Footnote: in my heart of heart, Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 2, end of footnote. And therefore it is little to say that I am, Sir, your affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson. London, August the 27th, 1775. To the same. So if in these papers there is little alteration attempted, do not suppose me negligent. Footnote: another parcel of Lord Hales's Annals of Scotland, Boswell, end of footnote. I have read them perhaps more closely than the rest, but I find nothing worthy of an objection. Write to me soon, and write often, and tell me all your honest heart. I am, Sir, yours affectionately, Samuel Johnson, August the 30th, 1775. To the same. My dear Sir, I now write to you lest, in some of your freaks and humours, you should fancy yourself neglected. Such fancies I must entreat you never to admit, at least never to indulge, for my regard for you is so radicated and fixed that it has become part of my mind, and cannot be effaced but by some cause uncommonly violent. Therefore, whether I write or not, set your thoughts at rest. I now write to tell you that I shall not very soon write again, for I am to set out tomorrow on another journey. Your friends are all well at Streatham and in Leicester Fields. Footnote: where Sir Joshua Reynolds lived. Boswell, end of footnote. Make my compliments to Mrs. Boswell, if she is in good humour with me. I am, Sir, etc., Samuel Johnson, September the 14th, 1775. What he mentions in such light terms as I am to set out tomorrow on another journey, I soon afterwards discovered was no less than a tour to France with Mr. and Mrs. Thrale. This was the only time in his life that he went upon the continent. End of section 52. Section 53 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To Mr. Robert Levitt, September the 18th. Footnote: Johnson's birthday. In Prayers and Meditations, page 143, is a prayer which was, he writes, composed at Calais in a sleepless night, and used before the morn at Notre Dame. End of footnote. 1775, Calais. Dear Sir, we are here in France, after a very pleasing passage of no more than 6 hours. I know not when I shall write again, and therefore I write now, though you cannot suppose that I have much to say. You have seen France yourself. From this place we are going to Rouen, and from Rouen to Paris, where Mr. Thrale designs to stay about 5 or 6 weeks. We have a regular recommendation to the English resident, so we shall not be taken for vagabonds. I think to go one way and return another, for (C) as much as we can. I will try to speak a little French. I tried hitherto but little, but I spoke sometimes. If I heard better, I suppose I should learn faster. Footnote: while Johnson was in France, he was generally very resolute in speaking Latin. Post under November the 12th, 1775. End of footnote. I am, Sir, your humble servant, Samuel Johnson. To the same. Paris, October the 22nd, 1775. Dear Sir, we are still here, commonly very busy and looking about us. We have been today out to Versailles. You have seen it, and I shall not describe it. We came yesterday from Fontainebleau, where the court is now. We went to see the King and Queen at dinner, and the Queen was so impressed by Miss Thrale, Boswell, that she sent one of the gentlemen to inquire who she was. I find all true that you have ever told me of Paris. Mr. Thrale is very liberal, and keeps us 2 coaches and a very fine table, but I think our cookery very bad. In his journal he records, their meals are gross. Post October the 10th. We may doubt, therefore, Mrs. Piozzi's statement that he said of the French, they have few sentiments, but they express them neatly. They have little in meat too, but they dress it well. Piozzi's Anecdotes. Mrs. Thrale got into a convent of English nuns, and I talked with her through the grate, and am very kindly used by the English Benedictine friars. But upon the whole I cannot make much acquaintance here, and though the churches, palaces, and some private houses are very magnificent, there is no very great pleasure, after seeing many, in seeing more. At least the pleasure, whatever it be, must sometime have an end, and we are beginning to think when we shall come home. Mr. Thrale calculates that, as we left Streatham on the 15th of September, we shall see it again about the 15th of November. I think I had not been on this side of the sea 5 days before I found a sensible improvement in my health. I ran a race in the rain this day, and beat Baretti. Baretti is a fine fellow, and speaks French, I think, quite as well as English. Make my compliments to Mrs. Williams, and give my love to Frances, and tell my friends that I am not lost. I am, dear Sir, your affectionate, humble, etc., Samuel Johnson. To Dr. Samuel Johnson, Edinburgh, October the 24th, 1775. My dear Sir, if I had not been informed that you were at Paris, you should have had a letter from me by the earliest opportunity, announcing the birth of my son on the 9th instant. I have named him Alexander, after my father. Boswell wrote to Temple, you know, my dearest friend, of what importance this is to me, of what importance it is to my family of Affleck, which you may be well convinced is my supreme object in this world. Letters of Boswell. Alexander Boswell was killed in a duel in 1822. I now write, as I suppose your fellow traveller Mr. Thrale will return to London this week to attend his duty in Parliament, and that you will not stay behind him, I send another parcel of Lord Hailes's Annals. I have undertaken to solicit you for a favour to him, which he thus requests in a letter to me. I intend soon to give you the Life of Robert Bruce, which you will be pleased to transmit to Dr. Johnson. I wish that you could assist me in a fancy which I have taken of getting Dr. Johnson to draw a character of Robert Bruce from the account that I give of that prince. If he finds materials for it in my work, it will be a proof that I have been fortunate in selecting the most striking incidents. I suppose by the Life of Robert Bruce his Lordship means that part of his Annals which relates the history of that prince, and not a separate work. Shall we have a journey to Paris from you in the winter? You will, I hope, at any rate, be kind enough to give me some account of your French travels very soon, for I am very impatient. What a different scene have you viewed this autumn from that which you viewed in autumn 1773! I ever am, my dear Sir, your much obliged and affectionate humble servant, James Boswell. To James Boswell, Esquire, dear Sir, I am glad that the young Laird is born, and an end, as I hope, put to the only difference that you can ever have with Mrs. Boswell. This alludes to my old feudal principle of preferring male to female succession. Boswell. End of footnote. I know that she does not love me, but I intend to persist in wishing her well till I get the better of her. Paris is indeed a place very different from the Hebrides, but it is to a hasty traveller not so fertile of novelty, nor affords so many opportunities of remark. I cannot pretend to tell the public anything of a place better known to many of my readers than to myself. We can talk of it when we meet. I shall go next week to Streatham, from whence I propose to send a parcel of the history every post. Concerning the character of Bruce, I can only say that I do not see any great reason for writing it, but I shall not easily deny what Lord Hailes and you concur in desiring. I have been remarkably healthy all the journey, and I hope you and your family have known only that trouble and danger which has so happily terminated. Among all the congratulations that you may receive, I hope you believe none more warm or sincere than those of, dear Sir, your most affectionate Samuel Johnson, November the 16th, 1775. Footnote. He wrote to Dr. Taylor on the same day, I came last Tuesday from France. Is not mine a kind of life turned upside down, fixed to a spot when I was young, and roving the world when others are contriving to sit still? I am wholly unsettled. I am a kind of ship with a wide sail and without an anchor. Notes and queries. End of footnote. To Mrs. Lucy Porter in Lichfield. Footnote. There can be no doubt that many years previous to 1775 he corresponded with this lady, who was his stepdaughter, but none of his earlier letters to her have been preserved. Boswell. Many of these earlier letters were printed by Malone and Croker in later editions. End of footnote. Dear Madam, this week I came home from Paris. I have brought you a little box which I thought pretty, but I know not whether it is properly a snuff box or a box for some other use. I will send it when I can find an opportunity. I have been through the whole journey remarkably well. My fellow travellers were the same whom you saw at Lichfield, footnote, when on their way to Wales, July the 7th, 1774, end of footnote. Only we took Baretti with us. Paris is not so fine a place as you would expect. The palaces and churches, however, are very splendid and magnificent, and what would please you? There are many very fine pictures, but I do not think their way of life commodious or pleasant. Footnote. Smollett wrote Travels, notwithstanding the gay disposition of the French, their houses are all gloomy. After all, it is in England only where we must look for cheerful apartments, gay furniture, neatness, and convenience. End of footnote. Let me know how your health has been all this while. I hope the fine summer has given you strength sufficient to encounter the winter. Make my compliments to all my friends, and if your fingers will let you, write to me, or let your maid write if it be troublesome to you. I am, dear Madam, your most affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson, November the 16th, 1775. To the same, dear Madam, some weeks ago I wrote to tell you that I was just come home from a ramble, and hoped that I should have heard from you. I am afraid winter has laid hold on your fingers, and hinders you from writing. However, let somebody write if you cannot, and tell me how you do, and a little of what has happened at Lichfield among our friends. I hope you are all well. When I was in France, I thought myself growing young, but I am afraid that cold weather will take part of my new vigour from me. Let us, however, take care of ourselves, and lose no part of our health by negligence. I never knew whether you received the commentary on the New Testament, and the Travels and the Glasses.
Do, my dear love, write to me, and do not let us forget each other. This is the season of good wishes, and I wish you all good. I have not lately seen Mr. Porter, nor heard of him. Is he with you? Footnote, son of Mrs. Johnson by her first husband, Boswell, end of footnote. Be pleased to make my compliments to Mrs. Adey and Mrs. Cobb and all my friends, and when I can do any good, let me know. I am, dear Madam, yours most affectionately, Samuel Johnson, December 1775. It is to be regretted that he did not write an account of his travels in France, for he is reported to have once said that he could write the life of a broomstick. Footnote. A gentleman said, surely that Vanessa must be an extraordinary woman that could inspire the Dean to write so finely upon her. Mrs. Johnson, in square brackets, Stella, smiled and answered that she thought that point not quite so clear, for it was well known the Dean could write finely upon a broomstick. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 210, end of footnote. So, notwithstanding so many former travellers have exhausted almost every subject for remark in that great kingdom, his very accurate observation and peculiar vigour of thought and illustration would have produced a valuable work. During his visit to it, which lasted but about 2 months, he wrote notes or minutes of what he saw. He promised to show me them, but I neglected to put him in mind of it, and the greatest part of them has been lost, or perhaps destroyed, in a precipitate burning of his papers a few days before his death, which must ever be lamented. One small paper book, however, entitled France II, has been preserved, and is in my possession. It is a diurnal register of his life and observations from the 10th of October to the 4th of November inclusive, being 26 days, and shows an extraordinary attention to various minute particulars. Being the only memorial of this tour that remains, my readers, I am confident, will peruse it with pleasure, though his notes are very short, and evidently written only to assist his own recollection. October the 10th, Tuesday. We saw the École Militaire, in which 150 young boys are educated for the army. They have arms of different sizes according to the age, flints of wood. The building is very large, but nothing fine except the council room. The French have large squares in the windows. They make good iron palisades. Their meals are gross. We visited the observatory, a large building of a great height. The upper stories of the parapet very large, but not cramped with iron. The flat on the top is very extensive, but on the insulated part there is no parapet. Though it was broad enough, I did not care to go upon it. Maps were printing in one of the rooms. We walked to a small convent of the Fathers of the Oratory. In the reading desk of the refectory lay The Lives of the Saints. October the 11th, Wednesday. We went to see the Hôtel de Châtellerault, a house not very large, but very elegant. Footnote. Horace Walpole wrote from Paris this autumn, I have not yet had time to visit the Hôtel du Châtelet. Letters. On July the 31st, 1789, writing of the violence of the mob, he says, the Hôtel of the Duc de Châtelet, lately built and superb, has been assaulted, and the furniture sold by auction. Ibid. End of footnote. One of the rooms was gilt to a degree that I never saw before. The upper part for servants and their masters was pretty. Thence we went to Mr. Monville's, a house divided into small apartments, furnished with effeminate and minute elegance, porphyry. Thence we went to St. Roch's Church, which is very large, the lower part of the pillars encrusted with marble, 3 chapels behind the high altar, the last a mass of low arches. Altars, I believe, all round. We passed through Place de Vendôme, a fine square about as big as Hanover Square, inhabited by the high families, Louis XIV on horseback in the middle. Monville is the son of a farmer general. In the house of a chatois is a room furnished with Japan, fitted up in Europe. We dined with Bocage, the Marquis Blanchetti, and his lady, the sweetmeats taken by the Marchioness Blanchetti after observing that they were dear, Mr. Leroy, Count Manucci, the Abbé, the Prior, footnote, the Prior of the convent of the Benedictines, where Johnson had a cell appropriated to him, end of footnote, and Father Wilson, who stayed with me till I took him home in the coach. Bathiani is gone. The French have no laws for the maintenance of their poor. Monk not necessarily a priest. Benedictines rise at 4, are at church an hour and a half, at church again half an hour before, half an hour after dinner, and again from half an hour after 7 to 8. They may sleep 8 hours. Bodily labour wanted in monasteries. The poor taken to hospitals and miserably kept. Monks in the convent 15, accounted poor. October the 12th, Thursday, we went to the Gobelin. Tapestry makes a good picture, imitates flesh exactly. One piece with a gold ground, the birds not exactly coloured. Thence we went to the King's cabinet, very neat, not perhaps perfect. Gold ore, candles of the candle tree, seeds, woods. Thence to Garnier's house, where I saw rooms 9, furnished with a profusion of wealth and elegance which I never had seen before, vases, pictures, the dragon china, the lustre said to be of crystal and to have cost 3,500 livres, the whole furniture said to have cost 125,000 livres, damask hangings covered with pictures, porphyry. This house struck me. Then we waited on the ladies to Monville's, Captain Irwin with us. Footnote, the rest of this paragraph appears to be a minute of what was told by Captain Irwin, Boswell, end of footnote. Spain, county towns all beggars. At Dijon he could not find the way to Orleans, crossroads of France, very bad. 5 soldiers, soldiers escaped. The colonel would not lose 5 men for the death of 1 woman. The magistrate cannot seize a soldier but by the colonel's permission. Good inn at Nîmes. Moors of Barbary fond of Englishmen. Gibraltar eminently healthy. It has beef from Barbary. There is a large garden. Soldiers sometimes fall from the rock. October the 13th, Friday. I stayed at home all day, only went to find the prior, who was not at home. I read something in Canus, nec admiro, nec multum laudo. Footnote. Melchior Canus, the celebrated Spanish Dominican who died at Toledo in 1560. He wrote a treatise De Locis Theologicis in 12 books, Boswell, end footnote. October the 14th, Saturday. We went to the house of Mr. Argenson, which was almost wainscoted with looking glasses and covered with gold. The ladies' closet wainscoted with large squares of glass over painted paper. They always place mirrors to reflect their rooms. Then we went to Julien's, the treasurer of the clergy, 30,000 livres a year. The house has no very large room, but is set with mirrors and covered with gold. Books of wood here and in another library. At D.'s, footnote d'Argenson's, Croker, end of footnote, I looked into the books in the ladies' closet, and in contempt showed them to Mr. T. Prince Titi, Bibliothèque des Fées, and other books. Footnote. See Macaulay's essays and Mr. Croker's answer in his note on this passage. His notion that this book was exhibited purposely on the ladies' table in the expectation that her English visitors would think it a literary curiosity seems absurd. He does not choose to remember the Bibliothèque des Fées and other books. Since I wrote this note, Mr. Napier has published an edition of Boswell in which this question is carefully examined. He sides with Macaulay. End of footnote. She was offended and shut up, as we heard afterwards, her apartment. Then we went to Julien Le Roy, the king's watchmaker, a man of character in his business, who showed a small clock made to find the longitude. A decent man. Footnote. Si quelque invention peut suppléer à la connaissance qui nous est refusée des longitudes sur la mer, c'est celle du plus habile horloger de France, Monsieur Le Roy, qui dispute cette invention à l'Angleterre. Voltaire, siècle de Louis XV. End of footnote. Afterwards we saw the Palais Marchand. Footnote. The Palais Marchand was properly only the stalls which were placed along some of the galleries of the Palais. They have been all swept away in Louis Philippe's restoration of the Palais. Croker, end of footnote. And the courts of justice, civil and criminal. Queries on the sellette. Footnote. Petit siège de bois sur lequel on faisait asseoir pour les interroger ceux qui étaient accusés d'un délit pour en faire encourir une peine afflictive. Littré. End of footnote. This building has the old Gothic passages and a great appearance of antiquity. 300 prisoners sometimes in the jail. Footnote. The conciergerie, before long to be crowded with the victims of the Revolution. End of footnote. Much disturbed. Hope no ill will be. Footnote. This passage, which so many think superstitious, reminds me of Archbishop Laud's diary. Boswell. Laud, for instance, on October the 27th, 1640, records, "In my upper study hung my picture taken by the life, and coming in, I found it fallen down upon the face and lying on the floor, the string being broken by which it was hanged against the wall. I am almost every day threatened with my ruin in Parliament. God grant this be no omen." Perhaps there was nothing superstitious in Johnson's entry. He may have felt ill in mind or body, and dreaded to become worse. End of footnote. In the afternoon I visited Mr. Fréron, the journalist. Footnote. For a brief account of Fréron, father and son, see Carlyle's French Revolution. End of footnote. He spoke Latin very scantily, but seemed to understand me. His house not splendid, but of commodious size. His family, wife, son, and daughter, not elevated, but decent. I was pleased with my reception. He is to translate my books, which I am to send him with notes. End of section 53. Section 54 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. October the 15th, Sunday, at Soissy, a royal palace on the banks of the Seine, about 7 miles from Paris. The terrace noble along the river, the rooms numerous and grand, but not discriminated from other palaces, the chapel beautiful but small,
china globes, inlaid tables, labyrinth, sinking table, footnote, a round table, the centre of which descended by machinery to a lower floor, so that supper might be served without the presence of servants. It was invented by Louis XV. During the favour of Madame du Barry, Croker, end of footnote. Toilet tables. October the 16th, Monday. The Palais Royal very grand, large and lofty. A very great collection of pictures, 3 of Raphael, 2 Holy Family, 1 small piece of Michelangelo, 1 room of Rubens. I thought the pictures of Raphael fine. The Tuileries, statues, Venus, Aeneas, and Anchises in his arms, Nilus, many more. The walks not open to mean persons. Chairs at night hired for 2 sous apiece. Pont tournant, footnote. Before the Revolution, the passage from the garden of the Tuileries into the Place Louis XV was over a pont tournant, Croker, end of footnote. Austin nuns, great. Mrs. Fermor, abbess, footnote. The niece of Arabella Fermor, the Belinda of the Rape of the Lock. Johnson thus mentions this lady, Works, Volume 8, page 246. At Paris a few years ago, a niece of Mrs. Fermor, who presided in an English convent, mentioned Pope's works with very little gratitude, rather as an insult than an honour. She is no doubt the Lady Abbess mentioned post, March the 15th, 1776. She told Mrs. Piozzi in 1784 that she believed there was but little comfort to be found in a house that harboured poets, for that she remembered Mr. Pope's praise made her aunt very troublesome and conceited, while his numberless caprices would have employed 10 servants to wait on him. Piozzi's Journey, end of footnote. She knew Pope and thought him disagreeable. Mrs. Blank has many books. Footnote. Mrs. Thrale wrote on September the 18th, 1777, "When Mr. Thrale dismisses me, I am to take refuge among the Austin nuns, and study Virgil with dear Miss Canning." Piozzi Letters, end of footnote. Has seen life. Their frontlet disagreeable, their hood. Their life easy. Rise about 5, hour and a half in chapel, dine at 10, another hour and a half at chapel, half an hour, about 3½ hour more at 7, 4 hours in chapel. A large garden, 13 pensioners, footnote, pensionnaires, pupils who boarded in the convent, end of footnote. Teacher complained. At the boulevards saw nothing, yet was glad to be there. Rope dancing and farce, egg dance. Note, near Paris, whether on weekdays or Sundays, the roads empty. October the 17th, Tuesday. At the Palais Marchand I bought a snuff box, 24 livres, footnote. He brought back a snuff box for Miss Porter, end of footnote. Blank, 6, table book, 15, scissors, 3 pair, 18, 63 livres, equals £2, 12 and 6pence. We heard the lawyers plead. Note, as many killed at Paris as there are days in the year. Chambre de question, footnote, torture chamber, end of footnote. Tournelle, footnote. Au Parlement de Paris, la chambre chargée des affaires criminelles, Ytré, end of footnote. At the Palais Marchand, an old venerable building. The Palais Bourbon, belonging to the Prince of Condé, only one small wing shown, lofty, splendid, gold and glass. The battles of the Great Condé are painted in one of the rooms. The present prince a grandsire at 39. Footnote: the grandson was the Duke d'Enghien, who was put to death by Napoleon Bonaparte in 1804. End of footnote. The sight of palaces and other great buildings leaves no very distinct images, unless to those who talk of them. As I entered, my wife was in my mind. She would have been pleased. Footnote: his tender affection for his departed wife, of which there are many evidences in his prayers and meditations, appears very feelingly in this passage. Boswell. On many occasions I think what she, in square brackets his wife, would have said or done. When I saw the sea at Brighthelmston, I wished for her to have seen it with me. Prayers and Meditations. End of footnote. Having now nobody to please, I am little pleased. Note: in France there is no middle rank. So many shops open that Sunday is very little distinguished at Paris. The palaces of Louvre and Tuileries granted out in lodgings. In the Palais de Bourbon, gilt globes of metal at the fireplace. The French beds commended. Much of the marble only paste. The Colosseum is a mere wooden building, at least much of it. October the 18th, Wednesday, we went to Fontainebleau, which we found a large mean town, crowded with people. The forest thick with woods, very extensive. Minucci secured us lodgings. The appearance of the country pleasant. No hills, few streams, only one hedge. I remember no chapels nor crosses on the road. Pavement still, and rows of trees. Note: nobody but mean people walk in Paris. Footnote: Dr. Moore travels in France, says that in Paris those who cannot afford carriages skulk behind pillars or run into shops to avoid being crushed by the coaches, which are driven as near the wall as the coachman pleases. Only on the Pont Neuf and the Pont Royal, and the quays between them, were there, he adds, footways. End of footnote. October the 19th, Thursday. At court we saw the apartments, the king's bedchamber and council chamber extremely splendid. Persons of all ranks in the external rooms through which the family passes, servants and masters. Brunet with us the second time. The introductor came to us, civil to me, presenting. I had scruples, not necessary. We went and saw the king, footnote Louis XVI, end of footnote, and Queen at dinner. We saw the other ladies at dinner, Madame Elizabeth, footnote the king's sister, who was guillotined in the Reign of Terror, end of footnote, and the Princess of Guémené. At night we went to a comedy. I neither saw nor heard. Drunken Women. Mrs. Thrale preferred one to the other. October the 20th, Friday. We saw the Queen mount in the forest brown habit, rode aside. One lady rode aside. The Queen's horse light grey, martingale. She galloped. We went then to the apartments and admired them, then wandered through the palace. In the passages, stalls and shops. Painting in fresco by a great master, worn out. We saw the king's horses and dogs, the dogs almost all English, degenerate.
the horses not much commended, the stables cool, the kennel filthy. At night the ladies went to the opera. I refused, but should have been welcome. The king fed himself with his left hand, as we. Saturday the 21st. In the night I got grand. We came home to Paris. I think we did not see the chapel. Tree broken by the wind. The French chairs made all of boards painted. Note, soldiers at the Court of Justice. Soldiers not amenable to the magistrates. Dijon woman. Faggots in the palace. Everything slovenly, except in the chief rooms. Trees in the roads. Some tall, none old, many very young and small. Women's saddles seem ill-made. Queen's bridle woven with silver. Tags to strike the horse. Sunday, October the 22nd, to Versailles, a mean town. Footnote: when at Versailles, the people showed us the theatre. As we stood on the stage, looking at some machinery for playhouse purposes, "Now we are here, what shall we act, Mr. Johnson? The Englishman in Paris?" "No, no," replied he, "we will try to act Harry the Fifth." Piozzi's Anecdotes. The Englishman in Paris is a comedy by Foote. End of footnote. Carriages of business passing. Mean shops against the wall. Our way lay through Sèvres, where the china manufacture. Wooden bridge at Sèvres in the way to Versailles. The palace of great extent, the front long. I saw it not perfectly. The menagerie, cygnets dark, their black feet, on the ground tame, halcyons or gulls. Stag and hind young. Aviary very large. The net wire. Black stag of China small. Rhinoceros, the horn broken and pared away, which I suppose will grow. The basis, I think, 4 inches cross. The skin folds like loose cloth doubled over his body and across his hips. A vast animal, though young, as big perhaps as 4 oxen. The young elephant with his tusks just appearing. The brown bear put out his paws, all very tame. The lion, the tigers I did not well view. The camel or dromedary with 2 bunches, called the huguin. Footnote: this epithet should be applied to this animal with 1 bunch. Boswell. End of footnote. Taller than any horse. 2 camels with 1 bunch. Among the birds was a pelican, who, being let out, went to a fountain and swam about to catch fish. His feet well webbed. He dipped his head and turned his long bill sideways. He caught 2 or 3 fish, but did not eat them. Trianon is a kind of retreat appendant to Versailles. It has an open portico. The pavement, and I think the pillars, of marble. There are many rooms which I do not distinctly remember. A table of porphyry about 5 feet long and between 2 and 3 broad, given to Louis XIV by the Venetian state. In the council room, almost all that was not door or window was, I think, looking glass. Little Trianon is a small palace like a gentleman's house. The upper floor paved with brick. Little Vienne. The court is ill paved. The rooms at the top are small, fit to soothe the imagination with privacy. In the front of Versailles are small basins of water on the terrace, and other basins, I think, below them. There are little courts. The great gallery is wainscoted with mirrors, not very large, but joined by frames. I suppose the large plates were not yet made. The playhouse was very large. The chapel I do not remember if we saw. We saw one chapel, but I am not certain whether there or at Trianon. The Foreign Office paved with bricks. The dinner half a louis each, and I think a louis over. Money given at Menagerie 3 livres, at Palace 6 livres. October the 23rd, Monday. Last night I wrote to Levitt. We went to see the looking glasses wrought. They come from Normandy in cast plates, perhaps the third of an inch thick. At Paris they are ground upon a marble table by rubbing one plate upon another with grit between them. The various sands, of which there are said to be 5, I could not learn. The handle by which the upper glass is moved has the form of a wheel, which may be moved in all directions. The plates are sent up with their surfaces ground but not polished, and so continue till they are bespoken, lest time should spoil the surface, as we were told. Those that are to be polished are laid on a table, covered with several thick cloths, hard strained, that the resistance may be equal. They are then rubbed with a hand rubber, held down hard by a contrivance which I did not well understand. The powder which is used last seemed to me to be iron dissolved in aqua fortis. They called it, as Baretti said, marque de l'eau forte, which he thought was dregs. They mentioned vitriol and saltpetre. The cannon balls swam in the quicksilver. To silver them, a leaf of beaten tin is laid and rubbed with quicksilver, to which it unites. Then more quicksilver is poured upon it, which, by its mutual (attraction), rises very high. Then a paper is laid at the nearest end of the plate, over which the glass is slided till it lies upon the plate, having driven much of the quicksilver before it. It is then, I think, pressed upon clocks, and then set sloping to drop the superfluous mercury. The slope is daily heightened towards a perpendicular. In the way I saw the Grève, the mayor's house, and the Bastille. We then went to Santerre, a brewer. Footnote: he who commanded the troops at the execution of Louis XVI. End of footnote. He brews with about as much malt as Mr. Thrale, and sells his beer at the same price, though he pays no duty for malt, and little more than half as much for beer. Beer is sold retail at 6d. a bottle. He brews 4,000 barrels a year. There are 17 brewers in Paris, of whom none is supposed to brew more than he. Reckoning them at 3,000 each, they make 51,000 a year. They make their malt, for malting is here no trade. The moat of the Bastille is dry. October the 24th, Tuesday. We visited the King's Library. I saw the Speculum Humanae Salvationis, rudely printed, with ink sometimes pale, sometimes black. Part supposed to be with wooden types, and part with pages cut on boards. The Bible, supposed to be older than that of Mentz in 62, footnote 1462, end of footnote. It has no date. It is supposed to have been printed with wooden types. I am in doubt. The print is large and fair in 2 folios. Another book was shown me supposed to have been printed with wooden types, I think Durandis Sanctuarium in 58. Footnote: I cannot learn of any book of this name. Perhaps Johnson saw Durandi Rationale Officiorum Divinorum, which was printed in 1459, 1 year later than Johnson mentions. A copy of this he had seen at Blenheim in 1774. His Journey into North Wales, September the 22nd, end of footnote. This is inferred from the difference of form sometimes seen in the same letter, which might be struck with different puncheons. The regular similitude of most letters proves better that they are metal. I saw nothing but the speculum, which I had not seen, I think, before. Thence to the Sorbonne, the library very large, not in lattices like the King's. Marbonne and Durandi, quarto collection, 14 volumes. Scriptores de rebus Gallicis, many folios. Histoire généalogique of France, 9 volumes. Gallia Christiana, the first edition, quarto, the last folio, 12 volumes. The prior and librarian dined, in square brackets, with us. I waited on them home. Their garden pretty, with covered walks, but small, yet may hold many students. The doctors of the Sorbonne are all equal. Choose those who succeed to vacancies. Profit little. October the 25th, Wednesday. I went with the prior to St. Cloud to see Dr. Hook. We walked round the palace and had some talk. I dined with our whole company at the monastery. In the library, Berwald, Simon, Titus from Boccace, Oratio Proverbialis to the Virgin from Petrarch, Falkland to Sands, Dryden's preface to the 3rd volume of Miscellanies. Footnote: he means, I suppose, that he read these different pieces while he remained in the library. Boswell, end of footnote. October the 26th, Thursday. We saw the china at Sèvres, cut, glazed, painted. Bellevue, a pleasing house, not great, fine prospect. Meudon, an old palace. Alexander in porphyry, hollow between eyes and nose, thin cheeks. Plato and Aristotle. Noble terrace overlooks the town. St. Cloud, gallery not very high nor grand, but pleasing. In the rooms, Michelangelo drawn by himself, Sir Thomas More, Descartes, Bochart, Nordacus, Mazarin. Gilded wainscot so common that it is not minded. Gough and Keane. Hook came to us at the inn, a message from Drumgold. October the 27th, Friday, I stayed at home. Gough and Keane and Mrs. S. 's friend dined with us. This day we began to have a fire. The weather is grown very cold, and I fear has a bad effect upon my breath, which has grown much more free and easy in this country. Saturday, October the 28th, I visited the Grand Chartreux built by St. Louis. It is built for 40, but contains only 24, and will not maintain more. The friar that spoke to us had a pretty apartment. Footnote: Johnson, in his dictionary, defines apartment as a room, a set of rooms. End of footnote. Mr. Baretti says 4 rooms. I remember but 3. His books seemed to be French. His garden was neat. He gave me grapes. We saw the Place de Victoire with the statues of the King and the captive nations. We saw the palace and gardens of Luxembourg, but the gallery was shut. We climbed to the top stairs. I dined with Colebrook, who had much company: Foote, Sir George Rodney, Moteur, Hudson, Tafe. Called on the prior and found him in bed. Hotel, a guinea a day. Coach, 3 guineas a week. Valet de place, footnote. Smollett travels, writes of these temporary servants: you cannot conceive with what eagerness and dexterity these rascally valets exert themselves in pillaging strangers. There is always one ready in waiting on your arrival,
who begins by assisting your own servant to unload your baggage, and interests himself in your own affairs with such artful officiousness that you will find it difficult to shake him off. 3 livres a day. Livre, francs, we should now say. Avant-coureur, a guinea a week. Ordinary dinner, 6 livres a head. Our ordinary seems to be about 5 guineas a day. Our extraordinary expenses, as diversions, gratuities, clothes, I cannot reckon. Our travelling is 10 guineas a day. White stockings, 18 livres. Wig, hat. Sunday, October the 29th, we saw the boarding school, the Enfants Trouvés. Footnote. It was here that Rousseau got rid of his children. Je savais que l'éducation pour eux la moins périlleuse était celle des enfants trouvés. Je les ai mis. Les Réveillés, 9e promenade. End of footnote. A room with about 86 children in cradles, as sweet as a parlour. They lose a third. Footnote. Dr. Franklin in 1785 wrote, I am credibly informed that 9/10 of them die there pretty soon. Memoirs. Lord Kames, Sketches of the History of Man, says, the Paris Almanac for the year 1768 mentions that there were baptized 18,576 infants, of whom the Foundling Hospital received 6,025. End of footnote. Take in to perhaps more than 7, in square brackets, years old, put them to trades, pin to them the papers sent with them, want nurses, saw their chapel, went to St. Eustatia, saw an innumerable company of girls catechised in many bodies, perhaps 100 to a catechist, boys taught at one time, girls at another. The sermon. The preacher wears a cap which he takes off at the name. His action uniform, not very violent. October the 30th, Monday. We saw the library of Saint-Germain, footnote, Saint-Germain-des-Prés, better known as the prison of the Abbé, end of footnote. A very noble collection, Codex Divinorum Officiorum, 1459, a letter square, like that of the officers, perhaps the same, the Codex by Fust und Gersheim. Mercius, 12 volumes folio, Amadis, in French, 3 volumes folio, Catholicon sine colophone, but of 1460, 2 other editions, one by Augustin, De Civitate Dei, without name, date, or place, but of Fürst's square letter, as it seems. Footnote. I have looked in vain into Debure, Meermann, Mater, and other typographical books, for the 2 editions of the Catholicon which Dr. Johnson mentions here, with names which I cannot make out. I read one by Latinius, one by Boedinus. I have deposited the original manuscript in the British Museum, where the curious may see it. My grateful acknowledgments are due to Mr. Planter for the trouble he was pleased to take in aiding my researches. Boswell. A Mr. Planter is mentioned in Madame D'Arblay's diary, end of footnote. I dined with Colonel Drumgold, had a pleasing afternoon. Some of the books of Saint-Germain stand in presses from the wall, like those at Oxford. October the 31st, Tuesday. I lived at the Benedictines. Meagre day, soup meagre, herrings, eels, both with sauce, fried fish, lentils, tasteless in themselves. In the library, where I found Maffeus's De Historianum Indica Promontorium Flectere, to double the Cape. I parted very tenderly from the Prior and Friar Wilkes. Footnote. Friar Wilkes visited Johnson in May 1776, Piozzi Letters. On September the 18th, 1777, Mrs. Thrale wrote to Johnson, "I have got some news that will please you now. Here is an agreeable friend come from Paris, whom you were very fond of when we were there, the Prior of our English Benedictine convent, Mr. Carley. He inquires much for you, and says Wilkes is very well, number 45, as they call him in the convent. A cell is always kept ready for your use, he tells me." Ibid. End of footnote. Maître des Arts 2 years, Bac Theol 3 years, Licentiate 2 years, Doctor Theology 2 years, in all 9 years. For the doctorate, 3 disputations, major, minor, Sorbonica. Several colleges suppressed and transferred to that which was the Jesuits' College. November the 1st, Wednesday, we left Paris. Saint-Denis, a large town. The church not very large, but the middle aisle is very lofty and awful. On the left are chapels built beyond the line of the wall, which destroy the symmetry of the sides. The organ is higher above the pavement than any I have ever seen. The gates are of brass. On the middle gate is the history of our Lord. The painted windows are historical and said to be eminently beautiful. We were at another church belonging to a convent, of which the portal is a dome. We could not enter further, and it was almost dark. November the 2nd, Thursday, we came this day to Chantilly, a seat belonging to the Prince of Condé. This place is eminently beautified by all varieties of waters, starting up in fountains, falling in cascades, running in streams, and spread in lakes. The water seems to be too near the house. All this water is brought from a source or river 3 leagues off, by an artificial canal, which for 1 league is carried underground. The house is magnificent. The cabinet seems well stocked. What I remember was the jaws of a hippopotamus, and a young hippopotamus preserved, which, however, is so small that I doubt its reality. It seems too hairy for an abortion, and too small for a mature birth. Nothing was in spirits, or was dry. The dog, the deer, the ant bear with long snout, the toucan long broad beak. The stables were of very great length. The kennel had no sense. There was a mockery of a village. The menagerie had few animals. Footnote, the writing is so bad here that the names of several of the animals could not be deciphered without much more acquaintance with natural history than I possess. Dr. Blagden, with his usual politeness, most obligingly examined the manuscript. To that gentleman, and to Dr. Gray of the British Museum, who also very readily assisted me, I beg leave to express my best thanks. Boswell. End of footnote. 2 false or Brazilian weasels, spotted, very wild. Footnote. It is thus written by Johnson, from the French pronunciation of Fossan. It should be observed that the person who showed this menagerie was mistaken in supposing the Fossan and the Brazilian weasel to be the same, the Fossan being a different animal and a native of Madagascar. I find them, however, upon one plate in Pennant's Synopsis of Quadrupeds. Boswell. End of footnote. There is a forest, and I think a park. I walked till I was very weary, and next morning felt my feet battered, and with pains in the toes. November the 3rd, Friday, we came to Compiègne, a very large town, with a royal palace built round a pentagonal court. The court is raised upon vaults, and has, I suppose, an entry on one side by a gentle rise. Talk of painting. Footnote: how little Johnson relished this talk is shown by his letter to Mrs. Thrale of May 1, 1780, and by her answer. He wrote: "The exhibition, how will you do, either to see or not to see? The exhibition is eminently splendid. There is contour and keeping and grace and expression and all the varieties of artificial excellence." Piozzi Letters. She answered: "When did I ever plague about contour and grace and expression? I have dreaded them all three since that hapless day at Compiègne, when you teased me so." Ibid. End of footnote. The church is not very large, but very elegant and splendid. I had at first great difficulty to walk, but motion grew continually easier. At night we came to Noyon, an episcopal city. The cathedral is very beautiful, the pillars alternately Gothic and Corinthian. We entered a very noble parochial church. Noyon is walled, and is said to be 3 miles round. November 4th, Saturday. We rose very early, and came through St. Quentin to Cambray not long after 3. We went to an English nunnery to give a letter to Father Welch, the confessor, who came to visit us in the evening. November 5th, Sunday, we saw the cathedral. It is very beautiful, with chapels on each side, the choir splendid, the balustrade in one part brass, the nef, footnote, nef, Old French from nave, the body of a church, Johnson's Dictionary, and footnote, very high and grand. The altar silver as far as it is seen, the vestments very splendid. At the Benedictines' church. Here his journal ends abruptly. Footnote: my worthy and ingenious friend, Mr. Andrew Lumsden, by his accurate acquaintance with France, enabled me to make out many proper names which Dr. Johnson had written indistinctly, and sometimes spelt erroneously. Boswell. Lumsden is mentioned in Boswell's Hebrides, September 13th. End of footnote. End of section 54. Section 55 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Whether he wrote any more after this time I know not, but probably not much, as he arrived in England about the 12th of November. These short notes of his tour, though they may seem minute taken singly, make together a considerable mass of information, and exhibit such an ardour of inquiry and acuteness of examination as I believe are found in but few travellers, especially at an advanced age. They completely refute the idle notion which has been propagated that he could not see. Footnote: Baretti, in a marginal note on Piozzi Letters, says that Johnson saw next to nothing of Paris. On page 159 he adds, he noticed the country so little that he scarcely spoke of it ever after. He shows, however, his ignorance of Johnson's doings by saying that in France he never touched a pen. End of footnote. And if he had taken the trouble to revise and digest them, he undoubtedly could have expanded them into a very entertaining narrative. When I met him in London the following year, the account which he gave me of his French tour was, "Sir, I have seen all the visibilities of Paris and around it, but to have formed an acquaintance with the people there would have required more time than I could stay. I was just beginning to creep into acquaintance." Footnote: Hume's reception in 1763 was very different. He wrote to Adam Smith, "I have been 3 days at Paris and 2 at Fontainebleau, and have everywhere met with the most extraordinary honours which the most exorbitant vanity could wish or desire." The Dauphin's 3 children, afterwards Louis XVI., Louis XVIII., and Charles X., had each to make a set speech of congratulation. He was the favourite of the most exclusive coteries. J. H. Burton's Hume. But at that date, sceptical philosophy was the rage. End of footnote. I was just beginning to creep into acquaintance by means of Colonel Drumgold, a very high man, sir, head of l'École Militaire, a most complete character, for he had first been a professor of rhetoric, and then became a soldier. And, sir, I was very kindly treated by the English Benedictines, and have a cell appropriated to me in their convent. He observed, "The great in France live very magnificently, but the rest very miserably. There is no happy middle state, as in England." Footnote. Horace Walpole wrote from Paris in 1771, "The distress here is incredible, especially at court. The middling and common people are not much richer than Job, when he had lost everything but his patience." Rousseau wrote of the French in 1777, "Cette nation qui se prétend si gaie montre peu cette gaieté dans ses jeux. Souvent je l'ai déjà dit aux guinguettes pour y voir danser le menu peuple. Mais cette danse était si maussade, son maintien si dolent, si gauche, que j'en sortais plutôt contristé que réjoui." Les Rêveries, 9e Promenade. Baretti, Journey to Genoa, denies that the French are entitled to the appellation of cheerful. "Provence," he says, Ibid, "is the only province in which you see with some sort of frequency the rustic assemblies roused up to cheerfulness by the fifre and the tambourin." Mrs. Piozzi describes the absence of the happy middle state abroad. "As soon as Dover is left behind, every man seems to belong to some other man, and no man to himself." Piozzi's Journey. Voltaire, in his review of Julia Mandeville, says, "Pour peu qu'un roman, une tragédie, une comédie ait du succès à Londres, on en fait 3 et 4 éditions en peu de mois. C'est que l'État mitoyen est plus riche et plus instruit en Angleterre qu'en France," etc. But Barry, the painter, in 1766, described to Burke, "the crowds of busy, contented people, which cover, as one may say, the whole face of the country." But he was an Irishman, comparing France with Ireland. "They make a strong but melancholy contrast to a miserable blank, which I cannot help thinking of sometimes. You will not be at any loss to know that I mean Ireland." Hume, says Dr. J. H. Burton, in his Essay on the Parties of Great Britain, published in 1741, alludes to the absence of a middle class in Scotland, where he says that there are only 2 ranks of men, gentlemen who have some fortune and education, and the meanest starving poor, without any considerable number of the middling rank of men, which abounds more in England, both in cities and in the country, than in any other quarter of the world. Life of Hume. I do not find this passage in the edition of Hume's Essays of 1770. End of footnote. "The shops of Paris are mean. The meat in the markets is such as would be sent to a jail in England." Footnote. Yet Smollett wrote in 1763, "All manner of butchers' meat and poultry are extremely good in Paris, The beef is excellent." He adds, "I can by no means relish their cookery." Smollett's Travels. Horace Walpole, in 1765, wrote from Amiens on his way to Paris, "I am almost famished for want of clean victuals and comfortable tea and bread and butter." Letters. Goldsmith, in 1770, wrote from Paris, "As for the meat of this country, I can scarce eat it, and though we pay 2 good shillings an ed for our dinner, I find it all so tough that I have spent less time with my knife than my pick tooth." Forster's Goldsmith. End of footnote. And Mr. Thrale justly observed that the cookery of the French was forced on them by necessity, for they could not eat their meat unless they added some taste to it. "The French are an indelicate people. They will spit upon any place." Footnote. Walpole calls Paris "the ugliest, beastliest town in the universe," and describes the indelicacy of the talk of the women of the first rank. Letters. End of footnote. At Madame Blanc's, footnote, Madame de Bocage, according to Miss Reynolds, whose authority was Baretti, Croker's Boswell. End of footnote, a literary lady of rank, the footman took the sugar in his fingers and threw it into my coffee. Footnote. In Edinburgh, Johnson threw a glass of lemonade out of the window because the waiter had put sugar into it with his greasy fingers. Boswell's Hebrides, August 14th. End of footnote. I was going to put it aside, but hearing it was made on purpose for me, I e'en tasted Tom's fingers. The same lady would needs make tea à l'anglaise. The spout of the teapot did not pour freely. She bade the footman blow into it. Footnote. Mrs. Thrale wrote to Johnson in 1782, "When we were in France, we could form little judgment, in square brackets, of the spread of refinement, as our time was passed chiefly among English. Yet I recollect that one fine lady, who entertained us very splendidly, put her mouth to the teapot, and blew in the spout when it did not pour freely." Piozzi Letters. End of footnote. France is worse than Scotland in everything but climate. Nature has done more for the French, but they have done less for themselves than the Scotch have done. It happened that Foote was at Paris at the same time with Dr. Johnson, and his description of my friend while there was abundantly ludicrous. He told me that the French were quite astonished at his figure and manner, and at his dress, which he obstinately continued exactly as in London, his brown clothes, black stockings, and plain shirt. Footnote. That he did not continue exactly as in London is stated by Boswell himself. He was furnished with a Paris-made wig of handsome construction, post April 28, 1778. His journal shows that he bought articles of dress. Hawkins' Life, page 517, says that he yielded to the remonstrances of his friends so far as to dress in a suit of black and a bourgeois wig, but resisted their importunity to wear ruffles. By a note in his diary it appears that he laid out near £30 in clothes for this journey. A story told by Foote we may believe as little as we please. Foote is quite impartial, said Johnson, for he tells lies of everybody. End of footnote. He mentioned that an Irish gentleman said to Johnson, "Sir, you have not seen the best French players." Johnson, "Players, sir? I look on them as no better than creatures set upon tables and joint stools to make faces and produce laughter, like dancing dogs. But, sir, you will allow that some players are better than others." Johnson, "Yes, sir, some dogs dance better than others."
While Johnson was in France, he was generally very resolute in speaking Latin. It was a maxim with him that a man should not let himself down by speaking a language which he speaks imperfectly. Indeed, we must have often observed how inferior and how much like a child a man appears who speaks a broken tongue. When Sir Joshua Reynolds, at one of the dinners of the Royal Academy, presented him to a Frenchman of great distinction, he would not deign to speak French, but talked Latin, though his Excellency did not understand it, owing perhaps to Johnson's English pronunciation. Footnote: if Johnson's Latin was understood by foreigners in France, but not in England, the explanation may be found in his Life of Milton, Works, Volume 7, page 99, where he says, "He who travels, if he speaks Latin, may so soon learn the sounds which every native gives it, that he need make no provision before his journey, and if strangers visit us, it is their business to practice such conformity to our modes as they expect from us in their own countries." Johnson was so sturdy an Englishman that, likely enough, as he was in London, he would not alter his pronunciation to suit his Excellency's ear. In Priestley's Works, a conversation is reported in which Dr. Johnson argued for the Italian method of pronouncing Latin. End of footnote. Yet upon another occasion he was observed to speak French to a Frenchman of high rank who spoke English, and being asked the reason, with some expression of surprise, he answered, "Because I think my French is as good as his English." Though Johnson understood French perfectly, he could not speak it readily, as I have observed at his first interview with General Paoli in 1769. Yet he wrote it, I imagine, pretty well, as appears from some of his letters in Mrs. Piozzi's collection, of which I shall transcribe one. A Madame la Comtesse de Blanc. Footnote: as Madame de Boufflers is mentioned in the next paragraph, Boswell no doubt wishes to show that the letter was addressed to her. She was the mistress of the Prince of Conti. She understood English, and was a correspondent of Hume. There was also a Marquise de Boufflers, mistress of old King Stanislaus. End of footnote. July the 16th, 1775. Footnote: in the Piozzi letters, this letter is dated May the 16th, 1771. In Boswell's first and second editions, July the 16th, 1771. In the third edition, July the 16th, 1775. In May 1771, Johnson, so far as there is anything to show, was in London. On July the 16th, both in 1771 and 1775, he was at Ashbourne. One of Hume's letters, dated April the 17th, 1775, shows that Madame de Boufflers was at that time speaking of coming to England. End of footnote. Oui, madame, le moment est arrivé, et il faut que je parte. Et pourquoi faut-il partir? Est-ce que je m'ennuie? Je m'ennuierai ailleurs. Est-ce que je cherche ou quelque plaisir ou quelque soulagement? Je ne cherche rien, je n'espère rien. Allez voir ce que j'ai vu, être un peu rejoué, un peu dégoûté, me ressouvenir que la vie se passe en vain, me plaindre de moi, m'endurcir au dehors. Voici le tout de ce qu'on compte pour les délices de l'année. Que Dieu vous donne, madame, tous les agréments de la vie, avec un esprit qui peut en jouir, sans s'y livrer trop. Here let me not forget a curious anecdote as related to me by Mr. Beauclerk, which I shall endeavour to exhibit as well as I can in that gentleman's lively manner. And in justice to him, it is proper to add that Dr. Johnson told me I might rely both on the correctness of his memory and the fidelity of his narrative.
When Madame de Boufflers was first in England, said Beauclerk, she was desirous to see Johnson. Footnote: Madame de Boufflers was in England in the summer of 1763. Jessie Selwyn. End of footnote. I accordingly went with her to his chambers in the Temple, where she was entertained with his conversation for some time. When our visit was over, she and I left him, and were got into Inner Temple Lane, when all at once I heard a noise like thunder. This was occasioned by Johnson, who, it seems, upon a little recollection, had taken it into his head that he ought to have done the honours of his literary residence to a foreign lady of quality, and, eager to show himself a man of gallantry, was hurrying down the staircase in violent agitation. He overtook us before we reached the Temple gate, and, rushing in between me and Madame de Boufflers, seized her hand and conducted her to her coach. His dress was a rusty brown morning suit, a pair of old shoes by way of slippers, a little shrivelled wig sticking on the top of his head, and the sleeves of his shirt and the knees of his breeches hanging loose. A considerable crowd of people gathered round, and were not a little struck by this singular appearance. He spoke Latin with wonderful fluency and elegance. When Père Boscovich, footnote, Boscovich, a learned Jesuit, was born at Ragusa in 1711, and died in 1787. He visited London in 1760, and was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society. Chalmers' Biographical Dictionary. End of footnote. When Père Boscovich was in England, Johnson dined in company with him at Sir Joshua Reynolds's and at Dr. Douglas's, now Bishop of Salisbury. Upon both occasions that celebrated foreigner expressed his astonishment at Johnson's Latin conversation. When at Paris, Johnson thus characterized Voltaire to Fréron, the journalist: "Vir est academi ingenii et paucarum literarum." End of section 55. Section 56 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To Dr. Samuel Johnson, Edinburgh, December the 5th, 1775. My dear Sir, Mr. Alexander Maclean, the young Laird of Cole, being to set out tomorrow for London, I give him this letter to introduce him to your acquaintance. The kindness which you and I experienced from his brother, whose unfortunate death we sincerely lament, will make us always desirous to show attention to any branch of the family. Indeed, you have so much of the true Highland cordiality, that I am sure you would have thought me to blame if I had neglected to recommend to you this Hebridean prince, in whose island we were hospitably entertained. I am ever, with respectful attachment, my dear Sir, your most obliged and most humble servant, James Boswell. Mr. Maclean returned with the most agreeable accounts of the polite attention with which he was received by Dr. Johnson. In the course of this year, Dr. Burney informs me that he very frequently met Dr. Johnson at Mr. Thrale's at Streatham, where they had many long conversations, often sitting up as long as the fire and candles lasted, and much longer than the patience of the servants subsisted. Footnote: 4 years later, Johnson thus spoke to Miss Burney of her father: "I love Burney. My heart goes out to meet him." "He is not ungrateful, sir," cried I, "for most heartily does he love you." "Does he, madam? I am surprised at that." "Why, sir? Why should you have doubted it?" "Because, madam, Dr. Burney is a man for all the world to love. It is but natural to love him." I could have almost cried with delight at this cordial, unlaboured éloge. Madame D'Arblay's diary, end of footnote. A few of Johnson's sayings, which that gentleman recollects, shall here be inserted. I never take a nap after dinner, but when I've had a bad night, and then the nap takes me. The writer of an epitaph should not be considered as saying nothing but what is strictly true. Allowance must be made for some degree of exaggerated praise. In lapidary inscriptions, a man is not upon oath. Footnote: though a sepulchral inscription is professedly a panegyric, and therefore not confined to historical impartiality, yet it ought always to be written with regard to truth. No man ought to be commended for virtues which he never possessed, but whoever is curious to know his faults must inquire after them in other places. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, page 265, end of footnote. There is now less flogging in our great schools than formerly, but then less is learned there, so that what the boys get at one end they lose at the other. More is learned in public than in private schools, from emulation. There is a collision of mind with mind, or the radiation of many minds pointing to one centre. Though few boys make their own exercises, yet if a good exercise is given up, out of a great number of boys it is made by somebody. I hate byroads in education. Education is as well known, and has long been as well known, as ever it can be. Footnote: Johnson's Dick Wormwood in The Idler, No. 83, a man whose sole delight is to find everything wrong, triumphs when he talks on the present system of education, and tells us with great vehemence that we are learning words when we should learn things. In the Life of Milton, Works, Volume 7, page 75, Johnson writes, it is told that in the art of education Milton performed wonders, and a formidable list is given of the authors, Greek and Latin, that were read in Aldersgate Street by youth between 10 and 15 or 16 years of age. Those who tell or receive these stories should consider that nobody can be taught faster than he can learn. The speed of the horseman must be limited by the power of the horse. He advised Boswell not to refine in the education of his children. You must do as other people do. Yet in his Life of Barratier, Works, Volume 6, page 380, he says, the first languages which he learnt were the French, German, and Latin, which he was taught not in the common way, by a multitude of definitions, rules, and exceptions, which fatigue the attention and burden the memory, without any use proportionate to the time which they require and the disgust which they create. The method by which he was instructed was easy and expeditious, and therefore pleasing. He learnt them all in the same manner and almost at the same time, by conversing in them indifferently with his father. End of footnote. Endeavouring to make children prematurely wise is useless labour. Suppose they have more knowledge at 5 or 6 years old than other children, what use can be made of it? It will be lost before it is wanted, and the waste of so much time and labour of the teacher can never be repaid. Too much is expected from precocity, and too little performed. Miss Blank, footnote, Miss Aiken, better known as Mrs. Barbauld. Johnson uses Presbyterian where we should use Unitarian. The Unitarians of the present day, in square brackets 1843, are the representatives of that branch of the early nonconformists who received the denomination of Presbyterians, and they are still known by that name, Penny Cyclopedia, end of footnote. Miss Blank was an instance of early cultivation, but in what did it terminate? In marrying a little Presbyterian parson who keeps an infant boarding school, so that all her employment now is to suckle fools and chronicle small beer. Footnote Othello, Act 2, Scene 1, end of footnote. She tells the children, "This is a cat, and that is a dog, with 4 legs and a tail. See them? You are much better than a cat or a dog, for you can speak." Footnote. He quotes Barbauld's Lessons for Children. Mrs. Piozzi anecdotes, speaking of books for children, says, "Mrs. Barbauld had his best praise. No man was more struck than Mr. Johnson with voluntary descent from possible splendour to painful duty." Mrs. Piozzi alludes to Johnson's praise of Dr. Watts. "Every man acquainted with the common principles of human action will look with veneration on the writer, who was at one time combating Locke, and at another making a catechism for children in their 4th year. A voluntary descent from the dignity of science is perhaps the hardest lesson that humility can teach." Works, Volume 8, page 384. He praised Milton also, who, when writing Paradise Lost, could condescend from his elevation to rescue children from the perplexity of grammatical confusion and the trouble of lessons unnecessarily repeated. Ibid, Volume 7, page 99. Mrs. Barbauld did what Swift said Gay had shown could be done. One may write things to a child without being childish. Swift's Works. In her advertisement she says, "The task is humble, but not mean. To plant the first idea in a human mind can be no dishonour to any hand." "Ethics or morality," wrote Johnson, "is one of the studies which ought to begin with the first glimpse of reason, and only end with life itself." Works, Volume 5, page 243. This might have been the motto of her book. As the advertisement was not published till 1778, it is possible that Johnson's criticism had reached her, and that it was meant as an answer. Among her pupils were William Taylor of Norwich, Sir William Gell, and the first Lord Denman. Mrs. Barbauld bore Johnson no ill will. In her 1811 she describes some future pilgrims from the Blue Mountains or Ontario's Lake, coming to view London's faded glories. "With throbbing bosoms shall the wanderers tread the hallowed mansions of the silent dead, shall enter the long aisle and vaulted dome, where genius and where valour find a home, bend at each antique shrine, and frequent turn to clasp with fond delight some sculptured urn, the ponderous mass of Johnson's form to greet, or breathe the prayer at Howard's sainted feet." End of footnote. If I had bestowed such an education on a daughter, and had discovered that she thought of marrying such a fellow, I would have sent her to the Congress. After having talked slightingly of music, he was observed to listen very attentively while Miss Thrale played on the harpsichord, and with eagerness he called to her, "Why don't you dash away like Burney?" Dr. Burney upon this said to him, "I believe, sir, we shall make a musician of you at last." Johnson, with candid complacency, replied, "Sir, I shall be glad to have a new sense given to me." Footnote: according to Madame D'Arblay, he said, "Sir, I shall be very glad to have a new sense put into me." He had been wont to speak slightingly of music and musicians. The first symptom that he showed of a tendency to conversion was upon hearing the following read aloud from the preface to Dr. Burney's History of Music, while it was yet in manuscript. "The love of lengthened tones and modulated sounds seems a passion implanted in human nature throughout the globe, as we hear of no people, however wild and savage in other particulars, who have not music of some kind or other with which they seem greatly delighted." "Sir," cried Dr. Johnson, after a little pause, "this assertion, I believe, may be right." And then, see-sawing a minute or two in his chair, he forcibly added, "All animated nature loves music, except myself." Dr. Burney's Memoirs. Hawkins' Life, page 319, says that Johnson said of music, "It excites in my mind no ideas, and hinders me from contemplating my own." I have sometimes thought that music was positive pain to him. Upon his hearing a celebrated performer go through a hard composition, and hearing it remarked that it was very difficult, he said, "I would it had been impossible." Yet he had once bought a flageolet, though he had never made out a tune. "Had I learnt to fiddle," he said, "I should have done nothing else." Post April 7, 1778, and Boswell's Hebrides, October 15, 1773. Not 6 months before his death, he asked Dr. Burney to teach him the scale of music. That he appeared fond of the bagpipe, and used often to stand for some time with his ear close to the great drone, Boswell's Hebrides, October 15, does not tell for much either way. In his Hebrides he shows his pleasure in singing. "After supper," he writes, "the ladies sung Erse songs, to which I listened as an English audience to an Italian opera, delighted with the sound of words which I did not understand." Boswell records, Hebrides, September 28th, that another day a lady pleased him much by singing Erse songs and playing on the guitar. Johnson himself shows that if his ear was dull to music, it was by no means dead to sound. He thus describes a journey by night in the Highlands: "The wind was loud, the rain was heavy, and the whistling of the blast, the fall of the shower, the rush of the cataracts, and the roar of the torrent made a nobler chorus of the rough music of nature than it had ever been my chance to hear before." In 1783, when he was in his 74th year, he said, on hearing the music of a funeral procession, "This is the first time that I have ever been affected by musical sounds." End of footnote. He had come down one morning to the breakfast room, and been a considerable time by himself before anybody appeared. When, on a subsequent day, he was twitted by Mrs. Thrale for being very late, which he generally was, he defended himself by alluding to the extraordinary morning when he had been too early. "Madam, I do not like to come down to vacuity." Dr. Burney having remarked that Mr. Garrick was beginning to look old, he said, "Why, sir, you are not to wonder at that. No man's face has had more wear and tear." Footnote: Malone fathers this witticism on Foote, Prize Malone. Miss Burney in 1778 records that he said, "David, madam, looks much older than he is, for his face has had double the business of any other man's. It is never at rest. When he speaks one minute, he has quite a different countenance to what he assumes the next. I don't believe he ever kept the same look for half an hour together in the whole course of his life, and such an eternal, restless, fatiguing play of the muscles must certainly wear out a man's face before its real time. Madame D'Arblay's Diary. End of footnote. Not having heard from him for a longer time than I supposed he would be silent, I wrote to him on December the 18th, not in good spirits. Sometimes I have been afraid that the cold which has gone over Europe this year like a sort of pestilence has seized you severely. Footnote: on November the 2nd of this year, a proposal was made to Garrick by the proprietors of Covent Garden Theatre that now, in the time of dearth and sickness, they should open their theatres only 5 nights in each week. Garrick Correspondence. End of footnote. Sometimes my imagination, which is upon occasions prolific of evil, hath figured that you may have somehow taken offence at some part of my conduct. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, never dream of any offence. How should you offend me? I consider your friendship as a possession, which I intend to hold till you take it from me, and to lament if ever by my fault I should lose it. However, when such suspicions find their way into your mind, always give them vent. I shall make haste to disperse them, but hinder their first ingress if you can. Consider such thoughts as morbid. Such illness as may excuse my omission to Lord Hailes I cannot honestly plead. I have been hindered, I know not how, by a succession of petty obstructions. I hope to mend immediately, and to send next post to his Lordship. Mr. Thrale would have written to you if I had omitted. He sends his compliments and wishes to see you. You and your lady will now have no more wrangling about feudal inheritance. Footnote: Mrs. Boswell no doubt had disliked his wish to pass over his daughters in entailing the Affleck estate in favour of heirs male, however remote. Johnson, on February 9, 1776, opposing this intention, wrote, I hope I shall get some ground now with Mrs. Boswell. End of footnote. How does the young Laird of Affleck? I suppose Miss Veronica is grown a reader and discourser. I have just now got a cough, but it has never yet hindered me from sleeping. I have had quieter nights than are common with me. I cannot but rejoice that Joseph has had the wit to find the way back. Footnote: Joseph Ritter, a Bohemian, who was in my service many years, and attended Dr. Johnson and me in our tour to the Hebrides. After having left me for some time, he had now returned to me. Boswell. End of footnote. He is a fine fellow, and one of the best travellers in the world. Young Cole brought me your letter. He is a very pleasing youth. I took him 2 days ago to the Mitre, and we dined together. I was as civil as I had the means of being. I have had a letter from Rasay, acknowledging, with great appearance of satisfaction, the insertion in the Edinburgh paper. Footnote: see Boswell's Hebrides near the end. End of footnote. I am very glad that it was done. My compliments to Mrs. Boswell, who does not love me, and of all the rest, I need only send them to those that do, and I am afraid it will give you very little trouble to distribute them. I am, my dear Sir, your affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson, December the 23rd, 1775. 1776, ITART 67. In 1776, Johnson wrote, so far as I can discover, nothing for the public, but that his mind was still ardent and fraught with generous wishes to attain to still higher degrees of literary excellence, is proved by his private notes of this year, which I shall insert in their proper place. To James Boswell, Esquire, dear Sir, I have at last sent you all Lord Hailes's papers. While I was in France, I looked very often into Hainault, but Lord Hailes, in my opinion, leaves him far and far behind. Why I did not dispatch so short a perusal sooner, when I look back, I am utterly unable to discover. But human moments are stolen away by 1,000 petty impediments, which leave no trace behind them. I have been afflicted through the whole Christmas with the general disorder, of which the worst effect was a cough, which is now much mitigated, though the country, on which I look from a window at Streatham, is now covered with a deep snow. Mrs. Williams is very ill, everybody else is as usual. Among the papers I found a letter to you, which I think you had not opened, and a paper for the Chronicle, which I suppose it not necessary now to insert. I return them both. I have within these few days had the honour of receiving Lord Hailes's first volume, for which I return my most respectful thanks. I wish you, my dearest friend, and your haughty lady, for I know she does not love me, and the young ladies, and the young laird, all happiness. Teach the young gentleman, in spite of his mamma, to think and speak well of, so your affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson. January the 10th, 1776. End of section 56. Section 57 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. At this time was in agitation a matter of great consequence to me and my family, which I should not obtrude upon the world, were it not that the part which Dr. Johnson's friendship for me made him take in it was the occasion of an exertion of his abilities which it would be injustice to conceal. That what he wrote upon the subject may be understood, it is necessary to give a state of the question, which I shall do as briefly as I can. In the year 1504, the barony or manor of Auchinleck, pronounced Affleck, footnote. Mr. Croker says that he was informed by Boswell's granddaughter, who died in 1836, that it had come to be pronounced Auchinleck. The Reverend James Crystal, a minister of Auchinleck, in answer to my inquiry, politely informs me that the name Affleck is still quite common as applied to the parish, and even Auchinleck House is as often called Place Affleck as otherwise. End of footnote. The barony or manor of Auchinleck, pronounced Affleck, in Ayrshire, which belonged to a family of the same name with the lands, having fallen to the crown by forfeiture, James IV., King of Scotland, granted it to Thomas Boswell, a branch of an ancient family in the county of Fife, styling him in the charter Dilecto Familiari Nostro, and assigning as the cause of the grant pro bono et fidelis evitio nobis praestito. Thomas Boswell was slain in battle, fighting along with his sovereign at the fatal field of Flodden in 1513. From this very honourable founder of our family, the estate was transmitted in a direct series of heirs male to David Boswell, my father's great-granduncle, who had no sons but 4 daughters, who were all respectively married, the eldest to Lord Cathcart. David Boswell, being resolute in the military feudal principle of continuing the male succession, passed by his daughters and settled the estate on his nephew by his next brother, who approved of the deed and renounced any pretensions which he might possibly have in preference to his son. But the estate having been burthened with large portions to the daughters and other debts, it was necessary for the nephew to sell a considerable part of it, and what remained was still much encumbered. The frugality of the nephew preserved, and in some degree relieved, the estate. His son, my grandfather, an eminent lawyer, not only repurchased a great part of what had been sold, but acquired other lands, and my father, who was one of the judges of Scotland, and had added considerably to the estate, now signified his inclination to take the privilege allowed by our law, footnote, Acts of Parliament of Scotland, 1685, chapter 22, Boswell. Cockburn, Life of Geoffrey, mentions the Statute 11 and 12 Victoria, chapter 36, which dissolves the iron fetters by which for about 160 years nearly 3/4 of the whole land in Scotland was made permanently unsaleable and unattachable for debt, and every acre in the kingdom might be bound up throughout all ages in favour of any heirs or any conditions that the caprice of each unfettered owner might be pleased to prescribe. End of footnote. To take the privilege allowed by our law, to secure it to his family in perpetuity by an entail which, on account of his marriage articles, could not be done without my consent. In the plan of entailing the estate I heartily concurred with him, though I was the first to be restrained by it, but we unhappily differed as to the series of heirs which should be established, or, in the language of our law, called to the succession. My father had declared a predilection for heirs general, that is, males and females indiscriminately. He was willing, however, that all males descending from his grandfather should be preferred to females, but would not extend that privilege to males deriving their descent from a higher source. I, on the other hand, had a zealous partiality for heirs male, however remote, which I maintained by arguments which appeared to me to have considerable weight. Footnote. At first, the opinion of some distinguished naturalists that our species is transmitted through males only, the female being all along no more than a nidus or nurse, as Mother Earth is to plants of every sort, which notion seems to be confirmed by that text of Scripture, "He was yet in the loins of his father when Melchizedek met him," Hebrews chapter 7, verse 10, and consequently that a man's grandson by a daughter, instead of being his surest descendant, as is vulgarly said, has in reality no connection whatever with his blood. And secondly, independent of this theory, which, if true, should completely exclude heirs general, that if the preference of a male to a female with regard to primogeniture, as a son, though much younger, nay, even a grandson by a son, to a daughter be once admitted, as it universally is, it must be equally reasonable and proper in the most remote degree of descent from an original proprietor of an estate as in the nearest, because, however distant from the representative at the time, that remote heir male, upon the failure of those nearer to the original proprietor than he is, becomes in fact the nearest male to him, and is therefore preferable as his representative to a female descendant. A little extension of mind will enable us easily to perceive that a son's son, in continuation to whatever length of time, is preferable to a son's daughter in the succession to an ancient inheritance, in which regard should be had to the representation of the original proprietor, and not to that of one of his descendants. I am aware of Blackstone's admirable demonstration of the reasonableness of the legal succession, upon the principle of there being the greatest probability that the nearest heir of the person who last dies proprietor of an estate is of the blood of the first purchaser. But supposing a pedigree to be carefully authenticated through all its branches, instead of mere probability, there will be a certainty that the nearest heir male at whatever period has the same right of blood with the first heir male, namely, the original purchaser's eldest son, Boswell. End of footnote. And in the particular case of our family, I apprehended that we were under an implied obligation, in honour and good faith, to transmit the estate by the same tenure which we held it, which was heirs male, excluding nearer females. I therefore, as I thought conscientiously, objected to my father's scheme. My opposition was very displeasing to my father, who was entitled to great respect and deference, and I had reason to apprehend disagreeable consequences from my non-compliance with his wishes. Footnote. Boswell wrote to Temple on September 2nd, 1775, "What a discouraging reflection it is that my father has in his possession a renunciation of my birthright, which I madly granted to him, and which he has not the generosity to restore, now that I am doing beyond his utmost hopes, and that he may incommode and disgrace me by some strange settlements, while all this time not a shilling is secured to my wife and children in case of my death." Letters of Boswell. End of footnote. After much perplexity and uneasiness, I wrote to Dr. Johnson, stating the case with all its difficulties at full length, and earnestly requesting that he would consider it at leisure, and favour me with his friendly opinion and advice. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, I was much impressed by your letter, and if I can form upon your case any resolution satisfactory to myself, will very gladly impart it, but whether I am quite equal to it, I do not know. It is a case compounded of law and justice, and requires a mind versed in juridical disquisitions. Could you not tell your whole mind to Lord Hailes? He is, you know, both a Christian and a lawyer. I suppose he is above partiality and above loquacity, and I believe he will not think the time lost in which he may quiet a disturbed or settle a wavering mind. Write to me as anything occurs to you, and if I find myself stopped by want of facts necessary to be known, I will make inquiries of you as my doubts arise. If your former resolutions should be found only fanciful, you decide rightly in judging that your father's fancies may claim the preference, but whether they are fanciful or rational is the question. I really think Lord Hailes could help us. Make my compliments to dear Mrs. Boswell, and tell her that I hope to be wanting in nothing that I can contribute to bring you all out of your troubles. I am, dear Sir, most affectionately your humble servant, Samuel Johnson. London, January the 15th, 1776. To the same, dear Sir, I am going to write upon a question which requires more knowledge of local law and more acquaintance with the general rules of inheritance than I can claim, but I write because you request it. Land is, like any other possession, by natural right, wholly in the power of its present owner, and may be sold, given, or bequeathed absolutely or conditionally, as judgment shall direct, or passion incite. But natural right would avail little without the protection of law. And the primary notion of law is restraint in the exercise of natural right. A man is therefore in society not fully master of what he calls his own, but he still retains all the power which the law does not take from him. In the exercise of the right which law either leaves or gives, regard is to be paid to moral obligations. Of the estate which we are now considering, your father still retains such possession, with such power over it, that he can sell it and do with the money what he will without any legal impediment. But when he extends his power beyond his own life by settling the order of succession, the law makes your consent necessary. Let us suppose that he sells the land to risk the money in some specious adventure, and in that adventure loses the whole. His posterity will be disappointed, but they could not think themselves injured or robbed. If he spent it upon vice or pleasure, his successors could only call him vicious and voluptuous. They could not say he was injurious or unjust. He that may do more may do less. He that by selling or squandering may disinherit a whole family may certainly disinherit part by a partial settlement. Laws are formed by the manners and exigencies of particular times, and it is but accidental that they last longer than their causes. The limitation of feudal succession to the male arose from the obligation of the tenant to attend his chief in war. As times and opinions are always changing, I know not whether it be not usurpation to prescribe rules to posterity by presuming to judge of what we cannot know. And I know not whether I fully approve either of your design or your father's to limit that succession which descended to you unlimited. If we are to leave satum tectum, footnote, the technical term in Roman law for a building in good repair, end of footnote, to posterity, what we have, without any merit of our own, received from our ancestors, should not choice and free will be kept unviolated? Is land to be treated with more reverence than liberty? If this consideration should restrain your father from disinheriting some of the males, does it leave you the power of disinheriting all the females? Can the possessor of a feudal estate make any will? Can he appoint, out of the inheritance, any portions to his daughters? There seems to be a very shadowy difference between the power of leaving land and of leaving money to be raised from land, between leaving an estate to females and leaving the male heir, in effect, only their steward. Suppose at one time a law that allowed only males to inherit, and during the continuance of this law many estates to have descended, passing by the females, to remoter heirs. Suppose afterwards the law repealed, in correspondence with a change of manners, and women made capable of inheritance. Would not then the tenure of estates be changed? Could the woman have no benefit from a law made in their favour? Must they be passed by upon moral principles forever, because they were once excluded by a legal prohibition? Or may that which passed only to males by one law pass likewise to females by another? You mention your resolution to maintain the right of your brothers, footnote, which term I applied to all the heirs male, Boswell, end of footnote. I do not see how any of their rights are invaded. As your whole difficulty arises from the act of your ancestor, who diverted the succession from the females, you inquire very properly what were his motives, and what was his intention, for you certainly are not bound by his act more than he intended to bind you, nor hold your land on harder or stricter terms than those on which it was granted. Intentions must be gathered from acts. When he left the estate to his nephew by excluding his daughters, was it, or was it not, in his power to have perpetuated the succession to the males. If he could have done it, he seems to have shown by omitting it that he did not desire it to be done, and upon your own principles you will not easily prove your right to destroy that capacity of succession which your ancestors have left. If your ancestor had not the power of making a perpetual settlement, and if therefore we cannot judge distinctly of his intentions, yet his act can only be considered as an example. It makes not an obligation. And as you observe, he set no example of rigorous adherence to the line of succession. He that overlooked a brother would not wonder that little regard is shown to remote relations. As the rules of succession are in a great part purely legal, no man can be supposed to bequeath anything but upon legal terms. He can grant no power which the law denies, and if he makes no special and definite limitation, he confers all the power which the law allows. Your ancestor, for some reason, disinherited his daughters, but it no more follows that he intended this act as a rule for posterity than the disinheriting of his brother. If therefore you ask by what right your father admits daughters to inheritance, ask yourself first by what right you require them to be excluded. It appears upon reflection that your father excludes nobody. He only admits nearer females to inherit before males more remote, and the exclusion is purely consequential. These, dear Sir, are my thoughts, immethodical and deliberative, but perhaps you may find in them some glimmering of evidence. I cannot, however, but again recommend to you a conference with Lord Hailes, whom you know to be both a lawyer and a Christian. Make my compliments to Mrs. Boswell, though she does not love me. I am, Sir, your affectionate servant, Samuel Johnson, February the 3rd, 1773. Footnote. A misprint for 1776. End of footnote. End of section 57. Section 58 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. I had followed his recommendation and consulted Lord Hailes, who upon this subject had a firm opinion contrary to mine. His lordship obligingly took the trouble to write me a letter in which he discussed with legal and historical learning the points in which I saw much difficulty, maintaining that the succession of heirs general was the succession by the law of Scotland from the throne to the cottage, as far as we can learn it by record, observing that the estate of our family had not been limited to heirs male, and that though an heir male had in one instance been chosen in preference to nearer females, that had been an arbitrary act which had seemed to be best in the embarrassed state of affairs at that time, and the fact was that upon a fair computation of the value of land and money at the time, applied to the estate and the burthens upon it, there was nothing given to the heir male but the skeleton of an estate. The plea of conscience, said his lordship, which you put, is a most respectable one, especially when conscience and self are on different sides. But I think that conscience is not well informed, and that self and she ought on this occasion to be of a side. This letter, which had considerable influence upon my mind, I sent to Dr. Johnson, begging to hear from him again upon this interesting question. To James Boswell, Esquire, dear Sir, Having not any acquaintance with the laws or customs of Scotland, I endeavoured to consider your question upon general principles, and found nothing of much validity that I could oppose to this position: he who inherits a fief unlimited by his ancestors inherits the power of limiting it according to his own judgment or opinion. If this be true, you may join with your father. Further consideration produces another conclusion. He who receives a fief unlimited by his ancestors gives his heirs some reason to complain if he does not transmit it unlimited to posterity. For why should he make the state of others worse than his own without a reason? If this be true, though neither you nor your father are about to do what is quite right, but as your father violates, I think, the legal succession least, he seems to be nearer the right than yourself. It cannot but occur that women have natural and equitable claims as well as men, and these claims are not to be capriciously or lightly superseded or infringed. When fiefs implied military service, it is easily discerned why females could not inherit them, but that reason is now at an end. As manners make laws, manners likewise repeal them. These are the general conclusions which I have attained. None of them are very favourable to your scheme of entail, nor perhaps to any scheme. My observation was only that he who acquires an estate may bequeath it capriciously. Footnote: I had reminded him of his observation mentioned, volume 2, page 261, Boswell, end of footnote. If it contains any conviction, includes this position likewise, that only he who acquires an estate may entail it capriciously. But I think it may be safely presumed that he who inherits an estate inherits all the power legally concomitant, and that he who gives or leaves unlimited an estate legally limitable must be presumed to give that power of limitation which he omitted to take away, and to commit future contingencies to future prudence. In these two positions I believe Lord Hailes will advise you to rest. Every other notion of possession seems to me full of difficulties and embarrassed with scruples. If these axioms be allowed, you have arrived now at full liberty without the help of particular circumstances, which, however, have in your case great weight. You very rightly observe that he who, passing by his brother, gave the inheritance to his nephew, could limit no more than he gave, and by Lord Hailes's estimate of 14 years' purchase, what he gave was no more than you may easily entail according to your own opinion, if that opinion should finally prevail. Lord Hailes's suspicion that entails are encroachments on the dominion of Providence may be extended to all hereditary privileges and all permanent institutions. I do not see why it may not be extended to any provision for the present hour, since all care about futurity proceeds upon a supposition that we know, at least in some degree, what will be future. Of the future we certainly know nothing, but we may form conjectures from the past, and the power of forming conjectures includes, in my opinion, the duty of acting in conformity to that probability which we discover. Providence gives the power of which reason teaches the use. I am, dear Sir, your most faithful servant, Samuel Johnson, February the 9th, 1776. I hope I shall get some ground now with Mrs. Boswell. Make my compliments to her and to the little people. Don't burn papers. They may be safe enough in your own box. You will wish to see them hereafter. To the same, dear Sir, To the letters which I have written about your great question, I have nothing to add. If your conscience is satisfied, you have now only your prudence to consult. I long for a letter, that I may know how this troublesome and vexatious question is at last decided. Footnote. The entail framed by my father, with various judicious clauses, was settled by him and me, settling the estate upon the heirs male of his grandfather, which I found had been already done by my grandfather, imperfectly, but so as to be defeated only by selling the lands. I was freed by Dr. Johnson from scruples of a conscientious obligation, and could therefore gratify my father. But my opinion and partiality of male succession in its full extent remained unshaken. Yet let me not be thought harsh or unkind to daughters, for my notion is that they should be treated with great affection and tenderness, and always participate of the prosperity of the family. Boswell. End of footnote. I hope that it will at last end well. Lord Hales's letter was very friendly and very seasonable, but I think his aversion from entails has something in it like superstition. Providence is not counteracted by any means which Providence puts into our power. The continuance and propagation of families makes a great part of the Jewish law, and is by no means prohibited in the Christian institution, though the necessity of it continues no longer. Hereditary tenures are established in all civilized countries, and are accompanied in most with hereditary authority. Sir William Temple considers our constitution as defective, that there is not an unalienable estate in land connected with the peerage. Footnote. Temple, in Popular Discontents, examines the general dissatisfaction with the judicature of the House of Lords. Till the end of Elizabeth's reign, he states, the peers, who were few in number, were generally possessed of great estates, which rendered them less subject to corruption. As one remedy for the evil existing in his time, he suggests that the Crown shall create no baron who shall not at the same time entail £4,000 a year upon that honour whilst it continues in his family. A viscount £5,000, an earl £6,000, a marquess £7,000, and a duke £8,000. End of footnote. And Lord Bacon mentions, as a proof that the Turks are barbarians, their want of stirpes, as he calls them, or hereditary rank. Footnote. A cruel tyranny bathed in the blood of their emperors upon every succession, a heap of vassals and slaves, no nobles, no gentlemen, no freeman, no inheritance of land, no strip of ancient families, in square brackets, nullae stirpes antiquae, Spedding, Bacon. End of footnote. Do not let your mind, when it is freed from the supposed necessity of a rigorous entail, be entangled with contrary objections, and think all entails unlawful, till you have cogent arguments, which I believe you will never find. I am afraid of scruples. Footnote. Let me warn you very earnestly against scruples, he wrote on March the 5th of this year. I am no friend to scruples, he had said at St. Andrews, Boswell's Hebrides, August the 19th. On his, in square brackets, scruples made many men miserable, but few men good. Crocus, Boswell. End of footnote. I have now sent all Lord Hales's papers. Part I found hidden in a drawer in which I had laid them for security, and had forgotten them. Part of these are written twice. I have returned both the copies. Part I had read before. Be so kind as to return Lord Hales my most respectful thanks for his first volume. His accuracy strikes me with wonder. His narrative is far superior to that of Hainaut, as I have formerly mentioned. I am afraid that the trouble which my irregularity and delay has cost him is greater, far greater, than any good that I can do him will ever recompense. But if I have any more copy, I will try to do better. Pray let me know if Mrs. Boswell is friends with me, and pay my respects to Veronica and Euphemia and Alexander. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, February the 15th, 1775, in square bracket, 1776. Mr. Boswell to Dr. Johnson, Edinburgh, February the 20th, 1776. You have illuminated my mind and relieved me from imaginary shackles of conscientious obligation. Were it necessary, I could immediately join in an entail upon the series of heirs approved by my father, but it is better not to act too suddenly. Dr. Johnson to Mr. Boswell. Dear Sir, I am glad that what I could think or say has at all contributed to quiet your thoughts. Your resolution not to act till your opinion is confirmed by more deliberation is very just. If you have been scrupulous, do not now be rash. I hope that, as you think more, and take opportunities of talking with men intelligent in questions of property, you will be able to free yourself from every difficulty. When I wrote last, I sent, I think, 10 packets. Did you receive them all? You must tell Mrs. Boswell that I suspected her to have written without your knowledge, and therefore did not return any answer, lest a clandestine correspondence should have been perniciously discovered. I will write to her soon. Footnote: a letter to him on the interesting subject of the family settlement, which I had read. Boswell. End of footnote. I am, dear Sir, most affectionately yours, Samuel Johnson, February the 24th, 1776. Having communicated to Lord Hailes what Dr. Johnson wrote concerning the question which perplexed me so much, his Lordship wrote to me, "Your scruples have produced more fruit than I ever expected from them. An excellent dissertation on general principles of morals and law." I wrote to Dr. Johnson on the 20th of February, complaining of melancholy, and expressing a strong desire to be with him, informing him that the 10 packets came all safe, that Lord Hailes was much obliged to him, and said he had almost wholly removed his scruples against entails. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, I have not had your letter half an hour. As you lay so much weight upon my notions, I should think it not just to delay my answer. I am very sorry that your melancholy should return, and should be sorry likewise if it could have no relief but from company. My counsel you may have when you are pleased to require it, but of my company you cannot in the next month have much, for Mr. Thrale will take me to Italy, he says, on the 1st of April. Let me warn you very earnestly against scruples. I am glad that you are reconciled to your settlement, and think it a great honour to have shaken Lord Hailes's opinion of entails. Do not, however, hope wholly to reason away your troubles. Do not feed them with attention, and they will die imperceptibly away. Fix your thoughts upon your business, fill your intervals with company, and sunshine will again break in upon your mind. Footnote: Paoli had given Boswell much the same advice. All this, said Paoli, is melancholy. I have also studied metaphysics. I know the arguments for fate and free will, for the materiality and immateriality of the soul, and even the subtle arguments for and against the existence of matter. Ma lasciamo queste dispute ai oziosi. But let us leave these disputes to the idle. Io tengo sempre fermo un gran pensiero. I hold always firm one great object. I never feel a moment of despondency. Boswell's Corsica, end of footnote. If you will come to me, you must come very quickly, and even then I know not but we may scour the country together, for I have a mind to see Oxford and Lichfield before I set out on this long journey. To this I can only add that I am, dear Sir, your most affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson, March the 5th, 1776. To the same, dear Sir, very early in April we leave England, and in the beginning of the next week I shall leave London for a short time. Of this I think it necessary to inform you, that you may not be disappointed in any of your enterprises. I had not fully resolved to go into the country before this day. Please to make my compliments to Lord Hailes, and mention very particularly to Mrs. Boswell my hope that she is reconciled to, Sir, your faithful servant, Samuel Johnson, March the 12th, 1776. Above 30 years ago, the heirs of Lord Chancellor Clarendon presented the University of Oxford with the continuation of his History, and such other of his Lordship's manuscripts as had not been published, on condition that the profits arising from their publication should be applied to the establishment of a manege in the University. The gift was accepted in full convocation. A person being now recommended to Dr. Johnson as fit to superintend this proposed riding school, he exerted himself with that zeal for which he was remarkable upon every similar occasion. Footnote: Johnson, in his letters to the Thrales during the year 1775, mentions this riding school 8 or 9 times. The person recommended was named Carter. Gibbon, Miscellaneous Works, says, "The profit of the History has been applied to the establishment of a riding school, that the polite exercises might be taught, I know not with what success, in the University." End of footnote. But on inquiry into the matter, he found that the scheme was not likely to be soon carried into execution. The profits arising from the Clarendon press being, from some mismanagement, very scanty. This having been explained to him by a respectable dignitary of the Church, who had good means of knowing it, he wrote a letter upon the subject, which at once exhibits his extraordinary precision and acuteness, and his warm attachment to his alma mater. To the Reverend Dr. Wetherell, Master of University College, Oxford, dear Sir, few things are more unpleasant than the transaction of business with men who are above knowing or caring what they have to do, such as the trustees for Lord Cornbury's institution will perhaps appear when you have read Dr. Blank's letter. The last part of the doctor's letter is of great importance. The complaint which he makes I have heard long ago, and did not know but it was redressed. Footnote: I suppose the complaint was that the trustees of the Oxford press did not allow the London booksellers a sufficient profit upon vending their publications. Boswell, end of footnote. It is unhappy that a practice so erroneous has not yet been altered, for altered it must be, or our press will be useless, with all its privileges. The booksellers, who, like all other men, have strong prejudices in their own favour, are enough inclined to think the practice of printing and selling books by any but themselves an encroachment on the rights of their fraternity, and have need of stronger inducements to circulate academical publications than those of one another. For of that mutual cooperation by which the general trade is carried on, the University can bear no part. Of those whom he neither loves nor fears, and from whom he expects no reciprocation of good offices, why should any man promote the interest but for profit? I suppose, with all our scholastic ignorance of mankind, we are still too knowing to expect that the booksellers will erect themselves into patrons, and buy and sell under the influence of a disinterested zeal for the promotion of learning. To the booksellers, if we look for either honour or profit from our press, not only their common profit, but something more must be allowed. And if books printed at Oxford are expected to be rated at a high price, that price must be levied on the public, and paid by the ultimate purchaser, not by the intermediate agents. What price shall be set upon the book is, to the booksellers, wholly indifferent, provided that they gain a proportionate profit by negotiating the sale. Why books printed at Oxford should be particularly dear, I am, however, unable to find. We pay no rent, we inherit many of our instruments and materials, lodging and victuals are cheaper than at London, and therefore workmanship ought at least not to be dearer. Our expenses are naturally less than those of booksellers, and in most cases communities are content with less profit than individuals. It is perhaps not considered through how many hands a book often passes before it comes into those of the reader, or what part of the profit each hand must retain as a motive for transmitting it to the next. We will call our primary agent in London Mr. Cadell, footnote. Cadell published The False Alarm and The Journey to the Hebrides. Gibbon described him as that honest and liberal bookseller, Stewart's Life of Robertson in the footnote, who receives our books from us, gives them room in his warehouse, and issues them on demand. By him they are sold to Mr. Dilly, a wholesale bookseller, who sends them into the country, and the last seller is the country bookseller. Here are 3 profits to be paid between the printer and the reader, or, in the style of commerce, between the manufacturer and the consumer. And if any of these profits is too penuriously distributed, the process of commerce is interrupted. We now come to the practical question, what is to be done? You will tell me with reason that I have said nothing till I declare how much, according to my opinion, of the ultimate price ought to be distributed through the whole succession of sale. The deduction, I am afraid, will appear very great, but let it be considered before it is refused. We must allow for profit between 30 and 35%, between 6 and 7 shillings in the pound. That is, for every book which costs the last buyer 20 shillings, we must charge Mr. Cadell with something less than 14. We must set the copies at 14 shillings each, and superadd what is called the quarterly book, or for every 100 books so charged, we must deliver 104. The profits will then stand thus. Mr. Cadell, who runs no hazard and gives no credit, will be paid for warehouse room and attendance by a shilling profit on each book, and his chance of the quarterly book. Mr. Dilly, who buys the book for 15 shillings, and who will expect the quarterly book if he takes 25, will send it to his country customer at 16 6, by which, at the hazard of loss and the certainty of long credit, he gains the regular profit of 10%, which is expected in the wholesale trade. The country bookseller, buying at 16 6, and commonly trusting a considerable time, gains but 3 6, and if he trusts a year, not much more than 2 6, otherwise than as he may perhaps take as long credit as he gives. With less profit than this, and more you see he cannot have, the country bookseller cannot live, for his receipts are small and his debts sometimes bad. Thus, dear Sir, I have been incited by Dr. Blank's letter to give you a detail of the circulation of books, which perhaps every man has not had opportunity of knowing, and which those who know it do not always perhaps distinctly consider. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, March the 12th, 1776. Footnote. I am happy in giving this full and clear statement to the public, to vindicate, by the authority of the greatest author of his age, that respectable body of men, the booksellers of London, from vulgar reflections, as if their profits were exorbitant, when in truth Dr. Johnson has here allowed them more than they usually demand. Boswell. End of footnote. End of section 58. Section 59 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Having arrived in London late on Friday the 15th of March, I hastened next morning to wait on Dr. Johnson at his house, but found he was removed from Johnson's Court No. 7 to Bolt Court No. 8, still keeping to his favourite Fleet Street. Footnote. Behind the house was a garden which he took delight in watering. A room on the ground floor was assigned to Mrs. Williams, and the whole of the 2 pair of stairs floor was made a repository for his books, one of the rooms thereon being his study. Here, in the intervals of his residence at Streatham, he received the visits of his friends, and to the most intimate of them sometimes gave not inelegant dinners. Hawkins's Johnson, page 531. He wrote to Mrs. Thrale on August the 14th, 1780, "This is all I have to tell you, except that I have 3 bunches of grapes on a vine in my garden. At least, this is all that I will now tell of my garden." Piozzi Letters. This house was burnt down in 1819. Notes and queries, and a footnote. To Bolt Court No. 8, still keeping to his favourite Fleet Street. My reflection at the time upon this change, as marked in my journal, is as follows. I felt a foolish regret that he had left a court which bore his name. Footnote. He said when in Scotland that he was Johnson of that ilk. Boswell. End footnote. But it was not foolish to be affected with some tenderness of regard for a place in which I had seen him a great deal, from whence I had often issued a better and a happier man than when I went in, and which had often appeared to my imagination, while I trod its pavements in the solemn darkness of the night, to be sacred to wisdom and piety. Being informed that he was at Mr. Thrale's in the Borough, I hastened thither, and found Mrs. Thrale and him at breakfast. I was kindly welcomed. In a moment he was in a full glow of conversation, and I felt myself elevated as if brought into another state of being. Mrs. Thrale and I looked to each other while he talked, and our looks expressed our congenial admiration and affection for him. I shall ever recollect this scene with great pleasure. I exclaimed to her, "I am now intellectually hermippus redivivus. I am quite restored by him by transfusion of mind." Footnote, see Volume 1, page 375, Boswell. Boswell refers to the work of Dr. Cohausen of Coblentz, Hermippus redivivus. Dr. Campbell translated it under the title of Hermippus redivivus, or the Sage's Triumph over Old Age and the Grave. Cohausen maintained that life might be prolonged to 115 years by breathing the breath of healthy young women. He founded his theory on a Roman inscription, Aesculapio et sanitate Lucius Collodius hemipus, qui vixit annos centum quindecim, dies quinque, puellarum angelitu. He maintained that one of the most eligible conditions of life was that of a confessor of youthful nuns. Lanza's Bibliographer's Manual and the Gentleman's Magazine. Isaac Disraeli, Curiosities of Literature, describes Campbell's book as a curious banter on the Hermetic philosophy and the universal medicine. The grave irony is so closely kept up that it deceived for a length of time the most learned. Campbell assured a friend that it was a mere jeu d'esprit. Lord E. Fitzmaurice, Life of Shelburne, says that Ingenhousz, a Dutch physician who lived with Shelburne, combated in one of his works the notion held by certain schoolmasters that it was wholesome to inhale the air which is passed through the lungs of their pupils, closing the windows in order purposely to facilitate that operation. End of footnote. I am quite restored by him, by transfusion of mind. There are many, she replied, who admire and respect Mr. Johnson, but you and I love him. He seemed very happy in the near prospect of going to Italy with Mr. and Mrs. Thrale. But, said he, before leaving England, I am to take a jaunt to Oxford, Birmingham, my native city Lichfield, and my old friend Dr. Taylor's at Ashbourne in Derbyshire. I shall go in a few days, and you, Boswell, shall go with me. I was ready to accompany him, being willing even to leave London to have the pleasure of his conversation. I mentioned with much regret the extravagance of the representative of a great family in Scotland, by which there was danger of its being ruined; and as Johnson respected it for its antiquity, he joined with me in thinking it would be happy if this person should die. Mrs. Thrale seemed shocked at this as feudal barbarity, and said, I do not understand this preference of the estate to its owner, of the land to the man who walks upon that land. Johnson. Nay, madam, it is not a preference of the land to its owner, it is the preference of a family to an individual. Here is an establishment in a country which is of importance for ages, not only to the chief, but to his people, an establishment which extends upwards and downwards. That this shall be destroyed by one idle fellow is a sad thing. He said, entails are good, footnote, see Boswell's Hebrides, August the 24th, end of footnote, because it is good to preserve in a country series of men to whom the people are accustomed to look up as to their leaders. But I am for leaving a quantity of land in commerce to excite industry and keep money in the country, for if no land were to be bought in the country, there would be no encouragement to acquire wealth, because a family could not be founded there, or, if it were acquired, it must be carried away to another country where land may be bought. And although the land in every country will remain the same, and be as fertile where there is no money as where there is, yet all that portion of the happiness of civil life which is produced by money circulating in a country would be lost. Boswell. Then, sir, would it be for the advantage of a country that all its lands were sold at once? Johnson. So far, sir, as money produces good, it would be an advantage, for then that country would have as much money circulating in it as it is worth. But to be sure, this would be counterbalanced by disadvantages attending a total change of proprietors. I expressed my opinion that the power of entailing should be limited thus. There should be 1/3 or perhaps 1/2 of the land of a country kept free for commerce,
that the proportion allowed to be entailed should be parcelled out so that no family could entail above a certain quantity. Let a family, according to the abilities of its representatives, be richer or poorer in different generations, or always rich if its representatives be always wise, but let its absolute permanency be moderate. In this way we should be certain of there being always a number of established roots, and, as in the course of nature there is in every age an extinction of some families, there would be continual openings for men ambitious of perpetuity to plant a stock in the entail ground. Footnote. The privilege of perpetuating in a family an estate and arms indefeasibly from generation to generation is enjoyed by none of His Majesty's subjects except in Scotland, where the legal fiction of fine and recovery is unknown. It is a privilege so proud that I should think it would be proper to have the exercise of it dependent on the royal prerogative. It seems absurd to permit the power of perpetuating the representation to men who, having had no eminent merit, have truly no name. The King, as the impartial father of his people, would never refuse to grant the privilege to those who deserved it. Boswell. End of footnote. Johnson. Why, sir, mankind will be better able to regulate the system of entails when the evil of too much land being locked up by them is felt, than we can do at present when it is not felt. I mentioned Dr. Adam Smith's book on the Wealth of Nations. Footnote. Boswell wrote to Temple about 6 weeks later. Murphy says he has read 30 pages of Smith's Wealth, but says he shall read no more. Smith, too, is now of our club. It has lost its select merit. That is Boswell. Johnson can scarcely have read Smith. If he did, it made no impression on him. His ignorance on many points as to what constitutes the wealth of a nation remained as deep as ever. End of footnote. The Wealth of Nations, which was just published, and that Sir John Pringle had observed to me that Dr. Smith, who had never been in trade, could not be expected to write well on that subject any more than a lawyer upon physic. Johnson. He is mistaken, sir. A man who has never been engaged in trade himself may undoubtedly write well upon trade, and there is nothing which requires more to be illustrated by philosophy than trade does. As to mere wealth, that is to say money, it is clear that one nation or one individual cannot increase its store but by making another poorer. But trade procures what is more valuable, the reciprocation of the peculiar advantages of different countries. A merchant seldom thinks but of his own particular trade. To write a good book upon it, a man must have extensive views. It is not necessary to have practised to write well upon a subject. I mentioned law as a subject on which no man could write well without practice. Johnson. Why, sir, in England, where so much money is to be got by the practice of the law, most of our writers upon it have been in practice. Though Blackstone had not been much in practice when he published his commentaries. But upon the continent the great writers on law have not all been in practice. Grotius indeed was, but Puffendorf was not, Burle-Marquis was not. When we had talked of the great consequence which a man acquired by being employed in his profession, I suggested a doubt of the justice of the general opinion that it is improper in a lawyer to solicit employment. Why, I urged, should it not be equally allowable to solicit that as the means of consequence, as it is to solicit votes to be elected a member of Parliament? Mr. Strahan had told me that a countryman of his and mine, footnote Mr. Wedderburn, Croker, end footnote,
who had risen to eminence in the law, had, when first making his way, solicited him to get him employed in city causes. Johnson. Sir, it is wrong to stir up lawsuits, but when once it is certain that a lawsuit is to go on, there is nothing wrong in a lawyer's endeavouring that he shall have the benefit rather than another. Boswell. You would not solicit employment, sir, if you were a lawyer. Johnson. No, sir, but not because I should think it wrong, but because I should disdain it. This was a good distinction, which will be felt by men of just pride. He proceeded, however, I would not have a lawyer to be wanting to himself in using fair means. I would have him to inject a little hint now and then, to prevent his being overlooked. Lord Mountstuart's bill for a Scotch militia, footnote, a similar bill had been thrown out 16 years earlier by 194 to 84. A bill for a militia in Scotland was not successful, nor could the disaffected there obtain this mode of having their arms restored. Pitt had acquiesced, but the young Whigs attacked it with all their force. Walpole's reign of George II. Lord Mountstuart's bill was thrown out by 112 to 95, the ministry being in the minority. The arguments for and against it are stated in the Annual Register. Henry Mackenzie, Life of John Hume, says, the Poker Club was instituted at a time when Scotland was refused a militia and thought herself affronted by the refusal. The name was chosen from a quaint sort of allusion to the principles it was meant to excite, as a club to stir up the fire and spirit of the country. End of footnote. Lord Mountstuart's bill for a Scotch militia, in supporting which his lordship had made an able speech in the House of Commons, was now a pretty general topic of conversation. Johnson. As Scotland contributes so little land tax, footnote, Scotland paid only 1/40 to the land tax, a very specific tax out of which all the expenses of a militia were to be drawn. Annual Register, end of footnote. Towards the general support of the nation, it ought not to have a militia paid out of the general fund, unless it should be thought for the general interest that Scotland should be protected from an invasion which no man can think will happen. For what enemy would invade Scotland when there is nothing to be got? No, sir. Now that the Scotch have not the pay of English soldiers spent among them, as so many troops have been sent abroad, they are trying to get money another way, by having a militia paid. If they are afraid and seriously desire to have an armed force to defend them, they should pay for it. Your scheme is to retain a part of your land tax by making us pay and clothe your militia. Boswell. You should not talk of we and you, sir. There is now an union. Johnson. There must be a distinction of interest, while the proportions of land tax are so unequal. If Yorkshire should say, instead of paying our land tax, we will keep a greater number of militia, it would be unreasonable. In this argument my friend was certainly in the wrong. The land tax is as unequally proportioned between different parts of England as between England and Scotland. No, it is considerably unequal in Scotland itself. But the land tax is but a small part of the numerous branches of public revenue, all of which Scotland pays precisely as England does. A French invasion made in Scotland would soon penetrate into England. He thus discoursed upon supposed obligation in settling estates. Where a man gets the unlimited property of an estate, there is no obligation upon him in justice to leave it to one person rather than to another.
There is a motive of preference from kindness, and this kindness is generally entertained for the nearest relation. If I owe a particular man a sum of money, I am obliged to let that man have the next money I get, and cannot in justice let another have it. But if I owe money to no man, I may dispose of what I get as I please. There is not a debitum justicia to a man's next heir. There is only a debitum caritatis. It is plain, then, that I have morally a choice according to my liking. If I have a brother in want, he has a claim from affection to my assistance. But if I have also a brother in want whom I like better, he has a preferable claim. The right of an heir at law is only this, that he is to have the succession to an estate in case no other person is appointed to it by the owner. His right is merely preferable to that of the king. End of section 59.
Section 60 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2 by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. We got into a boat to cross over to Blackfriars, and as we moved along the Thames, I talked to him of a little volume which, altogether unknown to him, was advertised to be published in a few days under the title of Johnsoniana, or Bon mot of Dr. Johnson. Footnote. In a new edition of this book, which was published in the following year, the editor states that either through hurry or inattention, some obscene jests had unluckily found a place in the first edition. End of footnote. Johnson, Sir, it is a mighty impudent thing. Boswell. Pray, sir, could you have no redress if you were to prosecute a publisher for bringing out under your name what you never said, and ascribing to you dull, stupid nonsense, or making you swear profanely, as many ignorant relators of your bon mot do? Johnson. No, sir, there will always be some truth mixed with the falsehood, and how can it be ascertained how much is true and how much is false? Besides, sir, what damages would a jury give me for having been represented as swearing? Boswell. I think, sir, you should at least disavow such a publication, because the world and posterity might, with much plausible foundation, say, here is a volume which was publicly advertised, and came out in Dr. Johnson's own time, and by his silence was admitted by him to be genuine. Johnson. I shall give myself no trouble about the matter. He was perhaps above suffering from such spurious publications, but I could not help thinking that many men would be much injured in their reputation by having absurd and vicious sayings imputed to them, and that redress ought in such cases to be given. He said, the value of every story depends on its being true. A story is a picture either of an individual or of human nature in general. If it be false, it is a picture of nothing. For instance, suppose a man should tell that Johnson, before setting out for Italy, as he had to cross the Alps, sat down to make himself wings. This many people would believe, but it would be a picture of nothing. Blank, 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 naming a worthy friend of ours, footnote. The number of the asterisks, taken with the term worthy friend, renders it almost certain that Langton was meant. The story might, however, have been told of Reynolds, for he wrote of Johnson, truth, whether in great or little matters, he held sacred. From the violation of truth, he said, in great things, your character or your interest was affected. In lesser things, your pleasure is equally destroyed. I remember on his relating some incidents, I added something to his relation which I supposed might likewise have happened. It would have been a better story, says he, if it had been so, but it was not. Taylor's Reynolds. Mrs. Piozzi records anecdotes. A story, says Johnson, is a specimen of human manners, and derives its sole value from its truth. When Foote has told me something, I dismiss it from my mind like a passing shadow. When Reynolds tells me something, I consider myself as possessed of an idea the more. End of footnote. Naming a worthy friend of ours, used to think a story till I showed him that truth was essential to it. Footnote. Boswell felt this when, more than 8 years earlier, he wrote, "As I have related Paoli's remarkable sayings, I declare upon honour that I have neither added nor diminished. Nay, so scrupulous have I been that I would not make the smallest variation, even when my friends thought it would be an improvement. I know with how much pleasure we read what is perfectly authentic." Boswell's Corsica. End of footnote. I observed that Foote entertained us with stories which were not true, but that indeed it was properly not as narratives that Foote's stories pleased us, but as collections of ludicrous images. Johnson. Foote is quite impartial, for he tells lies of everybody. The importance of strict and scrupulous veracity cannot be too often inculcated. Johnson was known to be so rigidly attentive to it, that even in his common conversation the slightest circumstance was mentioned with exact precision. Footnote. In his Life of Browne, Works, Volume 6, page 478, he said of innocent frauds, "But no fraud is innocent, for the confidence which makes the happiness of society is in some degree diminished by every man whose practice is at variance with his words." Mr. Tyers, writes Murphy, Life, page 146, observed that Dr. Johnson always talked as if he was talking upon oath. Compared with Johnson's strictness, Rousseau's laxity is striking. After describing ces gens qu'on appelle vrais dans le monde, he continues, "L'homme que j'appelle vrai fait tout le contraire. En chose parfaitement indifférente, la vérité que l'autre respecte si fort, le touche fort peu. Et il ne se fera guère de scrupule d'amuser une compagnie par des faits controuvés, dont il ne résout aucun jugement injuste, ni pour ni contre, qui ce soit vivant ou mort." Les Rêveries, 4e promenade. End footnote. The knowledge of his having such a principle and habit made his friends have a perfect reliance on the truth of everything that he told. However, it might have been doubted if told by many others. As an instance of this, I may mention an odd incident which he related as having happened to him one night in Fleet Street. "A gentlewoman," said he, "begged I would give her my arm to assist her in crossing the street, which I accordingly did, upon which she offered me a shilling, supposing me to be the watchman. I perceived that she was somewhat in liquor." This, if told by most people, would have been thought an invention. When told by Johnson, it was believed by his friends as much as if they had seen what passed. We landed at the Temple stairs, where we parted. I found him in the evening in Mrs. Williams's room. We talked of religious orders. He said, "It is as unreasonable for a man to go into a Carthusian convent for fear of being immoral, as for a man to cut off his hands for fear he should steal. There is indeed great resolution in the immediate act of dismembering himself. When that is once done, he has no longer any merit, for though it is out of his power to steal, yet he may all his life be a thief in his heart. So when a man has once become a Carthusian, he is obliged to continue so, whether he chooses it or not. Their silence, too, is absurd. We read in the Gospel of the apostles being sent to preach, but not to hold their tongues. All severity that does not tend to increase good or prevent evil is idle. I said to the lady abbess of a convent, footnote, no doubt Mrs. Fermor, end of footnote, Madam, you are here not for the love of virtue, but the fear of vice. She said she should remember this as long as she lived. I thought it hard to give her this view of her situation, when she could not help it, and indeed I wondered at the whole of what he now said, because both in his Rambler and Idler, footnote Rambler number 110, Idler number 52, end of footnote, he treats religious austerities with much solemnity of respect. Finding him still persevering in his abstinence from wine, I ventured to speak to him of it. Johnson, Sir, I have no objection to a man's drinking wine, if he can do it with moderation. I found myself apt to go to excess in it, and therefore, after having been for some time without it on account of illness, I thought it better not to return to it. Every man is to judge for himself, according to the effects which he experiences. One of the fathers tells us he found fasting made him so peevish that he did not practice it. Footnote, 3 weeks later, at his usual fast before Easter, Johnson recorded, I felt myself very much disordered by emptiness, and called for tea with peevish and impatient eagerness. Present Meditations, page 147, end of footnote. Though he often enlarged upon the evil of intoxication, footnote, of the use of spirituous liquors, he wrote, Works, volume 6, page 26, the mischiefs arising on every side from this compendious mode of drunkenness are enormous and insupportable, equally to be found among the great and the mean, filling palaces with disquiet and distraction harder to be borne as it cannot be mentioned, and overwhelming multitudes with incurable diseases and unpitied poverty. Yet he found an excuse for drunkenness which few men but he could have found. Stockdale Memoirs says that he heard Mrs. Williams wonder what pleasure men can take in making beasts of themselves. I wonder, madam, replied Johnson, that you have not penetration enough to see the strong inducement to this excess, for he who makes a beast of himself gets rid of the pain of being a man. End footnote. He was by no means harsh and unforgiving to those who indulged in occasional excess in wine. One of his friends, footnote very likely Boswell, in 1777, under a yew tree, he promised Temple to be sober. On August the 12th, 1775, he wrote, "My promise under the solemn yew I have observed wonderfully, having never infringed it till the other day. A very jovial company of us dined at a tavern, and I unwearingly exceeded my bottle of old hock, and having once broke over the pail, I run wild, but I did not get drunk. I was, however, intoxicated and very ill next day." Letters of Boswell. During his present visit to London, he wrote, My promise under the solemn yew was not religiously kept, because a little wine hurried me on too much. The General, in square brackets Paoli, has taken my word of honour that I shall not taste fermented liquor for a year, that I may recover sobriety. I have kept this promise now about 3 weeks. I was really growing a drunkard. Ibid. In 1778 he was for a short time a water drinker. His intemperance grew upon him, and at last carried him off. On December the 4th, 1790, he wrote to Malone, "Courtenay took my word and honour that till March the 1st my allowance of wine per diem should not exceed 4 good glasses at dinner, and a pint after it. And this I have kept, though I have dined with Jack Wilkes, etc." On March the 8th, 1791, he wrote, "Your friendly admonition as to excess in wine has been too often applicable. As I am now free from my restriction to Courtenay, I shall be much upon my guard, for, to tell the truth, I did go too deep the day before yesterday." Croker's Boswell. End of footnote. One of his friends, I well remember, came to sup at a tavern with him and some other gentlemen, and too plainly discovered that he had drunk too much at dinner. When one who loved mischief, thinking to produce a severe censure, asked Johnson a few days afterwards, "Well, sir, what did your friend say to you as an apology for being in such a situation?" Johnson answered, "Sir, he said all that a man should say. He said he was sorry for it." I heard him once give a very judicious practical advice upon this subject. A man who has been drinking wine at all freely should never go into a new company. With those who have partaken of wine with him, he may be pretty well in unison, but he will probably be offensive or appear ridiculous to other people. He allowed very great influence to education. "I do not deny, sir, but there is some original difference in minds, but it is nothing in comparison of what is formed by education. We may instance the science of numbers, which all minds are equally capable of attaining." Footnote. Mathematics are perhaps too much studied at our universities. This seems a science to which the meanest intellects are equal. I forget who it is that says, "All men might understand mathematics if they would." Goldsmith's Present State of Polite Learning. End of footnote. Yet we find a prodigious difference in the powers of different men in that respect after they have grown up, because their minds have been more or less exercised in it. And I think the same cause will explain the difference of excellence in other things, gradations admitting always some difference in the first principles. Footnote. "No, sir," he once said, "people are not born with a particular genius for particular employments or studies, for it would be like saying that a man could see a great way east, but could not west. It is good sense, applied with diligence to what was at first a mere accident, and which, by great application, grew to be called by the generality of mankind a particular genius." Miss Reynolds's Recollections. Crocus Boswell. "Perhaps this is Miss Reynolds' recollection of the following in Boswell's Hebrides, August the 15th, 1773. Johnson. I could as easily apply to law as to tragic poetry." Boswell. "Yet, sir, you did apply to tragic poetry, not to law." Johnson. "Because, sir, I had not money to study law. So the man who has vigour may walk to the east just as well as to the west, if he happens to turn his head that way." The true genius, he wrote, Works, Volume 7, page 1, is a mind of large general powers, accidentally determined to some particular direction. Reynolds held the same doctrine, having got it, no doubt, from Johnson. He held that the superiority attainable in any pursuit whatever does not originate in an innate propensity of the mind to that pursuit in particular, but depends on the general strength of the intellect, and on the intense and constant application of that strength to a specific purpose. He regarded ambition as the cause of eminence, but accident as pointing out the means. Northcote's Reynolds. Pawson insisted that all men are born with abilities nearly equal. Anyone, he would say, might become quite as good a critic as I am, if he would only take the trouble to make himself so. I have made myself what I am by intense labour. Rogers's Table Talk. Hume maintained the opposite. This forenoon, wrote Boswell on June 19, 1775, Mr. Hume came in. He did not say much. I only remember his remark that characters depend more on original formation than on the way we are educated. For, said he, princes are educated uniformly, and yet how different are they? How different was James II from Charles II? Letters of Boswell. Boswell recorded 2 years earlier, Hebrides, September the 16th, Dr. Johnson denied that any child was better than another, but by difference of instruction, though, in consequence of greater attention being paid to instruction by one child than another, and of a variety of imperceptible causes, such as instruction being counteracted by servants, a notion was conceived that of two children equally well educated, one was naturally much worse than another. End of footnote. This is a difficult subject, but it is best to hope that diligence may do a great deal. We are sure of what it can do in increasing our mechanical force and dexterity. I again visited him on Monday. He took occasion to enlarge, as he often did, upon the wretchedness of a sea life. A ship is worse than a jail. There is in a jail better air, better company, better conveniency of every kind, and a ship has the additional disadvantage of being in danger. When men come to like a sea life, they are not fit to live on land. Footnote. The grossness of naval men is shown in Captain Mirvan in Miss Burney's Evelina. In her diary she records, "The more I see of sea captains, the less reason I have to be ashamed of Captain Mirvan, for they have all so irresistible a propensity to wanton mischief, to roasting beaux and detesting old women, that I quite rejoice I showed the book to no one ere printed, lest I should have been prevailed upon to soften his character." End of footnote. Then, said I, it would be cruel in a father to breed his son to the sea. Johnson. It would be cruel in a father who thinks as I do. Men go to sea before they know the unhappiness of that way of life, and when they have come to know it, they cannot escape from it, because it is then too late to choose another profession, as indeed is generally the case with men when they have once engaged in any particular way of life. End of section 60. Section 61 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. On Tuesday, March the 19th, which was fixed for our proposed jaunt, we met in the morning at the Somerset Coffee House in the Strand, where we were taken up by the Oxford coach. He was accompanied by Mr. Gwyn, the architect. Footnote: Baretti, in a manuscript note in Piozzi Letters, describes Gwyn as the Welsh architect that built the bridge at Oxford. He built Magdalen Bridge. End footnote. And a gentleman of Merton College, whom we did not know, had the fourth seat. We soon got into conversation, for it was very remarkable of Johnson that the presence of a stranger had no restraint upon his talk. I observed that Garrick, who was about to quit the stage, would soon have an easier life. Johnson: I doubt that, sir. Boswell: Why, sir, he will be Atlas with the burthen off his back. Johnson: But I know not, sir, if he will be so steady without his load. However, he should never play any more, but be entirely the gentleman, and not partly the player. He should no longer subject himself to be hissed by a mob, or to be insolently treated by performers whom he used to rule with a high hand, and who would gladly retaliate. Boswell: I think he should play once a year for the benefit of decayed actors, as it has been said he means to do. Johnson: Alas, sir, he will soon be a decayed actor himself. Johnson expressed his disapprobation of ornamental architecture, such as magnificent columns supporting a portico, or expensive pilasters supporting merely their own capitals, because it consumes labour disproportionate to its utility. For the same reason he satirized statuary. Painting, said he, consumes labour not disproportionate to its effect, but a fellow will hack half a year at a block of marble to make something in stone that hardly resembles a man. The value of statuary is owing to its difficulty. You would not value the finest head cut upon a carrot. Footnote: Whence, asks Goldsmith, has proceeded the vain magnificence of expensive architecture in our colleges? Is it that men study to more advantage in a palace than in a cell? One single performance of taste or genius confers more real honour on its parent university than all the labours of the chisel. Present state of polite learning. Newton used to say of his friend the Earl of Pembroke that he was a lover of stone dolls. Brewster's Newton. End of footnote. Here he seemed to me to be strangely deficient in taste, for surely statuary is a noble art of imitation, and preserves a wonderful expression of the varieties of the human frame. And although it must be allowed that the circumstances of difficulty enhance the value of a marble head, we should consider that, if it requires a long time in the performance, it has a proportionate value in durability. Gwyn was a fine, lively, rattling fellow. Dr. Johnson kept him in subjection, but with a kindly authority. The spirit of the artist, however, rose against what he thought a Gothic attack, and he made a brisk defence. What, sir? Would you allow no value to beauty in architecture or in statuary? Why should we allow it then in writing? Why do you take the trouble to give us so many fine allusions and bright images and elegant phrases? You might convey all your instruction without these ornaments. Johnson smiled with complacency, but said, "Why, sir, all these ornaments are useful because they obtain an easier reception for truth. But a building is not at all more convenient for being decorated with superfluous carved work." Wynne at last was lucky enough to make one reply to Dr. Johnson, which he allowed to be excellent. Johnson censured him for taking down a church which might have stood many years, and building a new one at a different place, for no other reason but that there might be a direct road to a new bridge. And his expression was, "You are taking a church out of the way, that the people may go in a straight line to the bridge." "No, sir," said Wynne, "I am putting the church in the way, that the people may not go out of the way." Johnson, with a hearty loud laugh of approbation, "Speak no more. Rest your colloquial fame upon this." Upon our arrival at Oxford, Dr. Johnson and I went directly to University College, but were disappointed on finding that one of the fellows, his friend Mr. Scott, footnote, afterwards Lord Stowell, see the beginning of Boswell's Hebrides, end of footnote, who accompanied him from Newcastle to Edinburgh, was gone to the country. We put up at the Angel Inn, and passed the evening by ourselves in easy and familiar conversation. Talking of constitutional melancholy, he observed, "A man so afflicted, sir, must divert distressing thoughts, and not combat with them." Boswell, "May he not think them down, sir?" Johnson, "No, sir. To attempt to think them down is madness. He should have a lamp constantly burning in his bedchamber during the night, and if wakefully disturbed, take a book and read, and compose himself to rest. To have the management of the mind is a great art, and it may be attained in a considerable degree by experience and habitual exercise." Boswell, "Should not he provide amusements for himself? Would it not, for instance, be right for him to take a course of chemistry?" Johnson, "Let him take a course of chemistry, or a course of rope dancing, or a course of anything to which he is inclined at the time. Let him contrive to have as many retreats for his mind as he can, as many things to which it can fly from itself." Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy is a valuable work. It is perhaps overloaded with quotation, but there is great spirit and great power in what Burton says when he writes from his own mind. Next morning we visited Dr. Wetherell, Master of University College, with whom Dr. Johnson conferred on the most advantageous mode of disposing of the books printed at the Clarendon Press, on which subject his letter has been inserted in a former page. I often had occasion to remark, Johnson loved business, loved to have his wisdom actually operate on real life. Dr. Wetherell and I talked of him without reserve in his own presence. Wetherell, "I would have given him 100 guineas if he would have written a preface to his political tracts, by way of a discourse on the British Constitution." Boswell, "Dr. Johnson, though in his writings and upon all occasions a great friend to the Constitution, both in church and state, has never written expressly in support of either. There is really a claim upon him for both. I am sure he could give a volume of no great bulk upon each, which would comprise all the substance, and with his spirit would effectually maintain them. He should erect a fort on the confines of each." I could perceive that he was displeased with this dialogue. He burst out, "Why should I always be writing?" I hoped he was conscious that the debt was just, and meant to discharge it, though he disliked being dunned. We then went to Pembroke College, and waited on his old friend Dr. Adams, the master of it, whom I found to be a most polite, pleasing, communicative man. Before his advancement to the headship of his college, I had intended to go and visit him at Shrewsbury, where he was rector of St. Chad's, in order to get from him what particulars he could recollect of Johnson's academical life. He now obligingly gave me part of that authentic information, which, with what I afterwards owed to his kindness, will be found incorporated in its proper place in this work. Dr. Adams had distinguished himself by an able answer to David Hume's essay on miracles. He told me he had once dined in company with Hume in London. Footnote. Hume told Cadell, the bookseller, that he had a great desire to be introduced to as many of the persons who had written against him as could be collected. Accordingly, Dr. Douglas, Dr. Adams, etc., were invited by Cadell to dine at his house in order to meet Hume. They came, and Dr. Price, who was of the party, assured me that they were all delighted with David. Rogers' Table Talk. End of footnote. That Hume shook hands with him and said, "You have treated me much better than I deserve," and that they exchanged visits. I took the liberty to object to treating an infidel writer with smooth civility. Where there is a controversy concerning a passage in a classic author, or concerning a question in antiquities, or any other subject in which human happiness is not deeply interested, a man may treat his antagonist with politeness and even respect. But where the controversy is concerning the truth of religion, it is of such vast importance to him who maintains it to obtain the victory, that the person of an opponent ought not to be spared. If a man firmly believes that religion is an invaluable treasure, footnote, Boswell in his Corsica uses a strange argument against infidelity. Belief is favourable to the human mind, were it for nothing else but to furnish it entertainment. An infidel, I should think, must frequently suffer from ennui. In his Hebrides, August 15th note, he attacks Adam Smith for being so forgetful of human comfort as to give any countenance to that dreary infidelity which would make us poor indeed. End of footnote. If a man firmly believes that religion is an invaluable treasure, he will consider a writer who endeavours to deprive mankind of it as a robber. He will look upon him as odious, though the infidel might think himself in the right. A robber who reasons as the gang do in the Beggar's Opera, who call themselves practical philosophers. Footnote. Jemmy Twitcher. Are we more dishonest than the rest of mankind? What we win, gentlemen, is our own by the law of arms and the right of conquest. Crook-fingered Jack. Where shall we find such another set of practical philosophers, who to a man are above the fear of death? The Beggar's Opera, Act 2, Scene 1, end of footnote. A robber who reasons as the gang do in the Beggar's Opera, who call themselves practical philosophers, and may have as much sincerity as pernicious speculative philosophers, is not the less an object of just indignation. An abandoned profligate may think that it is not wrong to debauch my wife, but shall I therefore not detest him? And if I catch him in making an attempt, shall I treat him with politeness? No, I will kick him downstairs or run him through the body. That is, if I really love my wife, or have a true rational notion of honour. An infidel, then, shall not be treated handsomely by a Christian merely because he endeavours to rob with ingenuity. I do declare, however, that I am exceedingly unwilling to be provoked to anger, and could I be persuaded that truth would not suffer from a cool moderation in its defenders, I should wish to preserve good humour at least in every controversy. Nor indeed do I see why a man should lose his temper while he does all he can to refute an opponent. I think ridicule may be fairly used against an infidel. For instance, if he be an ugly fellow, and yet absurdly vain of his person. Footnote. Boswell, I think, here aims a blow at Gibbon. He says, post under March the 19th, 1781, that Johnson had talked with some disgust of Mr. Gibbon's ugliness. He wrote to Temple on May the 8th, 1779, Gibbon is an ugly, affected, disgusting fellow, and poisons our literary club to me. He had before classed him among infidel wasps and venomous insects. Letters of Boswell. The younger Coleman describes Gibbon as dressed in a suit of flowered velvet with a bag and sword. Random Records. End of footnote. If he be an ugly fellow, yet absurdly vain of his person, we may contrast his appearance with Cicero's beautiful image of virtue, could she be seen. Footnote. Formam quidem ipsam maci filii, et tamquam faciam honesti vides, quaesi oculis generetur mirabiles amores ut ait Plato excitaret sapientiae. Cicero, De Officiis, Book 1, 5. End of footnote. Johnson coincided with me and said, when a man voluntarily engages in an important controversy, he is to do all he can to lessen his antagonist, because authority from personal respect has much weight with most people, and often more than reasoning. Footnote. Of Beattie's attack on Hume, he said, treating your adversary with respect is striking soft in a battle. Boswell's Hebrides, August the 15th. End of footnote. If my antagonist writes bad language, though that may not be essential to the question, I will attack him for his bad language. Adams. You would not jostle a chimney sweeper? Johnson. Yes, sir, if it were necessary to jostle him down. Dr. Adams told us that in some of the colleges at Oxford, the fellows had excluded the students from social intercourse with them in the common room. Footnote. When Gibbon entered Magdalen College in 1752, the ordinary commoners were already excluded. As a gentleman commoner, he writes, I was admitted to the Society of the Fellows, and fondly expected that some questions of literature would be the amusing and instructive topics of their discourse. Their conversation stagnated in a round of college business, Tory politics, personal anecdotes, and private scandal. Their dull and deep potations excused the brisk intemperance of youth, and their constitutional toasts were not expressive of the most lively loyalty for the House of Hanover. Gibbon's Miscellaneous Works. In Jess's edition of White's Selborne, it is stated that White, as long as his health allowed him, always attended the annual election of Fellows at Oriel College, where the gentlemen commoners were allowed the use of the common room after dinner. This liberty they seldom availed themselves of, except on the occasion of Mr. White's visits, for such was his happy manner of telling a story that the room was always filled when he was there. He died in 1793. End of footnote. Johnson. They are in the right, sir. There can be no real conversation, no fair exertion of mind amongst them if the young men are by. For a man who has a character does not choose to stake it in their presence. Boswell. But, sir, may there not be very good conversation without a contest for superiority? Johnson. No animated conversation, sir, for it cannot be but one or other will come off superior. I do not mean that the victor must have the better of the argument, for he may take the weak side, but his superiority of parts and knowledge will necessarily appear, and he to whom he thus shows himself superior is lessened in the eyes of the young men. Footnote. So different are the colours of life as we look forward to the future or backward to the past, and so different the opinions and sentiments which this contrariety of appearance naturally produces, that the conversation of the old and young ends generally with contempt or pity on either side. One generation is always the scorn and wonder of the other, and the notions of the old and young are like liquors of different gravity and texture, which never can unite. The Rambler, No. 69, into footnote. You know, it was said, malem cum scaligero errare, quam cum Claudio recte sapere. Footnote. It was said of a dispute between two mathematicians, malem cum scaligero errare, quam cum Claudio recte sapere, that it was more eligible to go wrong with one than right with the other. A tendency of the same kind every mind must feel at the perusal of Dryden's prefaces and Rymer's discourses. Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 303, and a footnote. In the same manner, take Bentley's and Jason Denor's comments upon Horace. You will admire Bentley more when wrong than Jason when right. We walked with Dr. Adams into the master's garden and into the common room. Johnson, after a reverie of meditation, "Aye, here I used to play at draughts with Phil Jones and Fludger. Jones loved beer, and did not get very forward in the church." Footnote. There is evidence of Phil Jones's love of beer, for we find, scribbled at the end of the college buttery books, oh yes, come forth, Phil Jones, and answer to your charge for exceeding the battles." His excess, perhaps, was in liquor. Dr. Johnson, his friends, etc. End of footnote. Fludger turned out a scoundrel, a Whig, and said he was ashamed of having been bred at Oxford. He had a living at Putney, and got under the eye of some retainers to the court at that time, and so became a violent Whig. But he had been a scoundrel all along, to be sure. Boswell. Was he a scoundrel, sir, in any other way than that of being a political scoundrel? Did he cheat at draughts? Johnson. Sir, we never played for money. End of section 61. Section 62 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. He then carried me to visit Dr. Bentham, Canon of Christ Church and Divinity Professor, with whose learned and lively conversation we were much pleased. He gave us an invitation to dinner, which Dr. Johnson told me was a high honour. Sir, it is a great thing to dine with the canons of Christ Church. We could not accept his invitation, as we were engaged to dine at University College. We had an excellent dinner there with the master and fellows, it being St. Cuthbert's Day, which is kept by them as a festival, as he was a saint of Durham, with which this college is much connected. Footnote. Dr. Fisher, who was present, told Mr. Croker that he recollected one passage of the conversation. Boswell quoted, "Quem Deus vult perere, prius dementat," and asked where it was. A pause. At last Dr. Chandler said, "In Horace." Another pause. Then Fisher remarked that he knew of no metre in Horace to which the words could be reduced, and Johnson said dictatorially, "The young man is right." Mark Patterson recorded in his diary in 1843 memoirs, on the authority of Mr. now Cardinal Newman, About 1770, the worst time in the university, head of Oriel then, who was continually obliged to be assisted to bed by his butler. Gaudy's a scene of wild licence. At Christ Church they dined at 3 and sat regularly till chapel at 9. A Gaudy is such a festival as the one in the text. End of footnote. We drank tea with Dr. Home, late president of Magdalen College, footnote, the author of the commentary on the Psalms, end of footnote, and Bishop of Norwich, of whose abilities in different respects the public has had eminent proofs, and the esteem annexed to whose character was increased by knowing him personally. He had talked of publishing an edition of Walton's Lives, but had laid aside that design upon Dr. Johnson's telling him from mistake that Lord Hailes intended to do it. I had wished to negotiate between Lord Hailes and him that one or other should perform so good a work. Johnson: in order to do it well, it will be necessary to collect all the editions of Walton's Lives. By way of adapting the book to the taste of the present age, they have in a later edition left out a vision which he relates Dr. Donne had, but it should be restored. Footnote: I have seen, said Mr. Donne to Sir R. Drury, a dreadful vision since I saw you. I have seen my dear wife pass twice by me through this room with her hair hanging about her shoulders and a dead child in her arms. He learnt that on the same day and about the very hour, after a long and dangerous labour, she had been delivered of a dead child. Walton's Life of Dr. Donne, end of footnote. And there should be a critical catalogue given of the works of the different persons whose lives were written by Walton, and therefore their works must be carefully read by the editor. We then went to Trinity College, where he introduced me to Mr. Thomas Wharton, with whom we passed a part of the evening. We talked of biography. Johnson: it is rarely well executed. Footnote: biographers so little regard the manners or behaviour of their heroes that more knowledge may be gained of a man's real character by a short conversation with one of his servants than from a formal and studied narrative begun with his pedigree and ended with his funeral. The Rambler, No. 60, end of footnote. They only who live with a man can write his life with any genuine exactness and discrimination, and few people who have lived with a man know what to remark about him. The chaplain of a late bishop, whom I was to assist in writing some memoirs of his lordship, could tell me scarcely anything. Footnote: it has been mentioned to me by an accurate English friend that Dr. Johnson could never have used the phrase almost nothing as not being English, and therefore I have put another in its place. At the same time, I am not quite convinced it is not good English, for the best writers use the phrase little or nothing. That is almost so little as to be nothing. Boswell. Boswell might have left almost nothing in his text. Johnson used it in his writing, certainly twice. It will add almost nothing to the expense. I have read little, almost nothing, Prayers and Meditations. Moreover, in a letter to Mrs. Aston, written on November the 5th, 1779, Croker's Boswell, he says, nothing almost is purchased. In King Lear, Act 2, Scene 2, we have, nothing almost sees miracles but misery. End of footnote. I said Mr. Robert Dodsley's life should be written, as he had been so much connected with the wits of his time, and by his literary merit had raised himself from the station of a footman. Footnote: Pope's fortune did not suffer his charity to be splendid and conspicuous, but he assisted Dodsley with £100 that he might open a shop. Johnson's Works, volume 8, page 318, end of footnote. Mr. Wharton said he had published a little volume under the title of
the Muse in Livery. Footnote, a Muse in Livery, or the Footman's Miscellany, 1732. A rhyme in the motto on the title page shows what a Cockney muse Dodsley's was. He writes, "But when I mount behind the coach and bear aloft a flaming torch," the preface is written with much good feeling. End of footnote. Johnson, I doubt whether Dodsley's brother would thank a man who should write his life. Footnote, James Dodsley, many years a bookseller in Pall Mall. He died February the 19th, 1797, P. Cunningham. He was living, therefore, when this anecdote was published. End of footnote. Yet Dodsley himself was not unwilling that his original low condition should be recollected. When Lord Lyttelton's Dialogues of the Dead came out, one of which is between Apicius, an ancient epicure, and Dardanus, a modern epicure, Dodsley said to me, "I knew Dardanus well, for I was once his footman." Footnote, Horace Walpole Letters says, "You know how decent, humble, inoffensive a creature Dodsley is, how little apt to forget or disguise his having been a footman." Johnson seems to refer to Dodsley in the following passage written in 1756, Works, Volume 5, page 358. "The last century imagined that a man composing in his chariot was a new object of curiosity, but how much would the wonder have been increased by a footman studying behind it." End of footnote. Biography led us to speak of Dr. John Campbell, who had written a considerable part of the Biographia Britannica. Johnson, though he valued him highly, was of opinion that there was not so much in his great work, A Political Survey of Great Britain, as the world had been taught to expect. Footnote, yet surely it is a very useful work, and of wonderful research and labour for one man to have executed. Boswell. See Boswell's Hebrides, October the 17th, 1773, end of footnote. And said to me that he believed Campbell's disappointment on account of the bad success of that work had killed him. He this evening observed of it, "That work was his death." Mr. Wharton, not adverting to his meaning, answered, "I believe so, from the great attention he bestowed on it." Johnson, "Nay, sir, he died of want of attention, if he died at all, by that book." We talked of a work much in vogue at that time, written in a very mellifluous style, but which, under pretext of another subject, contained much artful infidelity. Footnote, 2 days earlier, Hume congratulated Gibbon on the first volume of his Decline and Fall. "I own that if I had not previously had the happiness of your personal acquaintance, such a performance from an Englishman in our age would have given me some surprise. You may smile at this sentiment, but as it seems to me that your countrymen for almost a whole generation have given themselves up to barbarous and absurd faction, and have totally neglected all polite letters, I no longer expected any valuable production ever to come from them." J.H. Burton's Hume, end of footnote. I said it was not fair to attack us thus unexpectedly. He should have warned us of our danger before we entered his garden of flowery eloquence by advertising, "Spring guns and men traps set here." Footnote, 5 weeks later, Boswell used a different metaphor. "I think it is right that as fast as infidel wasps or venomous insects, whether creeping or flying, are hatched, they shall be crushed." Letters of Boswell. If the infidels were wasps to the orthodox were hornets to the infidels. Gibbon wrote, "The freedom of my writings has indeed provoked an implacable tribe, but as I was safe from the stings, I was soon accustomed to the buzzing of the hornets." End of footnote. The author had been an Oxonian, and was remembered there for having turned Papist. I observed that as he had changed several times from the Church of England to the Church of Rome, from the Church of Rome to infidelity, did not despair yet of seeing him a Methodist preacher. Johnson, laughing, "It is said that his range has been more extensive, and that he has once been a Mohammedan." Footnote. Macaulay thus examines this report, Essays. To what, then, it has been asked, could Johnson allude? Possibly to some anecdote or some conversation of which all trace is lost. One conjecture may be offered, though with diffidence. Gibbon tells us in his memoirs that at Oxford he took a fancy for studying Arabic, and was prevented from doing so by the remonstrances of his tutor. Soon after this, the young man fell in with Boswell's controversial writings, and was speedily converted by them to the Roman Catholic faith. The apostasy of a gentleman commoner would of course be for a time the chief subject of conversation in the common room of Magdalen. His whim about Arabic learning would naturally be mentioned, and would give occasion to some jokes about the probability of his turning Mussulman. If such jokes were made, Johnson, who frequently visited Oxford, was very likely to hear of them. Though Gibbon's Autobiography ends with the year 1788, yet he wrote portions of it, I believe, after the publication of the Life of Johnson. I have little doubt that in the following lines he refers to the attack thus made on him by Boswell and Johnson. Many years afterwards, when the name of Gibbon was become as notorious as that of Middleton, it was industriously whispered at Oxford that the historian had formerly turned Papist. My character stood exposed to the reproach of inconstancy. End of footnote. However, now that he has published his infidelity, he will probably persist in it. Boswell. I am not quite sure of that, sir. I mentioned Sir Richard Steele having published his Christian Hero with the avowed purpose of obliging himself to lead a religious life. Footnote. Steele, in his Apology for himself and his writings, says of himself, "He first became an author when an ensign of the Guards, a way of life exposed to much irregularity, and being thoroughly convinced of many things of which he often repented, and which he more often repeated, he writ for his own private use a little book called The Christian Hero, with a design principally to fix upon his own mind a strong impression of virtue and religion, in opposition to a stronger propensity towards unwarrantable pleasures. This secret admonition was too weak. He therefore printed the book with his name, in hopes that a standing testimony against himself and the eyes of the world, that is to say of his acquaintance upon him in a new light, might curb his desires, and make him ashamed of understanding and seeming to feel what was virtuous, and living so quite contrary a life." End of footnote. I mentioned Sir Richard Steele having published his Christian Hero with the avowed purpose of obliging himself to lead a religious life, yet that his conduct was by no means strictly suitable. Johnson. Steele, I believe, practised the lighter vices. Mr. Wharton, being engaged, could not sup with us at our inn. We had therefore another evening by ourselves. I asked Johnson whether a man's being forward to make himself known to eminent people, footnote, a man no doubt as Boswell himself, end of footnote, and seeing as much of life and getting as much information as he could in every way, was not yet lessening himself by his forwardness. Johnson. No, sir. A man always makes himself greater as he increases his knowledge. I censured some ludicrous, fantastic dialogues between two coach-horses and other such stuff which Baretti had lately published. Footnote. I was sure when I read it that the preface to Baretti's Dialogues was Dr. Johnson's, and that I made him confess. Baretti's Dialogues, what are they about? A thimble and a spoon and a knife and a fork. They are the most absurd and yet the most laughable things you ever saw. They were written for Miss Thrale, and all the dialogues are between her and him, except now and then a shovel and a poker, or a goose and a chair happen to step in. Madame D'Arblay's diary, and a footnote. He joined with me and said, "Nothing odd will do long. Tristram Shandy did not last." Footnote. April the 4th, 1760. At present nothing is talked of, nothing admired, but what I cannot help calling a very insipid and tedious performance. It is a kind of novel called The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy, the great humour of which consists in the whole narration always going backwards. Walpole's Letters. March the 7th, 1761. The second and third volumes of Tristram Shandy, the dregs of nonsense, have universally met the contempt they deserve. Ibid. "My good friend," said Dr. Farmer one day in the parlour of Emmanuel College, "you young men seem very fond of this Tristram Shandy, but mark my words, however much it may be talked about at present, yet, depend upon it, in the course of 20 years, should any one wish to refer to it, he will be obliged to go to an antiquary to inquire for it." Crocus, Boswell, end of footnote. I expressed the desire to be acquainted with a lady who had been much talked of, and universally celebrated for extraordinary address and insinuation. Footnote. Mrs. Rudd. She and the two brothers Perrault were charged with forgery. She was tried first and acquitted, the verdict of the jury being "not guilty according to the evidence before us." The Annual Register adds, "There were the loudest applauses on this acquittal almost ever known in a court of justice." The issue of Mrs. Rudd's trial was thought to involve the fate of the Perrots, and the popular fancy had taken the part of the woman as against the men. They were convicted and hanged, protesting their innocence. Letters of Boswell. Boswell wrote to Temple on April the 28th, "You know my curiosity and love of adventure. I have got acquainted with the celebrated Mrs. Rudd." Ibid. 3 days later he wrote, "Perhaps the adventure with Mrs. Rudd is very foolish, notwithstanding Dr. Johnson's approbation." Ibid. End of footnote. Johnson, "Never believe extraordinary characters which you hear of people. Depend upon it, sir, they are exaggerated. You do not see one man shoot a great deal higher than another." I mentioned Mr. Burke. Johnson, "Yes, Burke is an extraordinary man. His stream of mind is perpetual." Footnote. See Post, May the 15th, 1784, where Johnson says that Mrs. Montague has a constant stream of conversation, and a second time allows that Burke is an extraordinary man. Johnson writes of a stream of melody. For Burke's conversation, see Post, April the 7th, 1778, 1780, in Mr. Langton's collection, March the 21st, 1783, and Boswell's Hebrides, August the 15th. End of footnote. It is very pleasing to me to record that Johnson's high estimation of the talents of this gentleman was uniform from their early acquaintance. Sir Joshua Reynolds informs me that when Mr. Burke was first elected a Member of Parliament, and Sir John Hawkins expressed a wonder at his attaining a seat, Johnson said, "Now we who know Mr. Burke know that he will be one of the first men in this country." And once, when Johnson was ill and unable to exert himself as much as usual without fatigue,
Mr. Burke having been mentioned, he said, "That fellow calls forth all my powers. Were I to see Burke now, it would kill me." Footnote. According to Boswell's record in Boswelliana, two sayings are here united. He there writes, on the authority of Mr. Langton, "Dr. Johnson had a very high opinion of Edmund Burke. He said, 'That fellow calls forth all my powers.' And once, when he was out of spirits and rather dejected, he said, 'Were I to see Burke now, it would kill me.'" End of footnote. So much was he accustomed to consider conversation as a contest, and such was his notion of Burke as an opponent. Next morning, Thursday, March the 31st, we set out in a post-chaise to pursue our ramble. It was a delightful day, and we rode through Blenheim Park. When I looked at the magnificent bridge built by John, Duke of Marlborough, over a small rivulet, and recollected the epigram made upon it, "The lofty arch his high ambition shows, the stream, an emblem of his bounty flows." Footnote. In a note on the Dunciad, Book 2, line 50, the author of this epigram is said to be Dr. Evans. End of footnote. And saw that now by the genius of Brown, footnote, Capability Brown as he was called, end of footnote, a magnificent body of water was collected, I said, "They have drowned the epigram." I observed to him, while in the midst of the noble scene around us, "You and I, sir, have, I think, seen together the extremes of what can be seen in Britain, the wild rough island of Mull and Blenheim Park." We dined at an excellent inn at Chapel House, where he expatiated on the felicity of England in its taverns and inns, and triumphed over the French for not having in any perfection the tavern life. "There is no private house," said he, "in which people can enjoy themselves so well as at a capital tavern. Let there be ever so great plenty of good things, ever so much grandeur, ever so much elegance, ever so much desire that everybody should be easy, in the nature of things it cannot be. There must always be some degree of care and anxiety. The master of the house is anxious to entertain his guests, the guests are anxious to be agreeable to him, and no man but a very impudent dog indeed can as freely command what is in another man's house as if it were his own." Footnote. Such an impudent dog had Boswell himself been in Corsica. "Before I was accustomed to the Corsican hospitality," he wrote, "I sometimes forgot myself, and, imagining I was in a public house, called for what I wanted with the tone which one uses in calling to the waiters at a tavern. I did so at Pino, asking for a variety of things at once, when Signora Tomasi, perceiving my mistake, looked in my face and smiled, saying with much calmness and good nature, 'Una cosa dopo un'altra, signore, one thing after another, sir.'" Boswell's Corsican. A Corsican gentleman who knows the Tomasi family told me that this reply is preserved among them by tradition. End of footnote. Whereas at a tavern there is a general freedom from anxiety. You are sure you are welcome, and the more noise you make, the more trouble you give, the more good things you call for, the welcomer you are. No servants will attend you with the alacrity which waiters do, who are incited by the prospect of an immediate reward in proportion as they please. No, sir, there is nothing which has yet been contrived by man by which so much happiness is produced as by a good tavern or inn." Footnote. Sir John Hawkins has preserved very few memorabilia of Johnson, There is, however, to be found in his bulky tome a very excellent one upon this subject. In contradiction to those who, having a wife and children, prefer domestic enjoyments to those which a tavern affords, I have heard him assert that a tavern chair was the throne of human felicity. As soon, said he, as I enter the door of a tavern, I experience an oblivion of care and a freedom from solicitude. When I am seated, I find the master courteous and the servants obsequious to my call, anxious to know and ready to supply my wants. Wine there exhilarates my spirits and prompts me to free conversation and an interchange of discourse with those whom I most love. I dogmatize and am contradicted, and in this conflict of opinions and sentiments I find delight. Boswell, end of footnote. He then repeated with great emotion Shenstone's lines: "Whoe'er has travelled life's dull round, where'er his stages may have been, may sigh to think he still has found the warmest welcome at an inn." Footnote: we happened to lie this night at the inn at Henley where Shenstone wrote these lines. Boswell. I give them as they are found in the corrected edition of his works published after his death. In Dodsley's collection the stanza ran thus: "Whoe'er has travelled life's dull round, whate'er his various tour has been, may sigh to think how oft he found his warmest welcome at an inn." Boswell, end of footnote. My illustrious friend thought I did not sufficiently admire Shenstone. That ingenious and elegant gentleman's opinion of Johnson appears in one of his letters to Mr. Graves, dated February 9, 1760, footnote Reverend Richard Graves, author of The Spiritual Quixote. He and Shenstone were fellow students at Pembroke College, Oxford, end of footnote. I have lately been reading 1 or 2 volumes of The Rambler, who, excepting against some few hardnesses in his manner, footnote, he too often makes use of the abstract for the concrete, Shenstone, Boswell, end of footnote, and the want of more examples to enliven, is one of the most nervous, most perspicuous, most concise, in square brackets, and most harmonious prose writers I know. And learned diction improves by time. In the afternoon, as we were driven rapidly along in the post-chaise, he said to me, "Life has not many things better than this." Footnote. I asked him why he doted on a coach so, and received for answer that, in the first place, the company was shut in with him there, and could not escape as out of a room. In the next place, he heard all that was said in a carriage, where it was my turn to be deaf. Piozzi's Anecdotes. Gibbon, at the end of a journey in a post-chaise, wrote, "I am always so much delighted and improved with this union of ease and motion, that were not the expense enormous, I would travel every year some 100 miles, more especially in England." End of footnote. End of section 62. Section 63 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. We stopped at Stratford-upon-Avon and drank tea and coffee, and it pleased me to be with him upon the classic ground of Shakespeare's native place. He spoke slightingly of Dyer's Fleece. Footnote. Johnson, Works, Volume 8, page 406, tells the following ludicrous story of the Fleece. Dodsley the bookseller was one day mentioning it to a critical visitor with more expectation of success than the other could easily admit. In the conversation the author's age was asked, and being represented as advanced in life, he will, said the critic, be buried in woolen. To encourage the trade in wool, an Act was passed requiring the dead to be buried in woolen. Burke refers to this when he says of Lord Chatham, who was swathed in flannel owing to the gout, "Like a true obeyer of the laws, he will be buried in woolen." Burke's Correspondence. Hawkins' Life, page 231, says, "A portrait of Samuel Dyer was painted by Sir Joshua, and from it a mezzo tinto was scraped, the print whereof, as he was little known, sold only to his friends. A singular use was made of it. Bell, the publisher of The English Poets, caused an engraving to be made from it and prefixed it to the Poems of Mr. John Dyer." End of footnote. The subject, sir, cannot be made poetical. How can a man write poetically of surgeons and druggarts? Yet you will hear many people talk to you gravely of that excellent poem, The Fleece. Having talked of Granger's sugar cane, I mentioned to him Mr. Langton's having told me that this poem, when read in manuscript at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, had made all the assembled wits burst into a laugh when, after much blank verse pomp, the poet began a new paragraph thus: "Now, Muse, let us sing of rats." And what increased the ridicule was that one of the company, who slyly overlooked the reader, perceived that the word had been originally mice, and had been altered to rats as more dignified. Footnote. Such is this little laughable incident, which has been often related. Dr. Percy, the Bishop of Dromore, who was an intimate friend of Dr. Granger and has a particular regard to his memory, has communicated to me the following explanation. The passage in question was originally not liable to such a perversion, for the author, having occasion in that part of his work to mention the havoc made by rats and mice, had introduced the subject in a kind of mock heroic and a parody of Homer's Battle of the Frogs and Mice, invoking the muse of the old Grecian bard in an elegant and well-turned manner. In that state I had seen it, but afterwards, unknown to me and other friends, he had been persuaded, contrary to his own better judgment, to alter it so as to produce the unlucky effect above mentioned. The above was written by the Bishop when he had not the poem itself to recur to, and though the account given was true of it at one period, yet as Dr. Granger afterwards altered the passage in question, the remarks in the text do not now apply to the printed poem. The Bishop gives this character of Dr. Granger: "He was not only a man of genius and learning, but he had many excellent virtues, being one of the most generous, friendly, and benevolent men I ever knew." Boswell. End of footnote. This passage does not appear in the printed work. Dr. Granger, or some of his friends, it should seem, having become sensible that introducing even rats in a grave poem might be liable to banter, he, however, could not bring himself to relinquish the idea, for they are thus, in a still more ludicrous manner, periphrastically exhibited in his poem as it now stands: "Nor with less waste the whisked vermin race, a countless clan, despoil the lowland cane." Johnson said that Dr. Granger was an agreeable man, a man who would do any good that was in his power. His translation of Tibullus he thought was very well done, but the sugar cane, a poem, did not please him. Footnote. Dr. Johnson said to me, "Percy, sir, was angry with me for laughing at the sugar cane, for he had a mind to make a great thing of Granger's rats." Boswell. Johnson helped Percy in writing a review of this poem in 1764. End of footnote. But the sugar-cane poem did not please him, for he exclaimed, what could he make of a sugar-cane? One might as well write the parsley bed a poem, or the cabbage garden a poem. Boswell. You must then pickle your cabbage with the sal aticum. Johnson. You know there is already the hop garden a poem. Footnote. In Poems by Christopher Smart. One line may serve as a sample of the whole poem. Writing of Bacchus, god of hops, the poet says, "'Tis he shall generate the buxom beer." End of footnote. And I think one could say a great deal about cabbage. The poem might begin with the advantages of civilized society over a rude state, exemplified by the Scotch, who had no cabbages till Oliver Cromwell's soldiers introduced them, and one might thus show how arts are propagated by conquest, as they were by the Roman arms. He seemed to be much diverted with the fertility of his own fancy. I told him that I had heard Dr. Percy was writing the history of the wolf in Great Britain. Johnson. The wolf, sir? Why the wolf? Why does he not write of the bear, which we had formerly? Nay, it is said we had the beaver. Or why does he not write of the grey rat, the Hanover rat, as it is called, because it is said to have come into this country about the time that the family of Hanover came? I should like to see The History of the Grey Rat by Thomas Percy, D.D., Chaplain in Ordinary to His Majesty, laughing immoderately. Boswell. I'm afraid a court chaplain could not decently write of the grey rat. Johnson. Sir, he need not give it the name of the Hanover rat. Thus could he indulge a luxuriant sport of imagination when talking of a friend whom he loved and esteemed. He mentioned to me the singular history of an ingenious acquaintance. He had practised physic in various situations with no great emolument. A West India gentleman, whom he delighted by his conversation, gave him a bond for a handsome annuity during his life, on the condition of his accompanying him to the West Indies and living with him there for 2 years. He accordingly embarked with the gentleman, but upon the voyage fell in love with a young woman who happened to be one of the passengers, and married the wench. From the imprudence of his disposition, he quarrelled with the gentleman and declared he would have no connection with him. So he forfeited the annuity. He settled as a physician in one of the Leeward Islands. A man was sent out to him merely to compound his medicines. This fellow set up as a rival to him in his practice of physic, and got so much the better of him in the opinion of the people of the island that he carried away all the business, upon which he returned to England and soon after died. On Friday, March the 22nd, having set out early from Henley, footnote, Henley in Arden, 13 miles from Birmingham, end of footnote, where we had lain the preceding night, we arrived at Birmingham about 9 o'clock, and after breakfast went to call on his old schoolfellow, Mr. Hector. Footnote, Mr. Hector's house was in the square, now known as the Old Square. It afterwards formed a part of the Stork Hotel, but it was pulled down when Corporation Street was made. A marble tablet had been placed on the house at the suggestion of the late Mr. George Dawson, marking the spot where Edmund Hector was the host, Samuel Johnson the guest. This tablet, together with the wainscoting, the door, and the mantelpiece of one of the rooms, was set up in Aston Hall at the Johnson Centenary, in a room that is to be known as Dr. Johnson's room. End of footnote. A very stupid maid, who opened the door, told us that her master was gone out, he was gone to the country, she could not tell when he would return. In short, she gave us a miserable reception, And Johnson observed, she would have behaved no better to people who wanted him in the way of his profession. He said to her, "My name is Johnson. Tell him I called. Will you remember the name?" She answered with rustic simplicity and the Warwickshire pronunciation, "I don't understand you, sir." "Blockhead," said he, "I'll write." I never heard the word blockhead applied to a woman before, though I do not see why it should not, where there is evident occasion for it. Footnote: my worthy friend Mr. Langton, to whom I am under innumerable obligations in the course of my Johnsonian history, has furnished me with a droll illustration about this question. An honest carpenter, after giving some anecdote in his presence of the ill treatment which he had received from a clergyman's wife who was a noted termagant, and whom he accused of unjust dealing in some transaction with him, added, "I took care to let her know what I thought of her," and being asked, "What did you say?" answered, "I told her she was a scoundrel." Boswell. End of footnote. He, however, made another attempt to make her understand him, and roared loud in her ear, "Johnson," and then she catched the sound. We next called on Mr. Lloyd, one of the people called Quakers. He too was not at home, but Mrs. Lloyd was, and received us courteously and asked us to dinner. Johnson said to me, "After the uncertainty of all human things at Hector's, this invitation came very well." We walked about the town, and he was pleased to see it increasing. I talked of legitimation by subsequent marriage, which obtained in the Roman law and still obtains in the law of Scotland. Johnson: I think it a bad thing, because the chastity of women being of the utmost importance, as all property depends upon it, they who forfeit it should not have any possibility of being restored to good character. Nor should the children by an illicit connection attain the full right of lawful children by the posterior consent of the offending parties. His opinion upon this subject deserves consideration. Upon his principle, there may at times be a hardship, and seemingly a strange one, upon individuals, but the general good of society is better secured. And after all, it is unreasonable in an individual to repine that he has not the advantage of a state which is made different from his own by the social institution under which he is born. A woman does not complain that her brother, who is younger than her, gets their common father's estate. Why then should a natural son complain when a younger brother by the same parents lawfully begotten gets it? The operation of law is similar in both cases. Besides, an illegitimate son who has a younger legitimate brother by the same father and mother has no stronger claim to the father's estate than if that legitimate brother had only the same father, from whom alone the estate descends. Mr. Lloyd joined us in the street, and in a little while we met friend Hector, as Mr. Lloyd called him. It gave me pleasure to observe the joy which Johnson and he expressed on seeing each other again. Mr. Lloyd and I left them together, while he obligingly showed me some of the manufactures of this very curious assemblage of artificers. We all met at dinner at Mr. Lloyd's, where we were entertained with great hospitality. Mr. and Mrs. Lloyd had been married the same year with their Majesties, and, like them, had been blessed with a numerous family of fine children, their numbers being exactly the same. Johnson said, "Marriage is the best state for a man in general, and every man is a worse man in proportion as he is unfit for the married state." I have always loved the simplicity of manners and the spiritual mindedness of the Quakers, and talking with Mr. Lloyd, I observed that the essential part of religion was piety, a devout intercourse with the divinity, and that many a man was a Quaker without knowing it. As Dr. Johnson had said to me in the morning while we walked together that he liked individuals among the Quakers, but not the sect, when we were at Mr. Lloyd's I kept clear of introducing any questions concerning the peculiarities of their faith, but I having asked to look at Baskerville's edition of Barclay's Apology, Johnson laid hold of it, and the chapter on baptism happening to open, Johnson remarked, "He says, there is neither precept nor practice for baptism in the Scriptures. That is false." Here he was the aggressor, by no means in a gentle manner, and the good Quakers had the advantage of him, for he had read negligently and had not observed that Barclay speaks of infant baptism. Footnote. As to the baptism of infants, it is a mere human tradition for which neither precept nor practice is to be found in all the Scripture. Barclay's Apology, Proposition 12, and a footnote, which they calmly made him perceive. Mr. Lloyd, however, was in as great a mistake, for when insisting that the rite of baptism by water was to cease when the spiritual administration of Christ began, he maintained that John the Baptist said, "My baptism shall decrease, but his shall increase," whereas the words are, "He must increase, but I must decrease." Footnote, John chapter 3, verse 30, Boswell, end of footnote. One of them having objected to the observance of days and months and years, Johnson answered, "The Church does not superstitiously observe days merely as days, but as memorials of important facts. Christmas might be kept as well upon one day of the year as another, but there should be a stated day for commemorating the birth of our Saviour, because there is danger that what may be done on any day will be neglected." He said to me at another time, "Sir, the holidays observed by our Church are of great use in religion." There can be no doubt of this in a limited sense. I mean, if the number of such consecrated portions of time be not too extensive. The excellent Mr. Nelson's Festivals and Fasts, which has, I understand, the greatest sale of any book ever printed in England except the Bible, is a most valuable help to devotion. Footnote. Mr. Seward, Anecdotes, says that Dr. Johnson always supposed that Mr. Richardson had Mr. Nelson in his thoughts when he delineated the character of Sir Charles Grandison. Robert Nelson was born in 1656 and died in 1715. End of footnote. And in addition to it, I would recommend 2 sermons on the same subject by Mr. Pott, Archdeacon of St. Albans, equally distinguished for piety and elegance. I am sorry to have it to say that Scotland is the only Christian country, Catholic or Protestant, where the great events of our religion are not solemnly commemorated by its ecclesiastical establishment on days set apart for the purpose. Mr. Hector was so good as to accompany me to see the great works of Mr. Bolton at a place which he has called Soho, about 2 miles from Birmingham, which the very ingenious proprietor showed me himself to the best advantage. I wish Johnson had been with us, for it was a scene which I should have been glad to contemplate by his light. Footnote. Mr. Arkwright pronounced Johnson to be the only person who, on a first view, understood both the principle and powers of machinery. Johnson's Works, 1787, volume 11, page 215. Arthur Young, who visited Birmingham in 1768, writes, "I was nowhere more disappointed than at Birmingham, where I could not gain any intelligence, even of the most common nature, through the excessive jealousy of the manufacturers. It seems the French have carried off several of their fabrics, and thereby injured the town not a little. This makes them so cautious that they will show strangers scarce anything. Tour through the north of England, end of footnote. The vastness and the contrivance of some of the machinery would have matched his mighty mind, and I shall never forget Mr. Bolton's expression to me, "I sell here, sir, what all the world desires to have, power." He had about 700 people at work. I contemplated him as an iron chieftain, and he seemed to be a father to his tribe. One of them came to him complaining grievously of his landlord for having distrained his goods. "Your landlord is in the right, Smith," said Bolton, "but I'll tell you what. Find you a friend who will lay down one half of your rent, and I'll lay down the other half, and you shall have your goods again." From Mr. Hector I now learnt many particulars of Dr. Johnson's early life, which, with others that he gave me at different times since, have contributed to the formation of this work. Dr. Johnson said to me in the morning, "You will see, sir, at Mr. Hector's, his sister, Mrs. Careless, a clergyman's widow." Footnote: Johnson wrote to Mrs. Thrale, year not given, "I have passed one day at Birmingham with my old friend Hector," there's a name, "and his sister, an old love. My mistress is grown much older than my friend. O quid habe zelius ilius, quae sperabat amores, quae me superat mihi. Of her, what now remains, who breathed the loves, who charmed the swains, and snatched me from my heart." Francis Horace Odes, Book 4, Poem 13, 18, Piozzi Letters, end of footnote. "She was the first woman with whom I was in love. It dropped out of my head imperceptibly, but she and I shall always have a kindness for each other." He laughed at the notion that a man never can be really in love but once, and considered it as a mere romantic fancy. On our return from Mr. Bolton's, Mr. Hector took me to his house, where we found Johnson sitting placidly at tea with his first love, who, though now advanced in years, was a genteel woman, very agreeable and well bred. Footnote: Some years later he wrote, "Mrs. Careless took me under her care and told me when I had tea enough." End of footnote. Johnson lamented to Mr. Hector the state of one of their schoolfellows, Mr. Charles Congrove, a clergyman, which he thus described: "He obtained, I believe, considerable preferment in Ireland, but now lives in London, quite as a valetudinarian, afraid to go into any house but his own. He takes a short airing in his post-chaise every day. He has an elderly woman whom he calls cousin, who lives with him and jogs his elbow when his glass has stood too long empty, and encourages him in drinking, in which he is very willing to be encouraged. Not that he gets drunk, for he is a very pious man, but he is always muddy. He confesses to 1 bottle of port every day, and he probably drinks more. He is quite unsocial, his conversation is quite monosyllabical, and when at my last visit I asked him what o'clock it was, that signal of my departure had so pleasing an effect on him that he sprung up to look at his watch like a greyhound bounding at a hare." When Johnson took leave of Mr. Hector, he said, "Don't grow like Congreve, nor let me grow like him when you are near me." Footnote: Johnson, in a letter to Hector on March the 7th of this year, described Congreve as very dull, very valetudinary, and very recluse, willing, I am afraid, to forget the world and content to be forgotten by it, to repose in that sullen sensuality into which men naturally sink who think disease a justification of indulgence, and converse only with those who hope to prosper by indulging them. Infirmity will come, but let us not invite it. Indulgence will allure us, but let us turn resolutely away. Time cannot always be defeated, but let us not yield till we are conquered. Notes and queries, end of footnote. When he again talked of Mrs. Careless tonight, he seemed to have had his affection revived, for he said, "If I had married her, it might have been as happy for me." Footnote. In the same letter he said, "I hope dear Mrs. Careless is well, and now and then does not disdain to mention my name. It is happy when a brother and sister live to pass their time at our age together. I have nobody to whom I can talk of my first years. When I do to Lichfield, I see the old places, but find nobody that enjoyed them with me." End of footnote. Boswell. Pray, sir, do you not suppose that there are 50 women in the world with any one of whom a man may be as happy as with any one woman in particular? Johnson. Ay, sir, 50,000. Boswell. Then, sir, you are not of opinion with some who imagine that certain men and women are made for each other, and that they cannot be happy if they miss their counterparts? Johnson. To be sure not, sir. I believe marriages would in general be as happy, and often more so, if they were all made by the Lord Chancellor upon a due consideration of characters and circumstances, without the parties having any choice in the matter. I wish to have stayed at Birmingham tonight, to have talked more with Mr. Hector, but my friend was impatient to reach his native city, so we drove on that stage in the dark, and were long pensive and silent. When we came within the focus of the Lichfield lamps, "Now," said he, "we are getting out of a state of death." We put up at the Three Crowns, not one of the great inns, but a good old-fashioned one, which was kept by Mr. Wilkins, and was the very next house to that in which Johnson was born and brought up, and which was still his own property. Footnote. I went through the house where my illustrious friend was born with a reverence with which it doubtless will long be visited. Boswell. An engraved view of it, with the adjacent buildings, is in the Gentleman's Magazine for February 1875. End of footnote. We had a comfortable supper and got into high spirits. I felt all my Toryism glow in this old capital of Staffordshire. I could have offered incense geniolochi, and I indulged in libations of that ale which Boniface in the Beau Stratagem recommends with such an eloquent jollity. Footnote. The scene of Farquhar's Beau Stratagem is laid in Lichfield. The passage in which the ale is praised begins as follows: Aimwell. I have heard your town of Lichfield much famed for ale. I think I'll taste that. Boniface. Sir, I have now in my cellar 10 ton of the best ale in Staffordshire. 'Tis smooth as oil, sweet as milk, clear as amber, and strong as brandy, and will be just 14 year old the 5th day of next March, old style. Act 1, Scene 1. End of footnote. End of section 63. Section 64 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Next morning he introduced me to Mrs. Lucy Porter, his stepdaughter. She was now an old maid with much simplicity of manner. She had never been in London. Her brother, a captain in the Navy, had left her a fortune of £10,000, about a third of which she had laid out in building a stately house and making a handsome garden in an elevated situation in Lichfield. Johnson, when here by himself, used to live at her house. She reverenced him, and he had a parental tenderness for her. Footnote. Though his letters to her are very affectionate, yet what he wrote of her to Mrs. Thrale shows that her love for him was not strong. Thus he writes, July the 20th, 1767, "Miss Lucy is more kind and civil than I expected." The Oddsey Letters. July the 17th, 1771, "Lucy is a philosopher, and considers me as one of the external and accidental things that are to be taken and left without emotion. If I could learn of Lucy, would it be better? Will you teach me? Ibid." August the 1st, 1775. "This was to have been my last letter from this place, but Lucy says I must not go this week." Fits of tenderness with Mrs. Lucy are not common, but she seems now to have a little paroxysm, and I was not willing to counteract it. Ibid. October the 27th, 1781. "Poor Lucy's illness has left her very deaf, and I think very inarticulate. But she seems to like me better than she did." Ibid. October the 31st, 1781. "Poor Lucy's health is very much broken. Her mental powers are not impaired, and her social virtues seem to increase. She never was so civil to me before." Ibid. On his mother's death he had written to her, "Every heart must lean to somebody, and I have nobody but you." End footnote. We then visited Mr. Peter Garrick, who had that morning received a letter from his brother David announcing our coming to Lichfield. He was engaged to dinner, but asked us to tea and to sleep at his house. Johnson, however, would not quit his old acquaintance Wilkins of the Three Crowns. The family likeness of the Garricks was very striking, and Johnson thought that David's vivacity was not so peculiar to himself as was supposed. "Sir," said he, "I don't know but if Peter had cultivated all the arts of gaiety as much as David has done, he might have been as brisk and lively. Depend upon it, sir, vivacity is much an art, and depends greatly on habit." I believe there is a good deal of truth in this, notwithstanding a ludicrous story told me by a lady abroad of a heavy German baron who had lived much with the young English at Geneva, and was ambitious to be as lively as they, with which view he, with assiduous exertion, was jumping over the tables and chairs in his lodgings. But when the people of the house ran in and asked with surprise what was the matter, he answered, "J'apprends d'être fif." We dined at our inn, and had with us a Mr. Jackson, one of Johnson's schoolfellows, whom he treated with much kindness, though he seemed to be a low man, dull and untaught. He had a coarse grey coat, black waistcoat, greasy leather breeches, and a yellow uncurled wig, and his countenance had the ruddiness which betokens one who is in no haste to leave his can. He drank only ale. He had tried to be a cutler at Birmingham, but had not succeeded, and now he lived poorly at home, and had some scheme of dressing leather in a better manner than common, to his indistinct account of which Dr. Johnson listened with patient attention, that he might assist him with his advice. Here was an instance of genuine humanity and real kindness in this great man, who has been most unjustly represented as altogether harsh and destitute of tenderness. 1,000 such instances might have been recorded in the course of his long life, though that his temper was warm and hasty, and his manner often rough, cannot be denied. I saw here for the first time oat ale, and oat cakes, not hard as in Scotland, but soft like a Yorkshire cake, were served at breakfast. It was pleasant to me to find that oats, the food of horses, was so much used as the food of the people in Johnson's own town. Footnote. Boswell varies Johnson's definition, which was a grain which in England is generally given to horses, but in Scotland supports the people. End of footnote. He expatiated in praise of Lichfield and its inhabitants, who, he said, were the most sober, decent people in England. Footnote. I remember, said Dr. Johnson, when all the decent people in Lichfield got drunk every night. Boswell's Hebrides, August the 19th, end of footnote. The genteelest in proportion to their wealth, and spoke the purest English. Footnote. He had to allow that in literature they were behind the age. Nearly 4 years after the publication of Evelina, he wrote, "Whatever Burney," in square brackets, by Burney he meant Miss Burney, "may think of the celerity of fame, the name of Evelina had never been heard at Lichfield till I brought it. I am afraid, my dear townsman, will be mentioned in future days as the last part of this nation that was civilized. But the days of darkness are soon to be at an end. The Reading Society ordered it to be procured this week." Piozzi Letters, end of footnote. And spoke the purest English. I doubted as to the last article of this eulogy, for they had several provincial sounds, as there, pronounced like fear instead of like fair, once pronounced once instead of once or once. Johnson himself never got entirely free of those provincial accents. Garrick sometimes used to take him off, squeezing a lemon into a punch bowl with uncouth gesticulations, looking round the company and calling out, "Who's for punch?" Footnote. Garrick himself, like the Lichfieldians, always said supreme, superior, Burney, end of footnote. Very little business appeared to be going forward in Lichfield. I found, however, 2 strange manufactures for so inland a place, sailcloth and streamers for ships. And I observed them making some saddle-cloths and dressing sheepskins, but upon the whole the busy hand of industry seemed to have quite slackened. "Surely, sir," said I, "you are an idle set of people?" "Sir," said Johnson, "we are a city of philosophers. We work with our heads, and make the boobies of Birmingham work for us with their hands." Footnote. Johnson did not always speak so disrespectfully of Birmingham. In his Taxation No Tyranny, Works, Volume 6, page 228, he wrote, "The traders of Birmingham have rescued themselves from all imputation of narrow selfishness by a manly recommendation to Parliament of the rights and dignity of their native country. The boobies in this case were sound Tories." End footnote. There was at this time a company of players performing at Lichfield. The manager, Mr. Stanton, sent his compliments and begged leave to wait on Dr. Johnson. Johnson received him very courteously, and he drank a glass of wine with us. He was a plain, decent, well-behaved man, and expressed his gratitude to Dr. Johnson for having once got him permission from Dr. Taylor at Ashbourne to play there upon moderate terms. Garrick's name was soon introduced. Johnson. "Garrick's conversation is gay and grotesque. It is a dish of all sorts, but all good things. There is no solid meat in it. There is a want of sentiment in it, not but that he has sentiment sometimes, and sentiment too very powerful and very pleasing, but it has not its full proportion in his conversation. When we were by ourselves, he told me, 40 years ago, sir, I was in love with an actress here, Mrs. Emmett, who acted Flora in Hob in the Well. Footnote. This play was Cibber's Hob or the Country Wake, with additions, which in its turn was Doggett's Country Wake, reduced. Reads Biography Dramatica. End of footnote. What merit this lady had as an actress, or what was her figure or her manner, I have not been informed, but if we may believe Mr. Garrick, his old master's taste in theatrical merit was by no means refined. Footnote. Boswell says post under September the 30th, 1783, that Johnson had thought more upon the subject of acting than might be generally supposed. End of footnote. He was not an elegans formarum spectator. Footnote. A nice observer of the female form. Croker. Terence Eunuchus, Act 3, Scene 5. End of footnote. Garrick used to tell that Johnson said of an actor who played Sir Harry Wildair at Lichfield, footnote, in Farquhar's comedy of Sir Harry Wildair, end of footnote, there is a courtly vivacity about the fellow, when in fact, according to Garrick's account, he was the most vulgar ruffian that ever went upon boards. We had promised Mr. Stanton to be at his theatre on Monday. Dr. Johnson jocularly proposed me to write a prologue for the occasion. A prologue by James Boswell, Esquire, from the Hebrides. I was really inclined to take the hint. We thought, prologue spoken before Dr. Samuel Johnson at Lichfield, 1776, would have sounded as well as prologue spoken before the Duke of York at Oxford in Charles II's time. Much might have been said of what Lichfield had done for Shakespeare by producing Johnson and Garrick, but I found he was averse to it. We went and viewed the museum of Mr. Richard Green, apothecary here, who told me he was proud of being a relation of Dr. Johnson's. It was truly a wonderful collection, both of antiquities and natural curiosities and ingenious works of art. He had all the articles accurately arranged, with their names upon labels printed at his own little press, and on the staircase leading to it was a board with the names of contributors marked in gold letters. A printed catalogue of the collection was to be had at a bookseller's. Johnson expressed his admiration of the activity and diligence and good fortune of Mr. Green in getting together in his situation so great a variety of things, and Mr. Green told me that Johnson once said to him, "Sir, I should as soon have thought of building a man of war as of collecting such a museum." Mr. Green's obliging alacrity in showing it was very pleasing. His engraved portrait, with which he has favoured me, has a motto truly characteristical of his disposition: Nemo sibi, vivat. A physician being mentioned, who had lost his practice because his whimsically changing his religion had made people distrustful of him, I maintained that this was unreasonable, as religion is unconnected with medical skill. Johnson: Sir, it is not unreasonable, for when people see a man absurd in what they understand, they may conclude the same of him in what they do not understand. If a physician were to take to eating of horseflesh, nobody would employ him, though one may eat horseflesh and be a very skilful physician. If a man were educated in an absurd religion, his continuing to profess it would not hurt him, though his changing to it would. We drank tea and coffee at Mr. Peter Garrick's, where was Mrs. Aston, one of the maiden sisters of Mrs. Walmsley, wife of Johnson's first friend, footnote Gilbert Walmsley, end of footnote, and sister also of the lady of whom Johnson used to speak with the warmest admiration, by the name of Molly Aston, who was afterwards married to Captain Brodie of the Navy. On Sunday, March the 24th, we breakfasted with Mrs. Cobb, a widow lady who lived in an agreeable sequestered place close by the town, called the Friary, it having been formerly a religious house. She and her niece, Miss Adie, were great admirers of Dr. Johnson, and he behaved to them with a kindness and easy pleasantry, such as we see between old and intimate acquaintance. He accompanied Mrs. Cobb to St. Mary's Church, and I went to the cathedral, where I was very much delighted with the music, finding it to be peculiarly solemn and accordant with the words of the service. We dined at Mr. Peter Garrick's, who was in a very lively humour, and verified Johnson's saying that if he had cultivated gaiety as much as his brother David, he might have equally excelled in it. He was today quite a London narrator, telling us a variety of anecdotes with that earnestness and attempt at mimicry which we usually find in the wits of the metropolis. Dr. Johnson went with me to the cathedral in the afternoon. Footnote. Craddock Memoirs says that in the cathedral porch a gentleman, who might perhaps be too ambitious to be thought an acquaintance of the great literary oracle, ventured to say, "Dr. Johnson, we have had a most excellent discourse to-day." To which he replied, "That may be, sir, but it is impossible for you to know it." End of footnote. It was grand and pleasing to contemplate this illustrious writer, now full of fame, worshipping in the solemn temple, footnote The Tempest, Act 4, Scene 1, end of footnote, of his native city. I returned to tea and coffee at Mr. Peter Garrick's, and then found Dr. Johnson at the Reverend Mr. Seward's, canon residentiary, who inhabited the Bishop's Palace. Footnote. Johnson, in 1763, advising Miss Porter to rent a house, said, "You might have the palace for £20, Crocus Boswell, end of footnote, in which Mr. Walmsley lived, and which had been the scene of many happy hours in Johnson's early life. Mr. Seward had, with ecclesiastical hospitality and politeness, asked me in the morning, merely as a stranger, to dine with him, and in the afternoon, when I was introduced to him, he asked Dr. Johnson and me to spend the evening and sup with him. He was a genteel, well-bred, dignified clergyman, had travelled with Lord Charles Fitzroy, uncle of the present Duke of Grafton, who died when abroad, and he had lived much in the great world. He was an ingenious and literary man, had published an edition of Beaumont and Fletcher, and written verses in Dodsley's collection. His lady was the daughter of Mr. Hunter, Johnson's first schoolmaster. And now, for the first time, I had the pleasure of seeing his celebrated daughter, Miss Anna Seward, to whom I have since been indebted for many civilities, as well as some obliging communications concerning Johnson. Footnote. Boswell, after his book was published, quarrelled with Miss Seward. He said that he was forced to examine these communications with much caution. They were tinctured with a strong prejudice against Johnson. His book, he continued, was meant to be a real history, and not a novel, so that he had to suppress all erroneous particulars, however entertaining. He accused her of attacking Johnson with malevolence. Gentleman's Magazine, 1793. For Boswell's second meeting with the See Post, Volume 3, page 284, end of footnote. Mr. Seward mentioned was the observations which he had made upon the strata of earth in volcanoes, from which it appeared that they were so very different in depth at different periods that no calculation whatever could be made as to the time required for their formation. This fully refuted an anti-mosaical remark introduced into Captain Brydone's entertaining tour, I hope heedlessly, from a kind of vanity which is too common in those who have not sufficiently studied the most important of all subjects. Dr. Johnson, indeed, had said before, independent of this observation, "Shall all the accumulated evidence of the history of the world, shall the authority of what is unquestionably the most ancient writing be overturned by an uncertain remark such as this?" Footnote. A Signor Recupero had noticed on Etna the thickness of each stratum of earth between the several strata of lava. "He tells me," wrote Brydone, "he is exceedingly embarrassed by these discoveries in writing the history of the mountain, that Moses hangs like a dead weight upon him and blunts all his zeal for inquiry, for that really he has not the conscience to make his mountain so young as that prophet makes the world. The bishop, who is strenuously orthodox, for it is an excellency, has already warned him to be upon his guard, and not to pretend to be a better natural historian than Moses." Brydone's Tour. End of footnote. On Monday, March the 25th, we breakfasted at Mrs. Lucy Porter's. Johnson had sent an express to Dr. Taylor's acquainting him of our being at Lichfield. Footnote. He wrote, "Mr. Boswell is with me, but I will take care that he shall hinder no business, nor shall he know more than you would have him." Mr. Morrison's Collection of Autographs. End of footnote. And Taylor had returned an answer that his post-chaise should come for us this day. While we sat at breakfast, Dr. Johnson received a letter by the post, which seemed to agitate him very much. When he had read it, he exclaimed, "One of the most dreadful things that has happened in my time." The phrase "my time," like the word "age," is usually understood to refer to an event of public or general nature. I imagined something like an assassination of the king, like a gunpowder plot carried into execution, or like another fire of London. When asked, "What is it, sir?" he answered, "Mr. Thrale has lost his only son." End of section 64. Section 65 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2 by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Mr. Thrale has lost his only son. Footnote. March the 23rd, 1776, Master Thrale, son of Mr. Thrale, member for the borough, suddenly before his father's door. Gentleman's Magazine, 1776. End of footnote. This was no doubt a very great affliction to Mr. and Mrs. Thrale, which their friends would consider accordingly, but from the manner in which the intelligence of it was communicated by Johnson, it appeared for the moment to be comparatively small. I, however, soon felt a sincere concern, and was curious to observe how Dr. Johnson would be affected. He said, "This is a total extinction to their family, as much as if they were sold into captivity." Upon my mentioning that Mr. Thrale had daughters who might inherit his wealth, "Daughters," said Johnson warmly, "he'll no more value his daughters than—" I was going to speak. "Sir," said he, "don't you know how you yourself think? So he wishes to propagate his name." In short, he saw male succession strong in his mind, even where there was no name, no family of any long standing. I said it was lucky he was not present when this misfortune happened. Johnson: It is lucky for me. People in distress never think that you feel enough. Boswell: And so they will have the hope of seeing you, which will be a relief in the meantime. And when you get to them, the pain will be so far abated that they will be capable of being consoled by you, which in the first violence of it, I believe, would not be the case. Johnson: No, sir, violent pain of mind, like violent pain of body, must be severely felt. Boswell: I own, sir, I have not so much feeling for the distress of others as some people have, or pretend to have, but I know this, that I would do all in my power to relieve them. Johnson: Sir, it is an affectation to pretend to feel the distress of others as much as they do themselves. It is equally so as if one should pretend to feel as much pain while a friend's leg is cutting off as he does. No, sir, you have expressed the rational and just nature of sympathy. I would have gone to the extremity of the earth to have preserved this boy. Footnote: Sir, he said, I would walk to the extent of the diameter of the earth to save Beauclerk. Post 1780 in Mr. Langton's collection. He had written of the boy the previous summer: Pray give my service to my dear friend Harry, and tell him that Mr. Murphy does not love him better than I do. Piozzi Letters, end of footnote. He was soon quite calm. The letter was from Mr. Thrale's clerk, and concluded, I need not say how much they wish to see you in London. He said, We shall hasten back from Taylor's. Mrs. Lucy Porter and some other ladies of the place talked a great deal of him when he was out of the room, not only with veneration, but affection. It pleased me to find that he was so much beloved in his native city. Mrs. Aston, whom I had seen the preceding night, and her sister, Mrs. Gastrell, a widow lady, had each a house and garden and pleasure ground prettily situated upon Stow Hill, a gentle eminence adjoining to Lichfield. Johnson walked away to dinner there, leaving me by myself without any apology. I wondered at this want of that facility of manners from which a man has no difficulty in carrying a friend to a house where he is intimate. I felt it very unpleasant to be thus left in solitude in a country town where I was an entire stranger, and began to think myself unkindly deserted. But I was soon relieved, and convinced that my friend, instead of being deficient in delicacy, had conducted the matter with perfect propriety, for I received the following note in his handwriting: Mrs. Gastrell at the Lower House on Stow Hill desires Mr. Boswell's company to dinner at 2. I accepted of the invitation, and had here another proof how amiable his character was in the opinion of those who knew him best. I was not informed till afterwards that Mrs. Gastrell's husband was the clergyman who, while he lived at Stratford-upon-Avon, where he was proprietor of Shakespeare's garden, with Gothic barbarity cut down his mulberry tree, and, as Dr. Johnson told me, did it to vex his neighbours. Footnote: See an accurate and animated statement of Mr. Gastrell's barbarity by Mr. Malone, in a note on some account of the life of William Shakespeare, prefixed to his admirable edition of that poet's works, Boswell, end of footnote. His lady, I have reason to believe on the same authority, footnote, see Prior's Life of Malone, end of footnote, participated in the guilt of what the enthusiasts for our immortal bard deem almost a species of sacrilege. After dinner, Dr. Johnson wrote a letter to Mrs. Thrale on the death of her son. I said it would be very distressing to Thrale, but she would soon forget it, as she had so many things to think of. Johnson. No, sir, Thrale will forget it first. She has many things that she may think of. He has many things that he must think of. This was a very just remark upon the different effect of those light pursuits which occupy a vacant and easy mind, and those serious engagements which arrest attention and keep us from brooding over grief. He observed of Lord Bute, "It was said of Augustus that it would have been better for Rome that he had never been born or had never died. So would it have been better for this nation if Lord Bute had never been minister or had never resigned." In the evening we went to the town hall, which was converted into a temporary theatre, and saw Theodosius with the Stratford Jubilee. I was happy to see Dr. Johnson sitting in a conspicuous part of the pit and receiving affectionate homage from all his acquaintance. We were quite gay and merry. I afterwards mentioned to him that I condemned myself for being so when poor Mr. and Mrs. Thrale were in such distress. Johnson. You are wrong, sir. 20 years hence, Mr. and Mrs. Thrale will not suffer much pain from the death of their son. Now, sir, you are to consider that distance of place, as well as distance of time, operates upon the human feelings. I would not have you be gay in the presence of the distressed, because it would shock them, but you may be gay at a distance. Pain for the loss of a friend or of a relation whom we love is occasioned by the want which we feel. In time the vacuity is filled with something else, or sometimes the vacuity closes up of itself. Mr. Seward and Mr. Pearson, another clergyman here, supped with us at our inn, and after they left us we sat up late, as we used to do in London. Here I shall record some fragments of my friend's conversation during this jaunt. Marriage, sir, is much more necessary to a man than to a woman, for he is much less able to supply himself with domestic comforts. You will recollect my saying to some ladies the other day that I had often wondered why young women should marry, as they have so much more freedom and so much more attention paid to them while unmarried than when married. I indeed did not mention the strong reason for their marrying, the mechanical reason. Boswell. Why, that is a strong one, but does not imagination make it much more important than it is in reality? Is it not to a certain degree a delusion in us as well as in women? Johnson. Why, yes, sir, but it is a delusion that is always beginning again. Boswell. I don't know, but there is upon the whole more misery than happiness produced by that passion. Johnson. I don't think so, sir. Never speak of a man in his own presence. It is always indelicate and may be offensive. Questioning is not the mode of conversation among gentlemen. Footnote. Mr. Hoole wrote of Johnson's last days, being asked unnecessary and frivolous questions, he said he often thought of Macbeth in square brackets Act 3, Scene 4. Question enrages him. Crocus Boswell, end of footnote. It is assuming a superiority, and it is particularly wrong to question a man concerning himself. There may be parts of his former life which he may not wish to be made known to other persons, or even brought to his own recollection. A man should be careful never to tell tales of himself to his own disadvantage. People may be amused and laugh at the time, but they will be remembered and brought out against him upon some subsequent occasion. Much may be done if a man puts his whole mind to a particular object. By doing so, Norton has made himself the great lawyer that he is allowed to be. Footnote. Sir Fletcher Norton, afterwards Speaker of the House of Commons, and in 1782 created Baron Grantley Malone. For Norton's ignorance, see ante volume 2, page 91. Walpole letters described him as a tough enemy. I don't mean in parts or argument, but one that makes an excellent bulldog. When in 1770 he was made Speaker, Walpole wrote, "Nothing can exceed the badness of his character, even in this bad age." Ibid. In his Memoirs of the Reign of George III, Walpole says, "It was known that in private causes he took money from both parties." Horne, afterwards Horne too, charged Norton with this practice, Parliamentary History, and so did Junius. Churchill, in The Duellist, writing of him, says, "How often hath he ta'en briefs on false pretence, and undertaken the defence of trusting fools, whom in the end he meant to ruin, not defend." Lord Eldon said that he was much known by the name of Sir Bullface Double Fee. He added that he was not a lawyer. 'Twas his Eldon. Acting, it was supposed, from resentment, having been refused a peerage, he made on May the 7th, 1777, a bold speech to the King on presenting the Civil List Bill. He told him, "His faithful Commons, labouring under burthens almost too heavy to be borne, had granted him a very great additional revenue, great beyond example, great beyond his Majesty's highest wants." Parliamentary History, and Walpole's Journal of the Reign of George III. End of footnote. I mentioned an acquaintance of mine, a sectary, who was a very religious man. Footnote. Burns' Holy Willie, like Boswell, was an Ayrshire man. End of footnote. Who not only attended regularly on public worship with those of his communion, but made a particular study of the Scriptures, and even wrote a commentary on some parts of them. Yet he was known to be very licentious in indulging himself with women, maintaining that men are to be saved by faith alone, and that the Christian religion had not prescribed any fixed rule for the intercourse between the sexes. Johnson. Sir, there is no trusting to that crazy piety. I observed that it was strange how well Scotchmen were known to one another in their own country, though born in very distant counties, for we do not find that the gentlemen of neighbouring counties in England are mutually known to each other. Johnson, with his usual acuteness, at once saw and explained the reason of this. "Why, sir, you have Edinburgh, where the gentlemen from all your counties meet, and which is not so large, but they are all known. There is no such common place of collection in England except London, where, from its great size and diffusion, many of those who reside in contiguous counties of England may long remain unknown to each other." On Tuesday, March the 26th, there came for us an equipage properly suited to a wealthy, well-beneficed clergyman. Dr. Taylor's large, roomy post-chaise, drawn by 4 stout, plump horses, and driven by 2 steady, jolly postilions, which conveyed us to Ashbourne, where I found my friend's schoolfellow living upon an establishment perfectly corresponding with his substantial, creditable equipage, his house, garden, pleasure grounds, table, in short, everything good, and no scantiness appearing. Every man should form such a plan of living as he can execute completely. Let him not draw an outline wider than he can fill up. I have seen many skeletons of show and magnificence, which excite at once ridicule and pity. Dr. Taylor had a good estate of his own, and good preferment in the church, being a prebendary of Westminster and rector of Boswell. Footnote. Johnson, on May the 16th, wrote of him to Mrs. Thrale, "He has his head as full as yours at an election, livings and preferments, as if he were in want, with 20 children, run in his head. But a man must have his head on something, small or great." Piozzi Letters. Footnote. He was a diligent justice of the peace, and presided over the town of Ashbourne, to the inhabitants of which I was told he was very liberal. And as a proof of this, it was mentioned to me that he had, the preceding winter, distributed £200 among such of them as stood in need of his assistance. He had consequently a considerable political interest in the county of Derby, which he employed to support the Devonshire family, for though the schoolfellow and friend of Johnson, he was a Whig. I could not perceive in his character much congeniality of any sort with that of Johnson, who, however, said to me, "Sir, he has a very strong understanding." Footnote. Johnson wrote on May the 25th, 1780, Piozzi Letters, "Blank is come to town, brisk and vigorous, fierce and fell, to drive on his lawsuit. Nothing in all life now can be more profligater than what he is. And if, in case that so be that they persist for to resist him, he is resolved not to spare no money nor no time." Taylor, no doubt, has meant, and Baretti in a marginal note says, "This was the elegant phraseology of that doctor." End of footnote. His size and figure and countenance and manner were that of a hearty English squire, with the parson superinduced, and I took particular notice of his upper servant, Mr. Peters, a decent grave man in purple clothes and a large white wig, like the butler or major domo of a bishop. Dr. Johnson and Mr. Taylor met with great cordiality, and Johnson soon gave him the same sad account of their schoolfellow Congreve that he had given to Mr. Hector, adding a remark of such moment to the rational conduct of a man in the decline of life that it deserves to be imprinted upon every mind. "There is nothing against which an old man should be so much upon his guard as putting himself to nurse." Footnote. He did not hold with Steele, who, in The Spectator, No. 153, writes, "It was prettily said that he that would be long an old man must begin early to be one." Mrs. Piozzi Anecdote says, "That saying of the old philosopher that he who wants least is most like the gods who want nothing was a favourite sentence with Dr. Johnson, who required less attendance, sick or well, than ever I saw any human creature." End of footnote. Innumerable have been the melancholy instances of men once distinguished for firmness, resolution, and spirit, who in their latter days have been governed like children by interested female artifice. Dr. Taylor commended a physician who was known to him and Dr. Johnson, and said, "I fight many battles for him, as many people in the country dislike him." Johnson, "But you should consider, sir, that by every one of your victories he is a loser. For every man of whom you get the better will be very angry and resolve not to employ him, whereas if people get the better of you in argument about him, they'll think, we'll send for Dr. Blank nevertheless." Footnote. Dr. Butter of Derby is mentioned post, volume 3, page 163, and under May the 8th, 1781, end of footnote. This was an observation deep and sure in human nature. Next day we talked of a book, footnote Andrew Stewart's Letters to Lord Mansfield, end of footnote, in which an eminent judge was arraigned before the bar of the public as having pronounced an unjust decision in a great cause. Dr. Johnson maintained that this publication would not give any uneasiness to the judge. For, he said, either he acted honestly or he meant to do injustice. If he acted honestly, his own consciousness will protect him. If he meant to do injustice, he will be glad to see the man who attacks him so much vexed. Next day, as Dr. Johnson had acquainted Dr. Taylor of the reason for his returning speedily to London, it was resolved that we should set out after dinner. A few of Dr. Taylor's neighbours were his guests that day. Dr. Johnson talked with approbation of one who had attained to the state of the philosophical wise man, that is, to have no want of anything. Then, sir, said I, the savage is a wise man. Sir, said he, I do not mean simply being without, but not having a want. I maintained against this proposition that it was better to have fine clothes, for instance, than not to feel the want of them. Johnson, no, sir. Fine clothes are good only as they supply the want of other means of procuring respect. Was Charles XII, think you, less respected for his coarse blue coat and black stock? Footnote. Johnson was thinking of Charles's meeting with the King of Poland. Charles II était en grosses bottes et en pour cravate un taffetas noir qui lui serrait le cou. Son habit était comme à l'ordinaire d'un gros drap bleu avec des boutons de cuivre doré. Voltaire's Works, end of footnote. And you will find the King of Prussia dresses plain, because the dignity of his character is sufficient. I here brought myself into a scrape, for I heedlessly said, Would not you, sir, be the better for velvet and embroidery? Johnson, Sir, you put an end to all argument when you introduce your opponent himself. Have you no better manners? There is your want. I apologized by saying I had mentioned him as an instance of one who wanted as little as any man in the world, and yet, perhaps, might receive some additional lustre from dress. End of section 65. Section 66 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2 by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Appendix A. In the Bodleian is the following autograph record by Johnson of Good Friday, March the 28th, Easter Sunday, March the 30th, and May the 4th, 1766, and the copy of the record of Saturday, March the 29th. They belong to the series published by the Reverend Mr. Strahan under the title of Prayers and Meditations, but they are not included in it. Good Friday, March the 28th, 1766. On the night before, I used proper collects and prayed when I arose in the morning. I had all the week an awe upon me, not thinking on Passion Week till I looked in the almanac. I have wholly forborne meat, and wines, except one glass on Sunday night. In the morning I rose and drank very small tea without milk, and had nothing more that day. This was the day on which Tetty died. I did not mingle much men in (mention), of her with the devotions of this day, because it is dedicated to more holy subjects. I mentioned her at church, and prayed once solemnly at home. I was twice at church, and went through the prayers without perturbation, but heard the sermons imperfectly. I came in both times at the second lesson, not hearing the bell. When I came home, I read the Psalms for the day, and one sermon in Clark. Scruples distract me, but at church I had hopes to conquer them. I bore abstinence this day not well, being at night insupportably heavy. But as fasting does not produce sleepiness, I had perhaps rested ill the night before. I prayed in my study for the day, and prayed again in my chamber. I went to bed very early, before 11. After church, I selected collects for the sacraments. Finding myself, upon recollection, very ignorant of religion, I formed a purpose of studying it. I went down and sat to tea, but was too heavy to converse. Saturday, the 29th. I rose at the time now usual, not fully refreshed. Went to tea. A sudden thought of restraint hindered me. I drank but one dish. Took a purge for my health, still uneasy. Prayed and went to dinner. Dined sparingly on fish, in square brackets, added indifferent ink, about 4. Went to Simpson. Was driven home by my physic. Drank tea, and am much refreshed. I believe that if I had drank tea again yesterday, I had escaped the heaviness of the evening. Fasting that produces inability is no duty, but I was unwilling to do less than formerly. I had lived more abstemiously than is usual the whole week, and taken physic twice, which together made the fast more uneasy. Thus much I have written medically, to show that he who can fast long must have lived plentifully. Saturday, March the 29th, 1766. I was yesterday very heavy. I do not feel myself today so much impressed with awe of the approaching mystery. I had this day a doubt, like Baxter, of my state, and found that my faith, though weak, was yet faith. O God, strengthen it. Since the last reception of the sacrament, I hope I have no otherwise grown worse than as continuance in sin makes the sinner's condition more dangerous. Since last New Year's Eve, I have risen every morning by 8, at least not after 9, which is more superiority over my habits than I have ever before been able to obtain. Scruples still distress me. My resolution, with the blessing of God, is to contend with them, and, if I can, to conquer them. My resolutions are to conquer scruples, to read the Bible this year, to try to rise more early, to study divinity, to live methodically, to oppose idleness, to frequent divine worship. Almighty and most merciful Father, before whom I now appear laden with the sins of another year, suffer me yet again to call upon Thee for pardon and peace. O God, grant me repentance, grant me reformation, grant that I may be no longer distracted with doubts and harassed with vain terrors. Grant that I may no longer linger in perplexity, nor waste in idleness that life which Thou hast given and preserved. Grant that I may serve Thee in firm faith and diligent endeavour, and that I may discharge the duties of my calling with tranquillity and constancy. Take not, O God, Thy Holy Spirit from me, but grant that I may so direct my life by Thy holy laws, as that, when Thou shalt call me hence, I may pass by a holy and happy death to a life of everlasting and unchangeable joy, for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. I went to bed at 1 or later, but did not sleep, though I knew not why. Easter Day, March the 30th, 1766. I rose in the morning, prayed, took my prayer book to tea, drank tea, planned my devotion for the church. I think prayed again. Went to church, was early, went through the prayers with fixed attention. Could not hear the sermon. After sermon applied myself to devotion. Troubled with Baxter's scruple, which was quieted as I returned home. It occurred to me that the scruple itself was its own confutation. I used the prayer against scruples in the foregoing page in the pew, and commended, so far as it was lawful, Tetty, dear Tetty, in a prayer by herself. Then my other friends. What collects I do not exactly remember. I gave a shilling. I then went towards the altar that I might hear the service. The communicants were more than I ever saw. I kept back. Used again the foregoing prayer, again commended Tetty, and lifted up my heart for the rest. I prayed in the collect for the 14th Sunday after Trinity for increase of faith, hope, and charity, and deliverance from scruples. This deliverance was the chief subject of my prayers. O God, hear me. I am now trying to conquer them. After reception, I repeated my petition, and again when I came home. My dinner made me a little peevish, not much. After dinner, I retired and read in an hour and a half the 7 first chapters of St. Matthew in Greek. Glory be to God. God grant me to proceed and improve for Jesus Christ's sake. Amen. I went to evening prayers and was undisturbed. At church in the morning it occurred to me to consider about example of good any of my friends had set me. This is proper in order to the thanks returned for their good examples. My attainment of rising gives me comfort and hope. O God, for Jesus Christ's sake, bless me. Amen. After church, before and after dinner, I read Rotherham on faith. After evening prayer, I retired and wrote this account. I then repeated the prayer of the day with collects and my prayer for night, and went down to supper at near 10. May the 4th, 66. I have read since noon of Easter Day the Gospels of St. Matthew and St. Mark in Greek. I have read Xenophon's Cyropaedia. Bodleian Library, Select Autographs, Montague. Appendix B. Johnson's sentiments towards his fellow subjects in America have never, so far as I know, been rightly stated. It was not because they fought for liberty that he had come to dislike them. A man who, bursting forth with a generous indignation, had said, "The Irish are in a most unnatural state, where we see there the minority prevailing over the majority," Ante, Volume 2, page 255, was not likely to wish that our plantations should be tyrannically governed. The man who, in company with some very grave men at Oxford, gave as his toast, "Here's to the next insurrection of the negroes in the West Indies," Post, Volume 3, page 200, was not likely to condemn insurrections in general. The key to his feelings is found in his indignant cry, "How is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of negroes?" Ibid. He hated slavery as perhaps no man of his time hated it, while the Quakers, who were almost the pioneers of the anti-slavery cause, were still slaveholders and slave dealers, he lifted up his voice against it, so early as 1740, when Washington was but a child of 8. He had maintained the natural right of the negroes to liberty and independence. Works, volume 6, page 313. In 1756 he described Jamaica as a place of great wealth and dreadful wickedness, a den of tyrants and a dungeon of slaves. Ibid, volume 6, page 130. In 1759 he wrote, "Of black men the numbers are too great who are now repining under English cruelty." Ibid, volume 6, page 407. In the same year, in describing the cruelty of the Portuguese discoverers, he said, "We are openly told that they had the less scruple concerning their treatment of the savage people, because they scarcely considered them as distinct from beasts." And indeed the practice of all the European nations, and among others of the English barbarians that cultivate the southern islands of America, proves that this opinion, however absurd and foolish, however wicked and injurious, still continues to prevail. Interest and pride harden the heart, and it is in vain to dispute against avarice and power. Ibid, volume 5, page 218. No miserable sophistry could convince him, with his clear mind and his ardour for liberty, that slavery can be right. "An individual," he wrote, post volume 3, page 202, "may indeed forfeit his liberty by crime, but he cannot by that crime forfeit the liberty of his children." How deeply he felt for the wrongs done to helpless races is shown by his dread of discoverers. No man had a more eager curiosity, or more longed that the bounds of knowledge should be enlarged. Yet he wrote, "I do not much wish well to discoveries, for I am always afraid that they will end in conquest and robbery." Croker's Boswell. In his Life of Savage, written in 1744, he said, Works, volume 8, page 156, "Savage has not forgotten to censure those crimes which have been generally committed by the discoverers of new regions, and to expose the enormous wickedness of making war upon barbarous nations because they cannot resist, and of invading countries because they are fruitful. He has asserted the natural equality of mankind, and endeavoured to suppress that pride which inclines men to imagine that right is the consequence of power. He loved the University of Salamanca because it gave as its opinion that the conquest of America by the Spaniards was not lawful." Anto, volume 1, page 455. When in 1756 the English and French were at war in America, he said that such was the contest that no honest man could heartily wish success to either party. It was only the quarrel of two robbers for the spoils of a passenger. Anto, volume 1, page 308, note 2. When, from political considerations, opposition was raised in 1766 to the scheme of translating the Bible into Erse, he wrote, "To omit for a year or for a day the most efficacious method of advancing Christianity in compliance with any purposes that terminate on this side of the grave is a crime of which I know not what the world has yet had an example, except in the practice of the planters of America, a race of mortals whom I suppose no other man wishes to resemble." Ante, volume 2, page 27. Englishmen as a nation had no right to reproach their fellow subjects in America with being drivers of negroes, for England shared in the guilt and the gain of that infamous traffic. Nay, even as the Virginian delegates to Congress in 1774 complained, By repeated attempts to exclude all further importations of slaves from Africa by prohibition, and by imposing duties which might amount to prohibition, have hitherto been defeated by his Majesty's negative, thus preferring the immediate advantage of a few British corsairs to the lasting interests of the American States, and to the rights of human nature, deeply wounded by this infamous practice. Bright's Speeches. Franklin Memoirs, writing from London in 1772, speaks of the hypocrisy of this country, which encourages such a detestable commerce by laws for promoting the Guinea trade, while it piqued itself on its virtue, love of liberty, and the equity of its courts, in setting free a single negro. From the slightest stain of this hypocrisy Johnson was free. He, at all events, had a right to protest against the yelps of those who, while they solemnly asserted that among the unalienable rights of all men are liberty and the pursuit of happiness, yet themselves were drivers of negroes. End of section 66. End of volume 2 of The Life of Samuel Johnson by James Boswell.